Michael wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money. It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
Good. I see intro, man. Good morning, traders. How we doing out there? It's good to be with you guys. Sorry, my ears are being driven by an intro, but I'm here with you guys. It's the Trading World Championship, and I'm excited to kick things off. Are you guys excited to kick off the Trading World Championship? It's finally here, guys. We've been super excited about it. Who's going to take it? Leaderboard is already rocking and rolling, so we'll bring that up in just a second. But man, I'm already seeing some guys taking it, and I saw Michael Noss out there trading. And what is he doing out there? Is he trading from his car? He's like, forget you, son. I'm not taking you to daycare. I'm trading. We have a Trading World Championship going on. It's trade the pool, the fivers futures, and of course we got everybody taking on, and I see some leaderboards just rocking and rolling. Let's go ahead. Let's bring up the leaderboard. Let's talk about the action. Then we'll get to some trade ideas out there. But you guys can see here right on the screen, we got traders all over the world already trading. So you guys can see it. TSG, the fivers futures, right? Already 170% somebody. The fivers Forex there, 122. But take a look at trade the pool. You guys see it. Jorge, the one and only. I already know that's Jorge out there. You got to call him Jorge. It's not George out there, because my man in first place already, killing it. Look at the risk to reward. Look at the win percentage. Love the added bonus of the statistics there. Smash the like, guys. You guys know where you're at. It's trade the pool, and it's the Trading World Championship. I hope you guys are ready. I'm ready to score some goals out there. I'm ready to pull on the jersey and take some victories. Nos out there getting after it. Look, the competitive, the leaderboard. Look at that, guys. The field size, the engagement, the pulse. Let's get after it, guys. You guys see it. And what is this guy doing out there, man? Is he not taking the kids to school, just trading out there? Yeah, that guy over here, Michael Noss. You guys see him. Of course, get on your chance to get on the list right now, guys. Sign in right now, guys. Get after it, right? Of course, we'll see what happens out there. I need to log in. I'm already signed in on the hub, but I got to sign in on this part here, right? So you can sign in here and you can see your live ranking, track your championship stats, get after it. Of course, we're in the qualifying round. It's all about making it through. Can you make it? Get after it, traders. We'll see what happens. All right, let's get to some trade ideas. Let's get to the market out there. We got Michael Noss already in the back, so I'm going to be really quick with this. We'll drop 3 trade ideas really fast. Then we'll bring Michael Noss on. We'll talk about some of the action that's going on in the market, some of the action in the sunrise. We'll talk about what he's looking in the market. And then, of course, Jane's going to be flying in. It's the Trading World Championship. We're going to keep it going. Let's rock into the playbook. All right, playbook today, let's say, of course, Apple, right? Of course, they're going to have their WWDC event, and expect to hear more and more what AI conversation. Who's been talking to Apple for a long time now, formed the break at 240, looking for a move to 300. We made it there before the earnings, before this event, right? Well, now you're up there and looking for this event to push, right? This event takes part at 1 p.m. Eastern. We will see what happens. There's also conversations of Siri. What? Becoming Google Gemini, essentially. So we'll see what happens there. Apple significantly, of course, has lagged the mega caps in the AI cycle. But another thing that I'm expecting to hear is more talks of maybe M-chip and AI conversation. It's going to be something definitely to catch up. All right, Michael, I see you in the already joining into the show. No worries. I got you on here. We'll talk about the action.
Peace.
We'll really quickly run through ideas. Of course, maybe a long on Apple, maybe a long on Micron. I was looking at Micron last night. That was the move there, as I shorted it on Friday. Wanted to long it going into the 24-hour market, and you guys can see that was right around this 890 spot. You still got an opportunity around 2 a.m. to get into that. Now you're back towards 934. We'll see if it's able to hold on. Of course, there's a lot of conversation out there about the HPM and the memory thesis with Jensen Hung. We can expand about that just coming up here. Last long idea is long on NVIDIA based on that same conversation, right? More conversation coming from NVIDIA, combining with Samsung, more partnerships, essentially trying to lock up their memory supply that they need, right? That's really the one thing to kind of keep a watch out there. All right, we'll get to the sunrise report. We'll talk about more of the action, but what's going on, Michael? It's good to see you. How you doing?
I think this whole thing's hilarious. The fact that we're, the day that some of the market had on Friday, most of the market did just fine. And the fact that the market's almost back up today is just, it's a riot to me. I think this is the greatest time to be a trader right now. Everyone is going to get so mad, and I'm going to love it. But we can talk. Well, because every time we hit new all-time highs, you get people going, "Oh, this is crazy! Everything's overinflated, and it's a bubble, and blah 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 blah."
I mean, it still is. It still is, but it can take a pause. Okay. It can take a pause, man.
Doesn't even look like we're doing that, right? And
it's generational, man. It's generational. This is opportunity time. It's not time to run. It's time to run to the markets, not run away from the markets. That's what I always say.
Right, SMH popping all the way back up. The big thing that shocked me was, let's go here to, where are we? ES. So this is the commitment of traders down here on the bottom, right? I found a way to clean it up. So we're just looking at this red chart, and this is whether the large institutions are long or short. Again, can't be hidden or obscured or everything. They shorted more last week. So they're still piling in. They've been short this entire time. Of course, they were, getting out of their short position a little bit down at the lows, but then they've just re-entered. So, right, if it's a bubble and the big institutions are shorted, that means things could go much higher. This was the biggest commitment trader stand about this. They looked at it and they said, okay, we just hit a new all-time high. Let's pile into the short side. And that's what I think is creating potentially little bounces here, is because if these guys remain short, they got to get out, right? They've got to flip the book as soon as there's a little bit of profit. They have been so wrong for so long. And I love the fact that these guys exist in the market, because it makes our life so much easier. Imagine trying to follow these dopes. These are the guys who are, right, they're giant hedge fund managers, and they're trying to tell us what to do with our money, and that we should listen to them and not us, and all this kind of stuff. And they're just could not be more wrong. Continuously are more wrong. On NQ, they've actually took a pretty big short position here on NQ. So if this continues to reverse, again, this is the futures contract. So this green candle right here just represents today's action. That's amazing. They're shorting into this market and ripping higher, right? Short here also on the Russell. Just they're shorting everything. And it's hilarious to me. Now, one thing that is interesting is how short we're getting here on natural gas as it's finally starting to pop up now. You always got to give the caveat. They call natty gas the widowmaker, and they call it the widowmaker. Don't tell me you're going to bring a
natty gas trade up again.
Oh yeah, sure am.
Oh,
this has been one of my best discretionary traders out there, simply because it is, you have a very
clean
get the
ability for you
to
already,
make
Michael.
A bunch of money off it. It's like trading a biotech, or it's like trading a small cap or something like that, right? You don't trade this like you would an Apple or Google or Microsoft or something like that. You trade it as if you were trading like a biotech, or you were trading, a low float kind of Chinese name or something that you're fine if it gaps up 20%, it gaps down 20%. You're not going to be too worried about it. But this is interesting to me, not just the fact that everyone short it, but the fact that everyone's short it and we're getting real close to a pretty clean resistance point here around 335 or so on the ETF. Yeah, and Crow saying they and I've been doing this a bunch, right? So you can see last time they were this short was right in this area, and even if you waited for the breakout, clean move there. They were very, very short right here. Even if you waited for the breakout, a clean move here, right? This is a hit it and quit it kind of a trade, right? You want to again trade it like a micro cap, take your money, move on. And the other thing was oil.
What
right?
was that again? A hit it and quit it trade. I love those.
Yeah,
love those.
You're out. You take your money, right? You can, with natty gas, right? With oil, you're probably going to make, if you're right, in this market, 10% on the position. In most markets, 1 to 2% of the position. Natty gas, you can do you could do 30%, you could do 40%. I've seen nat gas double periodically, so just be wary there. Again, like the last couple here as oil. So here on CL, they've been selling the entire time. That's not really what I want to see, right? I'd like it if the large institutions were buying here, but this is the trade that just makes the most sense to me. But it couldn't lead for. There's not. If we start to push higher again, there is a little bit of that fuel to the fire, that little momentum that could push us up. And then really nothing happened from the silver side of things, nothing happened from the gold side of things. But yeah, the main takeaways are they keep shorting. I remember 2025, pound the table. These guys were shorting the whole way up. And I say, listen, I'm not getting out until they cover. And they didn't cover till kind of right in this area. And then we spent a couple months moving sideways and had our little dip. Same thing. They are more short now than they were in 2025. So, if you think they're going to be wrong, well, that's the fuel for the fire, right? They are going to have to cover because they are shorting the entire way up. Every down tick is going to be one of those moments where they, take a sigh of relief and say, "Oh, I'm not getting killed. I'm not going to lose my job. Let me cover my position," and just continue to do that over and over again. And it's worked last year. I'm going to do the same playbook this year. I'm going to not listen to the noise or the news or any of that. I'm going to look at the positioning and say the wrong people, the guys who are wrong for their entire life, that I don't know how they have a job. They wake up every day and they're wrong. And those people are going to short the market. I'm going to look to buy the market. I don't know what that happened there, but anyway, so yeah, as we get closer to the highs here on SMH and DRAM and names like that, just more and more I'm interested in making sure that I take the other side of these trades. So if we ever get back to like the highs, right, 604, 605 on SMH, I don't know, could blow the doors off it. And yes, I know Crow just pointed out there is KOLD and Boyle. There are ways to triple up or your natty gas plays. Just be careful. Right? You're taking something that is aptly named the Widowmaker and you're putting a lot of juice into it. So, I'm not your dad. I'm not going to tell you what to do. But just be very careful, right? It's the Widowmaker. It's the Widowmaker for a reason. So make sure you're trading accordingly. Just apply way less buying power. If I'm trading a triple leverage natural gas, I'm trading enough that if this thing gets cut in half overnight, I'm not sweating it. So you're just trading so small. Other than that, we just see what happens, right? I know, we're talking a lot about the trading championship. I don't know where this trade came from that's on here. So we got to, unless someone has my exact name, I don't know. I didn't do this.
I am trying to figure that out right now.
It was not, I have not placed a trade in this account yet. I think I have the bot pointed to the right account. I think I have no idea.
I have a win that I don't know about either. So
I don't know if these are like, maybe they put through some test trades and maybe they use our accounts as guinea pigs or something. I don't know what's going on, but I did not do this, but I don't even know what a KWE is, but we're in KWE. So let's hope. I don't even think KWE is a. Yeah, I don't even see it here as a ticker. So yeah, I don't know. So make sure you're paying attention to your trades. I'll take it that I'm in fifth. Can we close the competition down right now and just say, good for me, I made it fifth place? Maybe. No. It makes me think that, yeah, there's some tests going on here, but don't worry, we'll figure it out. What a slick looking website though, eh?
Well, the real
well
question
done.
is, who's winning between Mexico and South Africa? Get in your prediction challenge. Let's take a look at my screen here, as of course, this is what we need to be getting ready for. I don't know about you guys, but I love me a little bit of some degenerate action. And yeah, there's going to be a little bit of some predictions going on. Who's going to win? Tap the score, edit your prediction, log in already to, of course, the prediction side of things, guys. There's a lobby, there's a leaderboard, there's prizes, certifications. Get after it, guys. Who's going to hang out here? Hang out in the lobby, right? We're going to see who scores, right? Hey, we'll see what happens. There's some live predictions already, 50 bets put on here. Who's going to get the correct score of the battle? It's not just who wins. It's who's getting the right score. Well, I'll tell you one thing. If you get the right score, you might want to also put a couple bucks in the real betting markets. But hey, that's just Money Mitch being degenerate, not telling you to go gamble. But I'll be gambling too. We'll see what happens
YOLO
out there,
responsibly.
guys. South Africa, Mexico, betting closes in 3 days, guys. That's the real competition. The World Cup takes off. We'll be having fun alongside, guys. How do you do this? Make sure you're signed up on the prediction side of things. You also got to just sign in there. It's pretty easy to sign up. Took 2 seconds. Boom. Ready to go, right? All right, guys. We'll be getting after it, guys. The Trading World Championship. Oh, now I'm up 51%. Let's go. But there is a trade that I'm thinking about right now taking. Let's go to that. Let's take a look here at SUNE. Do we go with some penny stocks? Oh, we're going to be degenerates today, Michael. We're going to be making some money. I'm going to look at some degenerate trades to start with, and then I'll be looking at AI trades towards the bell. It's 9:14. Can we get a runner before then? Can we make some money before then? Everyone's looking at this 3. I'm sure I'm not the only one. Where is my degenerates in the chats? Come on. You guys know my penny stock challenge is out there. What's going on out there, guys? Who's getting after it? Who's taking that money? Nigel, what are you looking at this morning? What are we looking at? Tack, what are we looking at? The Crow. Oh, you looking for some juice on Natty? Man, well, give Michael some of that Beano and the hit it and quit it trade. I don't think it goes with the Beano, but hey, that's just life. Let's get after it. We got football this week too. No, yeah, we got real football this week. And if you watch soccer, I believe you can only watch it in Spanish. But that's just my personal opinion. Watching it in English is kind of boring. But oh, Michael got the rug pull. It's an Apple type of day. Pull that rug, Apple. Pull that rug. Apple needs some AI help right now, and it's going to come out with it towards 1 p.m. So you traders, don't forget, in the world competition, you might want to be trading Apple. It's going to be moving. That I can guarantee you. We'll see what happens out the bell here. But looking into some plays in the market here, we can talk about what's going on in the market too. There are some headlines out there, some overnight driving, right? There's AI conversation. There's Alphabet with an $80 billion raise, right? So keep a look out there. It's an upsize. It's offering to $85 billion during the week. Friday, Meta dropped 5 to 7% on that report, right? We'll see what happens there. What happens across the board? We'll be watching it. Of course, Marvell and certain names jumping right back. A lot of AI conversation in the market today. And of course, Apple's keynote is going to be the highlight event today. What do you think about Apple and going into Gemini?
Yeah, they announced that. I'm just worried it's going to take them too long.
Right?
Right. They announced that, they were basically giving up on making Siri not dumb. And they did that like 6 months ago. And I'm like, okay, like, hurry up,
But why not just make your own? Or did you just admit defeat with that?
I'm all right with that, right? You know,
All right.
just pay. It's if you ever worked for a tech company, that's always like the biggest question. They call it the build
It's-
versus buy debate, right? Do
exactly.
I want to hire someone? You know, we talked about how Zuckerberg's paying a dude like $1 billion. Like, do I want to hire people and set up a firm and, you know, kind of do all this just to compete? Or do I just go and pay them a licensing fee and just use? And the beauty of that model is that if, you know, they suck, they can go do something else, right? They can just go and, hey, it's like, you are bad. Let's use Perplexity or Anthropic or whatever. And rumor is that I read somewhere that you'll be able to choose, because if you have, so you basically have Siri as the front end, and then you'll be able to go into your settings. And like for me, who pays for like a Claude Max account, I would love it if Claude was the guts behind it. I'm just worried they're going to Applify it too much, so there's not actually going to be like a chatbot like we know it. They're just going to put in a bunch of features. That's kind of what they've been doing. Like already in the native email app in Mac OS, it can like respond to emails for you and summarize and proofread and all that kind of stuff. You know, we'll see what they do. I think one of the main things that people are watching is this is Tim Apple's his last go. After this, he's out. He's like,
It
peace,
kind
I'm
of
done.
sucks though, because it kind of what came in the last couple of years. I mean, yeah, some services came out from Apple, but where's the innovation? I don't know. I think it's
As
definitely
a Apple
a
shareholder, I'm just happy it was one of like the top performing stocks of all time. Dude created trillions of dollars in wealth. You know, maybe not like a fancy, I don't know, a robot that flips up or down or whatever people want, but I'll take the nice uptrend
I would have
this
took
thing
the
would be
Apple
great.
car or something like that, or
I don't know if I'd buy an Apple car. I got all the Apple stuff. I don't know if I'd buy an Apple car. But yeah, he started like go to like a monthly chart. Uh, he started like way down here somewhere. So from $50 to right again trillions and trillions in wealth. I think he was crowned as like the biggest wealth creator of all time, and which is hilarious. You should go on a date with Kathy Wood, who was crowned the biggest wealth destroyer of all time. They could have like a celebrity cage fight or something like that. That'd be great. But yeah, so that's and Tax got it right. Apple and Google have already had all these deals. Like Google pays Apple so that when you buy an iPhone and you open it up for the first time and you type it, it uses Google, like when you search things. So they've been paying Apple a bunch of money to get into their phones for ages. So I think it's just one of those, might as well just continue the deal. Maybe you pay us a little less, maybe we pay you some, and then we don't have to worry about building a thing. If Gemini ever starts sucking, we can just jump ship and go to something else. As somebody who, again, is an Apple person and is increasingly annoyed with how dumb Siri is, I'll take anything at this point. Give me anything. Give me Perplexity. Give me, you know, Anthropic. Give me anything, because right now it just can't do the most. You can ask the weather, and that's about the only uses that we have for Siri's. So yeah, give us something, and as Apple people, I think we'll be really, really happy.
yeah, we'll see what's going on, guys. Are you guys ready for the competition? Don't forget, set your defaults. Make sure you're able to put a little bit of a practice order in, those types of things. If you're not checking, well, guess what? When the market opens and you're all mad, well, I'm sorry for you. You didn't check prior.
Well, and that's a good, right? And you can just grab something liquid. So I'll open up the SPY here. That's a really good point, right? You see, I've got one share highlighted, and I'll just click like sell ask. Okay, well, an order came up. Great. Can I move it? You know, can you move it around? Can you do something? Can you say, okay, sell bid? All right, boom. Okay, now I'm short one share of the SPY, and you can just do these one share. You know, you're given a pretty big account, so that one
Oh,
share shouldn't do anything for you. So take your trade and go, okay, right. Make sure you can move your stop loss and your take profit and all these things, and just get it all geared up and do it now, and don't wait until
don't
uh,
wait. Don't be that guy.
don't wait until the market
All
opens and
mad
then
at
you're
me.
fumbling and you
All
know you
mad
get
at me because
all mad.
you didn't check, right? That's the truth. And another thing, set your defaults. If you have them set in another account, they might have switched over. So sometimes that's another thing. You don't want to end up buying one share of something that you wanted to get 1,000 shares of. So set those
Yep.
defaults. That's one thing that traders I know sometimes get frustrated. They're like, "Oh no, but I bought one share." Well, I'm sorry, we can't give you another 1,000 just because you intended to buy another 1,000, right? So
Well, and
get
that's
after
real
it,
trading,
traders.
right?
Yep, that's how it is.
That would have happened in the real world, right? That's why people who get mad at that stuff when it is, paper trading and eval accounts and all that stuff, I just kind of put my hands up and say, well, in the real world, right, you're going to make mistakes. You're going to have problems. You're going to have issues like that. It's just the way it's going to work. So you might as well make those mistakes early and then create, standard operating procedures, that kind of thing now, so that when hopefully you pass an eval and you're trading some real money, you've got like a checklist, right? You sit down every day and your checklist says something like, check your defaults, put out a test order, right? Do all this stuff so that when the market opens, you're not mad, right? And I've always noticed that's the difference between, professional traders and amateurs, how much they cry about that stuff, right? Someone goes, "Oh, that sucks," and they blame themselves and they create a process so they don't do that thing again.
That's just how it is, man. And I think it's just a part of the game. You got to be able to work and make sure that you're ready to go, right? Have yourself a checklist, ready to rock and roll. Who's ready to rock today? Let us know in the chat. I'm pulling
It's
up some
OCC.
specific rules here for you guys in a little bit to kind of make sure that I nail these rules down for you guys.
Tax talking about OCC. That might be one for the degens to go over. It's an interesting look, right? Big push up, comes back just a little bit and then goes. Well, we got Intel up 10%, 11%, GLW up 10%, Lilly up, SOXL ripping, even some of these energy names like Oxy's being talked about a lot. What a good day for a competition. Obviously, we have to plan these things well in advance. So, there was a chance that this week would have been the most boring week in the world, but we got SpaceX coming out at the end of the week, and we had that, pretty active day on Friday. That's going to create a little bit of a ripple, I think, for the next couple of days. The market's just going to see, okay, do we just rip back to all-time highs, which I hope we do, just so I can see people get really, really mad. Nothing too much. I'm just looking here on the economic event front. Well, there's nothing until Wednesday.
There's one key thing I think everyone needs to know about the accounts tonight is there is no subject to overnight buying power restrictions. The only restriction, though, is that you will be auto liquidated at the 350 mark. So there's always that liquidation. You'd have to reopen your position if you wanted to keep
But
that.
you can hold overnight still.
But
That's
you can
interesting.
or open. Let's say like you want to take a look at some earnings streams or something that's going on after hours, right? Well, feel free to go ahead and trade, right? Make sure you, of course, toggle that overnight order so you don't get mad at us and hitting us up in the chat. I'm trying to put in an order. Why won't it go in? Well, did you toggle overnight? There's a little button. It's very important to make sure that you toggle. So make sure you're toggling that, and you guys can have some overnight execution. And we'll see what happens. Let's get after it. Competition account. Let's go.
Well, Oracle still. I was like, man, is there even anything still going on? But Wednesday we got Oracle. Thursday we've got Adobe.
There's
Lennar.
names.
So there's a couple. It's it's sparse, but there's a couple you could look at.
Will
You
it
could take
move?
some degen action.
Right?
Adobe, I think definitely, yeah. Oracle, I think you're definitely going to get a move in Oracle. You're definitely going to get a move in Adobe. These are the things that everyone's trying to bet. Is this thing bankrupt? Is it not? Right? Are they going to survive? So that would be a very interesting one. Pretty beaten down going into that earnings report. I just figured it was all done now. Feels like we're going back to the other time.
So the question is, Crow and Tack, are you winning the competition? If you're not, then I don't know, man. I'm gonna have to put you in timeout in the chat or something, because you guys better be in this competition. Not we ain't friends no more. We ain't friends no more. I want to see you guys take it. What's up out there? Huh? I want to see you guys on the screen come battle. Don't forget, at the end, it's going to come to a battle. Who's getting to there? Who's getting the potential here of 10K? You win the whole comp. You win the first qualifier. You get that 2K. Then you win the end. There's a potential of someone bringing 10K at the that's not a bad return.
And they'd get two
and
fat
some
accounts
evals
too, right?
I mean, along the way. I mean,
what's it, 250Ks?
And you might have some cash to make some more accounts.
Well, you get you get some, and
I would take that money and get get one of the big accounts, and then now I got 3 evals to get after, and boom, boom, let's go. Right, get that big account, right? I mean, I know we're all looking at those big accounts, and accounts keep growing here, so you never know when you might see another big account show up, right? Hint, hint for all those out there. Keep watching what comes out on Trade to Pool. You never know. All right, guys, let's keep going out there. Of course, we got the competition going on. And don't forget, we do have a leaderboard, guys. We'll throw up the leaderboard link in the chat multiple times to talk all about that action. And if anybody's having issues with their competition account, make sure you're reaching out to us and letting us know. We haven't heard any issues, but like always, it's a competition. There's thousands of traders signed up. There's going to be some issues, but like always, keep battling through. We're here to help you determine rules or anything that you guys have of question. All right, guys, let's get closer towards the open here. It's 9:28. We're ready for the bell. We'll see what happens here and what we get into. Can we go ahead and nail it? Hey, what's going on out there? Deutschland. Deutsch.
Getting my bot back to work. It just pinged me and said I'm done the task. I said, no, you're not. Get back in the cave. Get
you're done. There's no done.
Yeah, working on another day trading system. So yeah, get to it. Get to it. SpaceX is going to be interesting. I know just because I already own some, but I have some of this SPCE and I see it moving around the pre-market. If anyone wants to pay attention to that. It was very boring. I bought it like right here on a pullback and it just did nothing all week, but I see it perking up a bit. I was supposed to exit it this morning, but I might give it a little bit of breathing room, see what it wants to do. What's up 5% or so. Could be part, everyone I know in the world, like we're focused on the contest. Everyone else in the world is solely focused on like the largest IPO of all time coming out at the end of the week. So I would focus maybe on some of these space stocks, see if they get a little bit of momentum, a little bit of chatter. If they were going to launch news,
I think you're late though to that space trade, right? I mean, if you're thinking now, I think this has been prospected for a long time. I mean, but hey, I can't blame you for looking for the trade on Monday. We'll see what happens here. If we get the lift, UFO, of course, you can go that way. The one thing that I'd be watching is the ETFs because they have to buy SpaceX when it comes out. So what they're going to do is they're going to sell other positions and get ready, get that cash ready. That's why you saw that sell-off on Friday, guys. That sell-off on Friday wasn't to do with the stocks. That had to do with money managers getting ready because they're going to be forced to buy these stocks. This is the danger part of the market. This is the part that, some people are talking about, the money coming online, right? That causes force selling and force buying. This is the problem that we're going to have this week. This is why you're going to run into some chop.
Yeah, they have a month, right? So hopefully they're smart enough to do it slowly over time.
The thing is with the
15
NASDAQ,
days for the...
No, but the fast rules changed it. The fast rules make them have to do it faster, Michael. So
it's 15 days, right? So, they have to include SpaceX in 15 days after launch, and I think another one was 10. So yeah, 2-3 weeks. Again, hopefully they're smart enough to start now, and to get that going in that 15-week time, or 15, not 15 weeks, 15 days. So 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks they've got to do it. So it'll be interesting. Right. Let's hope they've they've got a brain in their head and they start to do it.
Micron
They don't
ripping up
wait.
there already to 950s. We'll see if that can continue to rally. I'm looking at the AI trades. I had a list that had 37 names, and on Friday, 37 of them were red. Now they're not as red. Only one in the red, right? So that just shows you the destruction that was on Friday. It was pretty red. I mean, every single one of those AI names was red. So let's see the bounce back today.
Look, across everything I've got, right? This is my whole list I watch for the show, and none of it's red. We got IBIT up 5%. We've got SMH up 5.5%. Right, IVG is still doing well. Right, IWM up 1.5%. The Q's up nearly 2%. So pick your poison. But for me, these big gaps are kind of like, okay, let's hang out for a second. Let's see. Let's see if we really get going here. Is this just a little bit of a flash in the pan? And keep an eye on the will they, won't they again of Iran. I know this is going to be a big deal. So yeah, I see the Pakistani Prime Minister urges all sides to exercise restraint and give peace more chance. But that's just more blabber back and forth. I think we want to see something real this time. So yeah, nothing really in the news. Google and NVDA consider Intel as a backup chip manufacturer. That's probably why it was ripping so much this morning. That's a little bit old news. Nothing really new. And like I mentioned, no Forex Factory. And I know Crow was talking about how he loves this site. Again, no affiliation. I have no idea how these guys make money, but just a very good screen of is there anything going on. You can see these are all yellow envelopes, so there's nothing today. Nothing tomorrow. And then Wednesday, a whole bunch. Thursday, a whole bunch. And then Friday, there's some. But then, of course, Friday, we have SpaceX. And just to let you guys know now, we are having a special SpaceX stream. So be a bunch of people here. We'll be doing Friday morning just to kind of hang out and see. Is there a... We're getting the move and UFO that I was looking at, a little bit of a sell there. Yeah, is there going to be like what's going to happen when it launches? When is it going to launch? No one really knows for sure. Generally, I think it's like an hour or two after the market opens. You can expect to see it launch, and then what happens? Does it just fall apart? I haven't gotten my allocation yet, but I still have my bid out there, so maybe I'll be trading it with you guys on stream. Who knows?
All right, guys, first position on in the competition account. I'm long SUNE, Sony. Can we bring the Sunny in here to start the day? Let's go. 3,000 shares. Let's go up there to 314s. Now starting to climb. Can we break 320s and then get into a halter here? That's what I'm looking for. Let's see it. Let's get it into it. Let's look at this. This is a 15-minute chart. This is a trend line break, a trend line scare towards that 1590 MA. That 90 MA cut down. The 280s was the look to look for, and then 3 recovery. Bought there on that 3 recovery, looking for a push right back towards the highs. Could get up there to 350s on that first real drive. We'll see if it gets to that 350 and then wants to go to 4, and we can make ourselves a nice gainer here. Taking a shot here to start it off in the Sunny. Watching the market overall, I'm not going to try to jump too quickly because I do see some mixed noise. Now technology going red, cyclicals going red, energy, basic materials, health in the green. Industrials is an area that I like. Farm and heavy construction doing well today. Areas that I like there, CNH, Deere. I like Caterpillar. I also like AGCO. There we go. Nice action there on Sunny. I'm about to add here on the 320 break. If we can break 320s, I'll go for an add, and then we'll just keep trying to ride it up there. Let's see if we can get it going.
A little bit of a bot issue this morning. It was all me. Okay, change that. There we go. SPY selling just a little bit here.
I thought you were going to have the bot doing the competition account, man.
That's the game plan. That's what I tried to do. I messed it up, but so we'll point it. The problem is I need it too, right? So might see some orders coming through here. Yeah, I just cranked up the risk to like $250 or something a trade, and we'll just let it go. Because remember, you do have a stop loss. It's way bigger, with a large account, but you do have that stop loss.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
you know,
the
make sure you're not
competition
going
account
crazy.
isn't too big either. It's, I think I have 30K. So the buying power,
I might be looking at the wrong account then.
I think that's what's going on there.
Okay. I'll take a look at it. We'll figure it out.
All right, we'll see what's going on out there, guys. At least
But
that's
yeah,
what
we can go
my
and take a
account
look.
says.
We can periodically go and look, do a little refresh,
How we doing out
see
there?
what's going on there. We got Jorge still doing. I think we haven't updated yet, so we might need to wait. It's probably going to be like an every 15-minute kind of a thing.
Do I still
Here's
got
some
this zero trade that's yeah. I'm
nice.
still
Is
up
it working?
51%. No.
Hey, good work.
I'm still up 51% on that trade that I don't know where it came in from. But hey, let's cake it. I'll take what I can
Trading
get.
world champion. Yeah, so let's a little Rambus trade going on, a little bit of a pullback there
Yeah.
so shorten Rambus for that name right there. Add to VOO dips. Yeah. Market is just chilling so far, right? A little bit of a pullback makes sense. I'm not worried about this at all so far, right? Coming down just a bit. You can see what happened in the pre-market. You know, when you come in the Qs and the IWM and everything's up 1 to 2%, you want to take a little bit of a breather and say, okay, it would make total perfect logical sense if we just hung out for a minute. So that's what I expect the morning. Maybe we come in a little bit. We try to scare some people. I expect probably a pretty decent day today. Obviously, I've got no crystal ball here, but I
Problem
would
is
say
the problem is you got such a ride up in the morning. That's the thing that I think people are
right.
not forgetting about, right? Like, you can't expect just a straight move up. It's going to come back into probably 50% of the action from Friday
Yep.
into the action right now. So my fib people would be loving that conversation because that's what I would be thinking about. Can you pull back and at least put a little bit of some dent back? That was about like an 18.66 move on the Qs. So maybe like, I don't know, like 9 points, some points down here at the gates. We were about like 720. So maybe we get down there towards like 711 and then come back. That's kind of the way that I see it. I don't expect to just straight move back up. Reason why is not that the AI trade is broken or anything, is that you're starting to see what middle of the time frame moving averages starting to get pulled back into. That's good. Let's break the short-term moving average. Let's break the buy the dippers on the short-term moving averages, and let's go to the medium-term moving averages, the 21 EMAs, the 50s, or the 50 SMAs, or the 30, whatever it may use. But that's what I'd be thinking about right here. Are they going to just stuff the buy the dippers on the 9 EMA, right? So like, let's say like Micron is on that perfect daily 9 EMA. Look, it can either recover, go back to 1,000 today, or it can drop fast. And I think it drops fast out the gates. Comes back closer towards 800 by the end of the day.
And the amount of people that were like
I got short Micron on
surprised.
Friday. It made like $1,500. That was a crazy trade.
Yeah, the amount of people I saw like shocked that the market. I'm like, man, we just went up like 20% in a straight line. You can't be,
At
you
some
can't be
point.
shocked that you gotta shake the trees a bit, right? You gotta make people a little nervous every now and then. You just can't rip it forever. The fact that we saw that push down in semiconductors and the rest of the market held up okay, that's great. We talked about, we even got a little bit of a pushback from the chat when we started talking about healthcare and stuff. And they're like, no, you just got to look at Micron. It's going to go to $1 billion. What are you doing? And then they'll look at this move over the last 3 days in healthcare. And then you look at what happened to Micron. It's like, yeah, it's still up big. It's still a great looking chart. But when you have these kind of like cracks, these parabolic moves lower, it's like, all right, you need a little repair time, right? You need, maybe that's only a couple days. Maybe it's like 5 days.
Like
Great.
on a penny. I hate the penny stocks, dude.
Oh no. I'll hold the screen. But the yeah, so maybe you get a little bit of a push down that takes a while. It's great. I am glad that I have my money in XLV, and I'm glad, even though it's down a little bit today, I got my money in XLF. Oscar ripping another 5% day on this thing. Imagine not owning Oscar. Couldn't be me. What a wicked move on this thing. Absolute rocket ship. Speaking of, I didn't end up taking a discretionary. I'm going to start letting in like one discretionary trade a day thing, but I figured this might be what happens in space names. They gap up and then roll over just a little bit. I was giving that SpaceX just a little bit of time to try to get a move there. I'm hearing a lot of beeps in my ear, so I know a lot of trades are trying to take place. They're just not yet. I may have these pointed to the wrong account anyway, but we'll see. But Rambus, we have what? We have COO, a little bit of a pullback on that COO play. Now, geez, looking down, Oscar up 6% on the day. It has almost tripled from those lows, which is just crazy for a healthcare stock. Yeah, we've got the prediction challenge. Again, if you're just joining us, because I see people kind of, finally finish their coffee coming in. We got the trading world championship going on here. So you can sign up, I think still. I don't know if there's a chance to get on or not, but
you cannot.
You can't
sign up now. No, there's
Come
no
watch,
signing
though.
up now. Like I
Still be
told you
fun.
guys, I tried to tell you all week last week, dude. I tried to
we've
tell you
got,
all week to sign up, because if not, you were gonna come on Monday with tears.
All
With
together.
tears.
What's
But
all together? Ooh.
you gotta sign up. You gotta sign up earlier. If not, you don't get in.
And we've got we still got some fun stuff to do. There's still prediction markets that you can play with.
Yeah.
A lot of fun stuff, and just come and hang out. I don't like this. It looks like the bot's shorting everything on planet Earth here. Short some WDC, some SIVA, some ON, some Rambus. We're taking the bets. We're taking the bets.
There you go. At least it's taking bets. Better than not
know.
taking bets.
I don't know if I like them, but it's taking them.
Hey, that's why you bot trade, right? It's not about what you like.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's so many times that a trade comes through and I'm like, that is gross. And then it ends up being like an amazing trade. I'm like,
It's
all right,
the hack
sure.
ETF, but the hack ETF to the bathroom, just hacking out.
Yeah, just okay, whatever.
Hacking out that trade.
That's the point of statistical arbitrage, as the fancy nerds call it, is you're looking at those stats. I'm very excited about this strategy that I'm coming up with now. It's using 15-minute candles to trade with, which I think is a little bit of a good middle ground of, and if that works, right, that'll be an interesting day trading strategy. I'm going to open up an account just to trade that the way I've done with all the others. See if I can pass that. Yeah, big pop there on Rumble. Nice looking little move there.
All right, taking a little trade here on the swing account. This is separate from the competition account. This is just a swing here. Short Micron. Yes, you heard that right, guys. I just got short Micron. Ooh. I don't mind taking in the competition account also, but I'm really been trying to nail this. So I just took it off the high of the day. It went towards like a high of the day break at 960s and then pulled back there. Now I'm just looking for a complete wash down. Like it shouldn't go right back up that 1 minute high. So I can do a really tight risk to reward trade that could be potentially like a 10-to-1 look. Yes, 10-to-1 look. So to me, 10-to-1 looks means you just set it and forget it type of trade. This is exactly what I did on Friday. I opened a trade that was like a set it and forget it type of trade. And I got in here at just after the open. I walked away. I came back at 350 and was up $1,500. So let's go. Let's see what happens. Let's go, baby. Can't go wrong when you're making money like that, right? Especially when you can take swing trades like that, right? They're different. I don't have to watch it, right? If it's going to trigger me out, it's going to trigger me out through the highs. We'll see what happens there on Micron. So,
still just trying here for my SpaceX allocation, but no news yet. I keep checking. I'm looking over here. This is my where I put my real account, my swing account, and I've just got that sitting there. I don't know how this will be my first on this particular broker bidding for some. I hope I get it. I don't know, obviously, but I'll keep you posted if I do. That'll make for an interesting stream if I actually have 6 figures worth of SpaceX. And you can watch me sit nervously to see where it opens. I will be dumping it on the open. I'm just trying to get that difference between 135, which you can get the allocation to, and generally speaking, it's going to open higher than that. I'll be taking that money and, I don't know, buying some beer or something with it. If it opens down, I'll be doing the same. I'll just be taking my licks and move on, not planning on holding it.
You know
too
what they
much
say,
here.
right? Heaven, there ain't no beer. That's why we drink it here.
Zach saying you need to become a turtle trader. I have some turtle trading type strategies. A lot of what I do is short term, mean reversion. But yeah, I'm always working on more weekly kind of trend following type of thing. I like to mix both just because of the very low win rate in trend following. I like to grab something that's a much higher win rate, which is just more mean reversion in nature. Marry the two. That's my. I'm not a purist, I guess, like some people out there. But SPYs were trying to reverse higher. So this is our first 15-minute candle. Bit of a topping tail, bit of a bottoming tail. But I could just see it trying to pop back up there. And then same with the Qs. See the Qs holding much higher to the high of the day. I think what we're doing is trying to work off this. We had a nice rally in like even the last hour or so into the open that we're trying to work through that. We're trying to work through that right now. Yeah, tons and tons of trades, all shorts, which some of them are actually working, which I'll take. Especially when the market's moving higher.
Yeah, well, I mean, market's not really doing much right now. It's like it's almost trying to decipher. If you look at the 15 minutes, they're red candles. It's just hanging out, and it's energy that's up. That's the only thing that's really up. Technology is a gap up, but from the open, it's at 0.06. This is why I pay attention to from the open, because that tells me what? It's just a gap up move. It has nothing to do with the actual liquidity open. I like liquidity opens. Those tell me more, like energy up 1% from the open. That's oil going higher right now, right? So USO is one name that you can watch for maybe moves right back up. Gush is a nice leverage trade, right? If you like to, like if you're looking for competition account action, that could be one. Ooh, I'm seeing Micron starting to reject. It didn't get through that high or holding in here now.
Down a bit here.
Can I get that? Can I get a short there? Can we go stocks? We going SOX today? We going SOX? Let's do some SOX on the competition account.
Yeah, trying to dig in here. Right? Qs are pushing a bit lower. I wonder if it's going to be one of those days where just everybody gets mad, just frustrate both and all sides. It doesn't rip to new highs, doesn't just hangs out inside of yesterday's range, which again we are. And one thing I always try to remind people is just that there are so many systems and algos and everything that say, hey, if we're inside yesterday's range, take the day off. Just way less potential direction. You don't have stop losses, things like that. And if you look at the SPY, it is just smack dab in the middle of that Friday's candle that looked a little bit gross. So it could be, just prepare for some potential chop.
The long 2,000 shares SOX there. I would get more, but I still have a lot of money in Sunny. I have 6,000 shares of Sunny at 287, looking for a pop through 3 and then just lift off. Of course, we know how the competition accounts are. This is the type of trade that will definitely make my account if I make it here. So what I'm trying to do is just build a nice competition cushion. This is a stock to do it for me. I was watching it in the morning. I'm gonna watch it now. And why? It's the top of my gainers and losers list. It just gives me potential that if there's a name that might rock it, it might be one of those names, right? Relative strength. I'm playing it. Let's see what happens. Stock that's starting to play in there. Now we're starting to see a move there in the market.
I said it before, but these competitions are amazing. To do this, like swing a little bit harder, take some experiments, maybe trade some ways that you might not normally, right? Have fun with it, right? But use them as learning experiences as well,
Oh
because
yeah.
you know, if you win, you're gonna get some cash, you're gonna get an eval account, and then hopefully you learned a little bit on the way where you can take that cash in the eval account and turn it
Oh,
into more
let's go,
cash.
Sonny.
And, you know, that's the idea, is to take the cash, stack it on top of the other cash, have a great time.
All right, Sonny's trying to get going here now.
A SPY bouncing just a little bit. We're inside that range. We're inside that prior day's range. So we need to something to kick us, and we know it's not earnings. We know it's not, you know, something that has a here we go with it. No economic reports. So it's literally just tweets, breaking news, that type of thing. Which I've got my eye on the streets here. I'll let you know if I see anything, but we're just not there just yet. Qs, you can see, I mean, 15-minute candles, but if we go into like a 1, down, up, right? This is chop in its purest form. IVG is flat, semiconductors, same thing. Down, broke highs and back down.
This
Maybe we're
is
coiling back up
oil
now.
going higher, gush
Yeah.
going higher. So I think this is
Shaking.
the chop type of day. And another thing is, if you didn't play the morning action, will it just be a tough open? I think that's clear as day. We're already seeing it. It's going to be a tough open. Why? You don't want to give the day traders the easy ability to position right now. Like the market doesn't want to do that. It doesn't want to give you the easy way to position. You might take all day to develop the actual trend on the day. So what do you need to be doing? Deeper time frames, making sure you're not getting caught too much in the middle, right? When we get caught in the middle of the charts is usually when we struggle, because our risk to reward usually gets thrown off completely. Like if you're like a 2-to-1 trade, now the trade is more like a 1.5 to 1 trade, and then it just doesn't work, right? Keep your mathematical probability in your favor. That's step one as a trader, right? And making sure that you're in the right risk to reward plays. Let's see if we get some real down action in the market now, especially those tech names. You can watch it on the XLK. You could also watch the SMH, right? Just look at that. Look how it's sideways. Wick, 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 wick. What's going to win here? I think you watch the 30-minute candles. You watch the 15 minutes. Those are going to tell you 30 minutes is still green, can still recover above 600 for an SMH, and then drive right back through that 600. If we reject here, I think it's back through the 590s. That's why I'm just taking risk to reward, right? That's 3 points up or 2.5s up and a potential 7 points down, right? So I'm taking the risk and reward bet there, but it also makes sense to kind of look at this in both ways, right? So we'll see what happens there. Sunny rejecting that break right back through threes. I'm getting close to cutting it. It got close. I got back to break even, and I have 6,000 shares. So we'll see what happens here. Success starting to really hold in here. That's why I'm thinking about cutting Sunny. One of these trades are going to go, and I want to keep the one that's in the green and trim the one that's in the red, right? Trim the weeds, go with the winner.
Trim the weeds, water the flowers. Great way to do it. And yeah, you can see this is the opening print on the SPY, and we're right there. We moved up a little bit, down a little bit, hanging out at that opening print, having a time. So good time to watch like individual sectors and
XLF holding
spread
in.
out individual names, right? Like just XLK is up, but we also have XLV that's looks like it's looking to break out here, and then XLF looking like it's trying to move higher here. So when there's chop in the overall markets, you focus, right? You focus in different names.
All right, guys, gonna try to take a trade on Deer, swing trade. This looks like it wants to break 600 today. I'd take a really small shot here to see if it wants to break to 600. So that's like kind of the mentality you need to be having here. Looking kind of like a cup and handle pattern here. Pulls back to like 587s, 588s would be a nice looking shot here. And I'm talking swing trade, smaller trade, need to get in and then let this type of work. But Deer looks good off the 600 break. Also AGRO. Is that AGCO? Another one that is up my alley there. Pakar is another one. I always talk about PACR. That one looks like it wants to recover 120s today. So I was trading Pakar in like the 110s also, so it looks good. There's Sunny. There's the Sunny. Now the sun is starting to shine upon us. Let's see it go now. Let's go, Sunny. I'm bringing the limit right behind it now. I'm showing up some bid support. Let's see it wants to make the move, wants to break 3 and rocket into first place. What is first place? I'm trying to rocket into first place here, guys. So I am seeing the Micron short work on the swing trade. That's going to be another trade that I could take on this account. But how am I doing that? With success, right? Well, there it is, guys. 2,000 shares long there in the green. Now both trades going green. Let's go. Let's go. Sound that alarm. I'm bringing that money with me and celebrating. It's the Trading World Championships. I came ready to rock and roll. The question is, did you? And are you bringing the money bag with you? Because we celebrating today, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's make that money. Let's send her. Let's send it. Your girl, Melinda, got... oh, there you go.
Melinda Gates, is that...
I guess that's my friend. And she could be my friend. She got a lot of money. Let's go, Micron. Look at the toilet flush there. Mitch with the call on Micron. Boom, goes up to that 950. Gives you the look like we're going to break out. And the flush. Send her down the toilet. It's going down. She goes and down goes the toilet. Let's go. Let's flush it. Up $100 already on Micron. Willing to step up to the plate here in the swing. But that's a nice little first action trade, right? I have a pretty good amount, right? I have almost like 5K in that Micron trade. So now it's time to let it go. Let it get back down to 900. Let the Qs start to fade and look for what holds here. Is it going to be energy? Is it going to be defensive, right? That's what might make a move here. So discount store is doing well today. There's your look. BJ, it looks great. Ollie's, Dollar Tree, Costco, Walmart looking great there. So you guys can look for that recovery. Also Target in the red today. Look for that maybe to go green right here. So those are trades that you can be setting up for in the trade department. I actually like that Target look here off the weekly lows. You can bet off weekly lows here right around the 121 spot. So I might take a shot on that.
Oh, so here's what's going on. U.S. deepens role in Israel-Iran conflict. So war, I guess now. That's what maybe if I was just trying to figure out what called, because that was, it's not dramatic. If you zoom out on the Qs or the SPY, we're still up big. We're just coming in a bit. But that did seem like a decent little sell-off there. So I was trying to figure out why. And the only news I can see is just more talk, more back and forth with this Iran thing. And barring any economic numbers, barring any real big earnings that we care about, this is going to be our entire focus is what is, which of these is going to the will they, won't they? Are we in war, at war? Are we not at war? Is it open? Is it not open? That type of thing. And that's just the only news that I've seen. So a little bit just more chat going on there.
If you're looking for growth and value and a name that's been ripping as of late, and I talked about it early, like when this move first started, Crocs has been on a big rip. I think I brought it up and Michael was like, I like Crocs. That's the only thing I can remember in the conversation. The shoes with holes, man, showing back up, guys. Just if you guys want a stock that has momentum, right? Sometimes we need to stop looking at just technology names and go with the flow, right, Michael? So you go with where there's some strength. Look at that chart. Does that look pretty strong to you late? Yeah. Doesn't want to pull back to the 9, just pulled back on Friday and then launches with a gap up move today. So that's one that I'd be looking at to see if it continues off of that 121 bottoming action right now, breaks to 125 and rides higher. Right. So I'm just giving you guys trades there. I also took Target. I'm already in the green there in Target. It's lifting off there. I tried to give you guys the quick trade setups based on what relationship plays. Always the macro top-down approach. You guys got it there quickly. I hope some traders were able to react.
Yeah, it's one of the beauties too of of systems trading is just saying,
DraftKings
you
looks like
know,
a good bet, guys.
you you shouldn't care what sector it's from. You know, it should be one of those. If it is the most boring thing in the world, but that's where the momentum is, that's where the interest is, all of that, then you got to trade it. You know,
Like
TAC will
this
tell you
DraftKings.
as systems traders that or as turtle traders, you take the breakout. DKNG. Yeah, DraftKings, little red to green there, little red to green action.
Doing really good in the SOX trade, at least for the competition account. That I'm going to go back to break even, just let it work. Won't lose on that trade. Looking for Sunny to get deep into the green now. It needs to rip above threes. It got up there towards $3. Didn't get that big breakout. I'm looking for it. It needs to happen now. If not, it breaks to 250s. So another trade you can be looking on. Why not short Money Mitch? If you want, you can do it, right? I never get mad at you. I take trades based on what I see out there. DraftKings is a trade idea that I like, Michael. Why? Because, of course, you're going to get this betting. You're going to be betting here on the Trading World Championships, right? Looks like Flutter Entertainment's already lifting off there, $4. So, you know me, I like to play relationships. Flutter is one name I'd give you guys. That's FLUT, and then DraftKings off of that, right? So I'm a relationships guy. If I can't catch the leader, I catch the laggard, and that's why I went DraftKings.
Yeah, I like that. Systems traders tend to sit further back from their screens. I've noticed the same. Right, we're less in it than everyone else. We're like, okay, you know, we'll kind of let it work. So I always see me do this with the mic. Zoom back, but yeah, still shorting everything in the world. Happy to do it, I guess, for now. Up a very slight amount of money doing it. You know, so if the market pulls in a little bit more, that's going to be good for
trades,
the day
right?
trading system.
Cyclicals are up. Cyclicals are bouncing. Those are the trades that I'm taking here. I have 2 trades on, and I mentioned also with the Crocs trade there too. So there's trades. It's just rotation, guys. Rotation's on, and rotation can be fast and wicked. That's exactly what I'm seeing. Fast and wicked rotation. Defensive, cyclical, energy at the top. What does that mean? That means clearly a value trade going on. Now, how long does this last? I mean, that's up to you, right? But I see gambling at the top. I'm taking some gambling trades. You can also go speculative right there. You can go SBET. You can go RSI. You can look at SRAD and Genie, right? I'm just naming things. Apparel stores doing well, right? Look at Duluth. Perfect example. Had earnings today, came back, now almost ripping $4. It's up 15% and pushing towards 4. So that could be a small name that we could take a bigger shot in the competition account, right? It's a $3.84 name that just had earnings. So Zoomies up 9%. Tells you what? Yeah, the clothes are up. There's a stock that always gets shorted like crazy, Children's Place. That stock's having a nice action to the upside. A&F up 5%, 4.96. This is why I look into the market, guys. A lot of people don't do this. They just know, like, they see the market action today, like the SPY coming down, and they're like, oh man, the world is going to the toilet. The tech stocks are. That definitely we can clearly see right now. But doesn't mean the whole market is. Look around. You might find some trades. That Micron trade really going down now, 919, almost breaking towards the 900 spot. That might have been the best trade there for the competition account. But hey, I took it in the my eval for my swing, so not going to be mad about that. Look at Micron continuing to flush down here. New lows. Let's go. Healthcare starting to push there now, Michael. So major drug manufacturers are definitely targets. Look at Lilly pushing. Look at AMRN pushing today. So take a look into that space. I would definitely be watching those names.
Oscar up almost 10% today. Just
MRK looks awesome.
Insane. I think the total value of my Oscar trade has overtaken the total value of my even MindMed trade at this point. Not because I've been buying more of it, just because it's almost tripled now off the lows. Just insane. And yeah, you know, we talked about this when everyone else was focusing on, oh, you know, the only thing you can look at and the only thing you can talk about is semis. me and Mitch were saying, okay, well, what's next? Right? Where, go where the skate where the puck is going. Don't skate where the puck is. That's the quickest way to kind of FOMO yourself and potentially have a real bad time.
Yeah.
Try to figure out what's next. Sometimes you'll be right, sometimes you'll be wrong, just like anything with trading. But that's why we were so focused on healthcare and why I bought so much healthcare. Is that this is right? This, when it was down here and holding, I talked about this little gap down and then rip, and this is where I kind of started buying. And you're getting that same thing when, and I got pushed back too when I started talking about software, when I bought it right in here as well. It's like, this is where you don't want to buy the thing that everyone loves, because then everybody already loves it and the edge is mostly gone. You want to buy the thing that everyone hates, and you want to start looking at it, not just blindly because everybody hates it, but you started to go on. It's like, we weren't on stream, but in our little WhatsApp chat there, I said, I think it's probably time to start buying some crypto. And on the weekend I did. I bought a little bit of Bitcoin, I bought a little bit of Ethereum, a little bit of these cryptos, because it was like peak. Everybody hates this thing. And as soon as you got a little bit of a bounce there, you can see now we're actually even back above on IBIT where we were here. And it's actually holding on the day pretty well. So the Qs are coming down. Where are the Qs? Yeah, the Qs are coming down off the open. IBIT's hanging out right near this pre-market high. This is interesting to me. Might want to look at some of those crypto. You can either do, the crypto ETFs. You can also look maybe at some of the miners, that type of thing. But yeah, this is just how the market works. Is everything? Everybody hates everything all the time, and those are the areas where you want to go. Okay, it's time to get interested in those things that everyone hates. And when everybody loves everything and say this is the greatest thing ever, oh man, how dare you talk about anything but MU? You're like, all right, well, now we're probably getting close to a top. You never just want to take that trade, because those emotions can last way longer than you think they can. You just wait for your moment. You take the other side of it. It's why one of the things I'm working on is a commitment of trader setup, where if everybody's long, I'm just basically shorting on every bearish candlestick. And if everyone's short, I'm buying on every bearish candlestick or bullish candlestick. And there's a lot to be said to just doing the opposite of what the masses are doing out there.
Yeah, always. I think it's important. You look into it. The key I always think is I just look at sector equally weighted outlooks. That's what always gives me the edge over too many people stuck in either the spider or into micro analysis. What do I mean by micro analysis? They're too stock specific and not sector industry specific. That is the biggest defining thing that I see in traders. And what I think is the biggest defining thing that I see in swing traders is that they're focused on themes. Themes usually align with what? Sectors and industries. So it's a combination. That's why I tell you guys all the time. That's why I look at sectors and industries, and then I pull theme style mentality, right? The combo is really the powerful stuff, right? You're combining a top-down approach that the institutions do versus combining with relationship trading, which is what a lot of retail traders love, right? And so that's why I think it works, right? You're combining professional approaches with momentum trend trading styles.
Well, yeah, and a very basic and I think universal truth that I won't get any pushback on is most traders lose money. Most hedge fund managers underperform the S&P 500, right? There is no smart money out there, right? There's, good traders and bad traders. Again, most hedge fund managers don't do very well. Most retail traders lose money. Most retail traders blow up their accounts all the time. So if you start with that premise and then to say, well, okay, well, what about they do the opposite, right? So, Tax saying he calls it the other side of the boat trade. We, in my old trading firm, just called it the Costanza trade from that episode where he's like, I'm just going to do the opposite. And then his life became amazing. I remember he was walking up to like hot chicks. He's like, I'm fat and unemployed and live with my parents. And then for some reason she liked him. It's the same thing.
Have you ever
what?
ran a reverse spot?
To do the opposite of my trades? No,
Yeah.
because I've tested everything. I don't
Have you
trade
have
anything
you
unless
have
I've
you
got
ever
25 years of data
tested
that it works.
have you ever tested, so like of course it's not a back test that you can do, but like test on real, shorting all your calls, your subjective calls.
Subjective ones,
Yeah.
no, but they make money, so it didn't do that. But I have done what I have done is I've had ideas. I'm like, well, I don't know. Let's use a random example. What happens if you buy the 200, stocks that are selling hard in the 200-day moving average? And I've back tested those, and the back test was so bad, like the line just went straight down, that I'm like, And I've just flipped that idea and saying, okay, well, maybe you do the opposite. I've done that a few times. Some actually my best trading strategies are looking at the conventional wisdom and testing that and having that be just the worst imaginable strategy, and then saying, well, what if I do the opposite, and then actually have that being a good strategy. And I know not just myself, I know a handful of other traders who have done that, very same thing. Or when they get a strategy, maybe the strategy worked for a while and it starts to degrade, and it starts to degrade so horribly that they say, well, what if I do the other side of that? Myself personally, no, hasn't really been a problem for mine. But yeah, I've taken some strategies where people, for example, a practical one is people say, oh, you sell when the RSI gets over 70. Now, if you test in the market the exact opposite of that, buying when the RSI gets over 70, you make a ton of money. And that's just like the complete opposite of what the textbooks tell you to do.
Yeah.
There's a lot of strategies that work just amazingly like that.
Yeah, it's just an interesting one that I've thought about, and I just think about it in the math way, right, Michael? Like if I've taken a lot of swing like accounts and swing trades, and it's usually right around the same accuracy rate, right? It's usually between 20 to 40% accurate. And so I'm just thinking about it and I'm like, well, if I can consistently do that, well, could I consistently just reverse that and make it 60 or 80%
Mm-hmm.
in a reverse manner, right? Just
Well,
thinking about it on math sense, it kind of makes sense, but then of course you have to actually practice it, right? So
Well, and the co-host of my podcast, I remember he has a simple opening range break strategy that he traded for years. And what he did quite often is he looked at the ones that failed quickly and just really studied those, studied all of his losers, right? It was a winning strategy. He was making money doing it. But instead of like trying to get more out of his winners all the time, he just heavily studied the ones that failed and failed quickly. And then he was able to come up with a strategy that got out of those and then flipped the position. So then he basically built two strategies out of one. He had his opening range breakout on
exactly.
gappers, and that made him money. And then he spent so much time focusing on the ones that didn't work. He's like, okay, well, if basically the rule became if it failed in the first like 5 minutes of the trade, not only get stopped out of the trade, but short
But
it.
now do this.
And that ended up
Yeah,
being a second good strategy.
I
And
agree.
yeah, so that kind of stuff I think is great. We don't want to spend a lot of time looking at our losers because it's like it hurts emotionally.
But you can learn.
But
You
yeah,
can
it's
pull
learn a
data
lot
from
from it.
there, right? And
Yeah.
it's just you just have to be open to it, right? And it's like it's almost like a hard thing to say, right? Like I'm gonna go and then take trades and then just take the complete opposite. But I don't know, man. I
Hmm.
mean, it if you can do it and it works, that's what really matters, right?
Yeah.
Um, but hey,
Well, and I think it helps
just talking
reframe it in your
about it,
brain,
right?
right? You say, okay, now it's no longer a painful thing if it's a learning thing. If you can develop a second trading strategy based entirely off of it, I think that's
Yeah.
great.
I mean, at the end of the day, what we're here to do, right? Make money, right? If you see the money stack up, trust me, even if it's fading yourself in the long run, as long as it's making money, I could come in here every day and fade myself as long as I would be making money every day, right, Michael? I mean, I don't think you'd be mad.
Mm.
I don't think anybody would be mad because at the end of the day, we do this game, and yes, you can try to drive to your ego and try to pull that, but we all know that egos doesn't bring the dollars. So At the end of the day, what we're here for is the dollar signs, and I think that's massively important, right?
Well, and
All
the
right,
best
guys.
traders
Did we get an
don't
update?
just
I'm gonna
don't have
find
the
out on
ego, right?
the leaderboard.
Yeah, you go refresh. But yeah, the best traders I know are not egoed people, right? They're chill dudes, right? Everyone has an ego. You can't get rid of it, but they keep theirs in check. It's like we
Oh
talk
yeah,
about a bunch, right? If you see a trader that talks in absolutes, then you have to be worried of that trader. Because if
always.
they're saying, yeah, the market's going to go up, or this is good, or that, and then you hear professional traders talking like, I think, kind of, maybe, probably, like words
Yep.
like this. That's because they realize they don't know anything. They're just making it up as they go along with everyone else. So you might as well just caveat everything. What they call it, like a Grand Rapids hedge, where you're just yes, but, or no, but, or yeah, I think so in some way, and yeah, just have a game plan there of just to keep it separate, keep your ego and especially your politics. I've seen so many people blow up because they love this guy or hate this guy or whatever it is, and they end up losing a ton of money because they're not able to stay unbiased enough from
Johnson and
politics or
Johnson.
whatever.
Johnson and
You going?
Johnson. It needs to come back for me. It did like the ugliest stop out. I ended up eventually getting this trade negated, but I was in Johnson and Johnson on the recent rip, and it's looking prime to me. I think sometimes like charts just look prime, and when those charts look prime, like when it's like a long trend, like 6 months, I tell myself often, stop double, triple, quadruple thinking things. Just look to see if there's some type of catalyst that could come into play. And then all you need to do is see then is the volume or sector or the industry doing well. Check sector, check industry, check catalysts. Coming up, Johnson & Johnson is going to release a new surgical tool for surgical operation. So that's going to be a catalyst that comes into play. Everything's looking good. Charts looking good. Everything checks off. That's high conviction trade. Take the trade. Stop thinking. You know what I mean? That's the way you need to develop your kind of checklist, especially as a swing trader. Bring in those variables,
And
check them off, and take the trade.
always recommend the book, The Checklist Manifesto. I think it's one of the greatest books that
I
has
like
nothing to
that
do
one.
with trading that is great for traders. Yeah, just a great book to check out.
Nice mention there.
Johnson popping higher here. Qs, right? Just nothing. Right? Here's our opening print. We've moved almost nothing from it. It's important to go to the daily chart. Big red candle on Friday, and we are pretty much right in the middle of that candle, just sideways
Looking for another
consolidation
leg
here.
here. I'm looking for another leg down here, guys. I think it's 50% retracement, perfectly in play, and then we're getting the move down. So dead cat bounce here on the Qs, at least for the short-term trade here. I think if you get back above 720s, you can really start to think that, yeah, this trade can come back here. So this is the V bottom attempt, right, in the short term, right? If you just drew it off the Qs from like the morning action, Friday action, you can draw a V here and see if it holds. If the V holds, you keep playing that upside. If he starts to break, you can be careful. That's the way I'm thinking about things. Right now, the V is holding, but could break if it starts to break that low in the last 15 minutes, which was at 713.
Yeah, the Stoneman saying the Market Wizard book comes out tomorrow. I haven't started listening to it yet, but I got it downloaded in my Audible right now, so I think it's out now.
Yeah, I think the text version's coming out. I think there's a
okay.
yeah.
So, yeah,
So I have like the old one. I don't have the new one, of course, but I'll get it. It's not a bad thing.
There's like 5 of them, and this new one's going to be interesting because it's going to have people like Lance, who's the greatest prop trader ever lived, Short Bear. I wonder if they're grabbing these. And the powerful thing, and we'll talk about it. I'm going to start listening to it. I got to mow the lawn after this, so that's what will be in my ears. But the The thing to know about the market wizards is you don't get to be a market wizard because you showed a guy like 5 trades you made that were great, or you don't get to be a market wizard because you showed a couple calls that were fantastic. He grabs audited, third party, like big broker audited financial statements going back like as at least like 5, 10, 20 years for some cases. So if he can't grab your broker statements and go to Deloitte and Touche, and for some of them, he wants to come to your house and have you log on to your broker and scroll around, and they get, again, show me your tax returns on how much money you got taxed off your trading. Show me. So like these guys are legitimate, 100%, because it's the guy's rep on the line. He's been doing this for probably 50 years. He's been writing these books. So it'll be very interesting, especially because a lot of them are like anonymous Twitter users. They could be faking whatever, but all of a sudden, when you're in a Markets Wizard book, I guarantee you haven't faked nothing, because he's gotten your shit audited. He's talked to like the IRS about your tax returns. And if you don't let him, you don't get in the book. So it'd be very interesting to see, some of these guys with way different trading strategies than the typical, right? Draw a couple lines, take a trade. I'll be interested to hear about them.
Definitely, indeed. We'll see what happens out there, guys. Smash it up. How's the trading going out there? Trading? What's going on?
Yeah, short bear, someone's saying. Even in coding, most of the time guys fall in love with one programming language and they forget about the rest. Right. Well, like that probably will go away soon with the advent of AI. I think the language is going to be way less important than, can you actually do the thing? The bot's pretty good. Like I actually have my system over there running through AMI Broker, which they have their own language, AFL, and that's I use a lot of as well. ABAT, someone's trading a bat. You're trading a bat.
A bat.
What is a bat?
That's
American Battery.
It's a lithium battery maker for specifically the reason why that one has a great tailwind is because of the Canadian move for EVs. I don't know if you've seen that, but it's a big move that's going to require the Canadians to buy more. A lot of batteries are being drawn over, but it's a lithium play that could be making bigger moves. So not a bad name mentioned there, ABAT. I like it. All right, guys, starting to see a lift out there in some tech names. We'll see what happens there. Setting up some stops and got an attempted run there in Sunny. We'll see if it keeps going.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The Qs are just starting. They're trying here. Trying to make a move. And this IBIT chart is really interesting to me. Bitcoin just chopping right at highs the whole time. So a little bit of a push there on IBIT. We could break out. Again, talking my book because I bought a bunch on the weekend. I like the fact that everyone hates crypto. So I want to be involved the best that I can. Give me something that everybody hates and I'll just make a list of them and I'll wait until it looks good. And yeah, IBIT is starting to look interesting.
Wrong with that.
RSP, new highs here on RSP. So your average stock is doing well. It's a huge, I quickly glance at the breadth indicators. Huge breadth day. Like everything is doing pretty good. From the close, right? From the open, things are a little bit harder.
Yeah, that's the problem. Everyone's loving life. The problem. That's why that's such a deceitful statistic. Oh man.
Depends on your time frame. If you're a swing trader, that's really all you care about, right? If you entered on the close, that's all you care about. If you're day trading, then yeah, you should look at from the open a little more. If you're a swing trader, all you care about is where is it up from when you bought it, which was probably yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, if you're already in, right? But I feel like it's so deceitful in the intraday. All right, got a little bit more of DraftKings building up positions there, and the competition accounts still just hanging out in those. Probably going to get stopped out in the SOX on the pullback. It is pulling back there. I'm not going to let it go through the lows, but we'll just keep kind of hanging out in the trades. Not much going though. Not much going, right? It's been a very slow open here this first hour of the day. And what did I say before? Like right at the bell, I was like, watch for the chop session and for the first hour, the day traders not to get the trade, right? That seems classic right now. Why? Because you
Well,
just
yeah,
wanted them to stop out a bunch and just get worried and create the panic and flow and not go anywhere.
it's
And
yeah,
not go
we
anywhere.
made the move. You know, this is big gaps are a pain in the ass for day traders because the move's already happened. It's why you won't see a lot of day traders necessarily liking ADRs
Background coming
or
back.
foreign companies as much as they will US companies because all of the everything has already happened. Over, if you're trading something from England, well, the news is already out and things are already baked in, and yeah, it's just the way it happens. Marvel.
All right. So now is when you start to look for that drive now.
Ooh,
So
yeah.
we can start to look for it now, guys. Why? I can see it. What happened? Last 5 minutes, I have a scanner from the open. I have a scanner from the 5 minutes. Now technology up 0.22 from the last 5 minutes, and it's the leading sector up. So now I look to see if tech catches fire, right? Not before that when it was in the red from the open, but now it's starting to jump. It's green from the open and up 0.2 over the last 5 minutes. It's higher than it is for the whole day. So that tells me momentum is picking up now. I already got out of my micron short. I took my 40, 50 bucks on the swing. Just had to stop there. Got triggered out. I'll take the money. We'll see what happens in some other trades now and looking for them to ride up. Target's still doing well there. Still looking like it wants to break 123. I've added on Target on pullbacks. I've added on DraftKings on pullback. And I'm also I'm fully positioned on Johnson & Johnson. ASTI, solar name that I'm looking at for maybe a potential pop. I'm watching solar names. Semiconductor equipment names doing good in tech. Computer system names starting to bounce back. Your quantum names getting the bounce. Of course, it got hit hard. Look for maybe Quantinium. I forgot the ticker. KTUM? No. Quantinium. Quantinium. The QNT. The Honeywell quantum stock. Looking good off the 60, 80s. So look for that. Well, it's a spinoff, right? Would it be considered a new issue or spinoff? I don't know. What would that be officially called, Michael? Maybe just correct me.
Yeah, it's technically right. We only have 1 day of data, but I'm looking at TradingView. It's got 3. It has never traded before, right? So I'd always look at that as a new issue. It's
New
part
issue.
of something else, but it's right. It hasn't been its own child.
Technically, still a new issue, but
yeah,
just a spinoff from Honeywell.
Most will trade that as an IPO.
Look to see what happens, right?
INHD, this thing is insane. And from $1, it's like quintupled. Something about using AI powered smartphones for sales calls or something is the news I read. So that's a big one. So yeah, we're getting that at the same time. We're getting the SPY pop. We're getting the Qs, trying to get close to highs. We are getting IBIT getting right at highs as well. It's a nice move there across the board on a lot of these names. We have an update here on the page. Let's see. Not yet. I will come back to you when we get some sort of update on I'm going to do an ask. Just to see what's going on with the scoreboard.
All right, we'll see what's going on out there, guys.
Yeah, this IBIT is really interesting to me. It didn't really participate in the sell-offs with the market there, or the pullbacks. I guess sell-offs a bit of a dramatic word, but it just hugging right at highs. This is pre-market. You can see we got to that price. right when the market opened. Again, this is a 24-hour asset that we're showing 6.5 hours of, so it's a little bit different. But you can see how important this kind of $36 is. If you look at the actual crypto, go to BTC USD, you can see how important this zone is, kind of 63, 64,000. If that ends up breaking, maybe this was just a little bit of a fake out. We start to move higher there on crypto. A lot of people kind of left, looks like, said that's enough, I'm out. If again we get that reversal on those people, that's great. Also, we'll probably end up seeing that. I've got one Twitter account that I follow that's just the liquidations. And it just seems like every day it's like 100 million of shorts liquidated, and then you look at the next day, it's like 100 million of longs liquidated. Like, come on, guys, can you learn? But the fact that a level's getting defended like that, it could be one of these like liquidation events, Jones, right?
Guys,
just trying to see if there's anything
adding into Sunny
news.
here. I'm taking the big shot of the day here. It's starting to juice up. Let's go for it. Sunny, bring in the sun for me. Bring me into the light, as I like to say. Will the sun shine on me today? Let's find out. Trying to get sunny with it.
The only news I'm seeing is Sam Bankman-Fried officially files for a formal pardon.
Guys,
you can file for a pardon.
Just
like you
throw
can
Andrew left and throw SPF in the same cell.
I'm in favor of like boxing matches. You know what I mean? Like just like let's have, isn't that like what the gladiators used to do?
Man, you know they need to bring back the celebrity death match with the clays.
Yes,
the clay
those
matches,
were hilarious.
And then just bring it back. Like I wanted to do one of these because remember there was like that whole fight with like I think it was Musk and what was it?
Zuck and Musk. Yeah, we're gonna fight.
I wanted to do those in like kind of the clay form. I mean, if anybody is a graphic designer out there, you do this right now with AI, I guarantee you go viral.
But do you see how much work that claymation stuff is? Like you take a picture and you move it like a little inch. You take another picture.
Guess
and you
what?
Just
we don't need to do that no more, Michael. We have AI.
Just AI. Yeah.
Just AI it, dude.
Tell
all you
AI
need to do
it.
is you probably do like 10 positions, and it could do the rest in between. You might need to do some. Right, I would say like my knowledge of how AI would work, you would need to do something, right? Take a lot of high quality pictures of some setup, but then it can fill in the rest. You can't just do it out of nothingness, right? Like always, Michael, you and I know how it works. You need to feed it some data.
Yeah,
feed it some brain, right?
That's what, and again, I'm doing this course. I'm doing like a video or 2 a week, should be out pretty soon once the editors get to it. But that's a lot of what I'm talking about when it comes to using AI to help you build systems or help you find ideas, right? You give it a couple charts, you give it a few, you give it some sample code, you give it whatever it is, and you give it a little bit, you say, it's why they're so powerful, is because I feel these things are like personal to me now, because I'm like, this is the way I think about systematic trading, and this is, what I look for when it comes to a statistical analysis of a good strategy, and you kind of, you grab its hand, you hold it as it walks down, and then it gives it a goal. It says, oh, okay, instead of just build me a great strategy, make me a ton of money, you're saying these are the milestones, and this is, so you give it a little bit, and it gives you way more back, which keeps us employed, at least for now. The fact that you got to give it a bit there.
Still seeing names like in the apparel names and the cyclicals still doing really well. So that's kind of the area that I just see working. Industrial is starting to push. So I would talk about that. Trucking is really lift off. I've talked about those names, ODFL, XPO areas to look at in there. You're looking at as a nice space. Another area that's been really hot is the renting and leasing space like URI and SunB. SunB is kind of a relatively new name. That's Sunbelt Rental Holdings. So just trying to bring up some new names out there that you probably never heard of. And then Rider System, also a part of that name. And just to mention, Car is getting a lift. It's a part of that rental and leasing space, right? That's an industry move.
Yeah, I caught an upgrade this morning. Um,
You know,
that's an interesting looking chart, right? Obviously, you got to kind of ignore this huge rip up and then just completely fell apart, came back in, but then like, you know, a little rounded bottom,
I'll be right back, guys.
yeah, little cup and handly, that type of thing. I know. I think it was Crow that was looking at this, watching this for a breakout. That's as kind of cup and handle look as you can get. You just kind of have to forget that this happened, and just kind of look at the chart from here on. Right? It'd be good if you could just look at the chart and cut this part out because this was just insanity, and then say, okay, well now maybe. Right? Don't use that as an anchor point that's going back to 800. But you buy it at 185, maybe it goes to 200. That's a little bit more of a reasonable ask than to try to get these things just completely ripped up there. Yeah, still in car 142 is your price in car. Wow. Amazing trade there. Looking for answers here on getting a response. So on what's going on. I'm sure they're working. I'm sure we have our top men working on the leaderboard. And when we get some sort of answer about that thing updated, we'll show that to you, see who's winning, see who's losing. It's definitely not me. So, you know, they're working. They're working on it. But, you know, we'll end up getting some sort of response there. Taking a look here, we're getting some bleed back down in silver. I'm interested in now a short on silver. I showed you guys, I've been trying to find the charts. I don't know where I got them from, but I showed you guys the analogs of what happens when silver crashes, did a parabolic move and completely crash in the past. Remember, I brought those guys to you when we did this crash. And so far, it has been absolutely lockstep where you have a parabolic rip, you've got a crash, and then you get nothing for long periods of time, and then it slowly kind of bleeds its way back lower. It's starting to look like it might start that bleed back lower part as we're breaking down all support here and pushing lower. So I just want to kind of focus on that there. I don't know if that's going to happen as easy as that, but I am potentially looking, and there's it's ZSL, I think, is the inverse. Yeah, so that's the inverse. So I would just basically be buying this. I'd put a stop probably in like the 18s, you know, below this base right here, and just let it rip. That would be the game plan there if silver continues, because as the Qs are coming up and we're actually making new highs of the day and we're trying to break out pre-market highs and all of that, we're getting a bit of a push down in the silver space. So we can't get going there at silver at all. And the fact that the Qs are moving higher at the same time that oil is, it's really interesting to me, right? There, generally it's been the flip. One goes up, one goes down, but having them move in lockstep like that is something that's super interesting.
All right, guys, we'll see what's going on out there, guys. See some industrials holding in here and still trying to get sunny with it. So we'll see what happens. I did take a swing on Deere to the long side. I got Johnson & Johnson, DraftKings, Target's in the green, riding higher. I see DraftKings pulling back a little bit there. Still haven't got there he goes. Now I got that last ad there on DraftKings. Now fully positioned in about 100 shares at 25.01 for DraftKings. There we go. Now we're getting some sunny action, guys. I am full position, full port long on sunny. So getting after it. Let's go.
Yeah, oil did a little bit of a pop there as well.
All right. So the 15-minute chart really looking good on sunny now. It's developed, it's built, now it needs to go. So the pattern set. Now it's time to see if it's going to go into the light, right? So it's been working all morning long sideways here, right? Looking for that action to start driving. It's had its pullbacks, right? So now we just look for the drive to kind of play in, right? So now it needs to go into liftoff mode. Let's see what happens. Can we get that drive up above the threes to the 360s? We'll see what happens there, guys. Let's keep pushing. All right, guys, what's going on out there? How we doing, team? I can talk to you guys about some trades out there, and I'm seeing some semiconductor equipment names starting to push. That's going to help some tech names lift. I'm seeing a name like COHR also getting a lift there. So we'll look to see what happens in that. This is a nice little AI name that's doing well. So you want to start looking for the names that are holding, right? Apple, of course, has its report tonight. It's starting to make a move there. Apple starting to push 312s. I told you guys Apple could be a name to buy today. It was on the playbook. There it goes, up there towards can it get to 315s today before the event, and it could be a takeoff with that name, right? You're also seeing a nice takeoff in software names. You're seeing a name, I can give you guys some of those software names that are doing well here. Duolingo getting a nice little lift off up to 118, almost what is that, a 10-point rally? I mean, that's a pretty good rally there. You're seeing a bunch of these names starting to lift now. Apps is another one that's starting to push there. Unity was on my radar today. Let's see if Unity starts going. It's on the 9 EMA. That's why it was on my radar. We'll look to see if that makes a lift as some of the application names to see if they want to push. We'll see what happens out there. Traders looking good. Also was looking at AGCO, but ended up taking Deer. I like this AGCO also. It's just a smaller name for a longer term position. Deer, though, I took a little bit of Deer here, looking for the move back up towards 597, and really want to see a breakout above 6 for Deer on the daily. Longer term pattern could break out above 6 and really start to go back, let's say 660s on a bigger weekly move. We'll see what happens there, guys. Software application being some hot areas, semiconductors holding in there. Some smaller names kind of showing up on my scanners, but Skyworks doing well, Poet bouncing back today, and the Penguin Solution. Did you know about the Penguin Solution? The Penguin, man, the Penguins. I did not know about the Penguin semiconductors, but hey, holding strong out there. All right, how you guys are doing in the challenge out there, chat? Let us know.
Yeah, IWM coming in just a bit here. Just hit that pre-market high and a little bit of a spike down, but a decent little move there. We got to keep an eye on IWM. Given just a bit back. So, yeah, watching here on the healthcare space, digging in. We've got semiconductors hitting highs, and then let's take a look. Where's RSP? Yeah, RSP is selling in a bit. So we're getting that rotation just into the areas in which we care about, which, right, semiconductors, that type of thing. So, yeah, the rotation is, are we just rotating right back and where we're going to be back into semiconductors, back in the Qs, kind of ignoring some of this other stuff? Could happen. So we just need to keep that in mind and have a plan. Right? You got to be fast on your feet when it comes to these rotations. They happen fast and loose here. Oscar just continuing to hold near size. Watching this one to take a little bit more out when I can get it. Look at the long-term chart. Right? The whole premise was looking for a break of this and starting to sell into that. That's exactly what we're getting. So I've got some orders a little bit out of the money. Any more of a spike today, I'll be unwinding a bunch of this position, holding a little tiny bit with a trailing stop. But this has been an absolute banger. It's been up 132% as of now on this Oscar position. It's just wild.
There you go, man. There you go. And they say trend trading doesn't work.
Yeah. Well, and this was, the same setup that I've been talking with you guys all the time, right? It has this very clear support, did an undercut of that support, then ripped back up through.
That's
buying it right here, and then nonstop. So it was like, $12 or so, and now we're up to 26. So there's your doubling a bit. Yeah, none of my trade is registers except for the trade I didn't take on KWE. Yeah, I think this KWE thing is like a placeholder. I think it was like a testing thing. So don't worry, we got top men because KWE is not a ticker. So there's no way that you've traded that thing because it doesn't exist. It just seems like it's probably like a placeholder they put in a price for and some shares just to test. I'd like to brag that I'm 5th on the leaderboard, but I'm certainly not.
I don't know what's
So,
going on with that leaderboard.
yeah, they're working, I'm sure. Top men and all that.
No idea what's going on there, but trying to get it for you guys. Trying. We'll see what happens with that. All right, guys, let's keep going. Let's just trade the accounts, make the money. We'll see what happens there. Who's in the lead? Well, I'm sure we'll let you know at some point.
Yeah, and that's the thing is you worry about making the money first, and then worry about comparing yourself to others second. Because if you're not making money, well, you definitely know there's somebody out there. So many people in the competition. There's somebody out there making money. So make sure that's the thing you're focused on. Because knowing where everyone else isn't going to help you win the competition. Making the money is going to help you win. So when they do get the leaderboard back online, you're locked away and ready to go.
Well, you guys know how it'll go for me. It's how the sunny goes.
Give me my Facebook or my SpaceX allocation. I just keep refreshing it. It's like, come on, I'm in there. Basically told to give me a decent amount. As I was going to say, as much as you can, up to like 6 figures, and then stop. If that will be another thing. Again, I'm planning on being here. I know Jesse's planning on being here to just chat about on Friday. We are going to be doing a SpaceX stream. That's going to be a big one because we're kind of in this zone where everything's done. The filing is out. We know that the people who get allocation are going to be getting it at around 135. So they'll get their 135, and then we just wait to see what it opens at. And if it opens higher than that, it's a successful IPO. And if it opens lower than that, it's not a successful IPO. Whatever happens after it opens, it doesn't really matter for the success of whether or not taking it to market made sense. It's because, like myself, I bet you there's going to be a lot of these people who get allocation that are just going to be sitting and hitting that, just waiting for it to open with their feet on their desk and hitting the market sell button as soon as they can. That's the strategy that seems to work. Unfortunately, not everybody can get in on those strategies. I don't even know if I'll get my shares, but generally speaking, it's not an equitable thing. It's like I always do the IPO allocation thing is like airlines. If you are a high net worth person, you travel a lot, airlines treat you amazingly. And if you are an average person, you don't travel very much, airlines treat you like absolute crap. And that's the same with these allocations. You're gonna get it or you're not. And then if you're buying after it goes live, like say it goes live at 200-300, you don't want to be doing that. And then the news will always anchor to whatever price it went live at, as opposed to the actual allocation price where those people got their shares. But Q's breakout here. Finally, it was came up to this pre-market high and the high day, popped around there for a while. Nice break. That's, I think, what we want to see to have a potential move higher, is just to have that finally break through there, get a little bit of excitement and momentum in that area. So push up there. SPY as well, IWM lagging behind here. So the rotation is back on. We rotated into, we rotated back out of.
I'll give you a trade to watch. What about Carvana here after the split? It's on the recovery. Carvana. I'll show you guys. CVNA.
Yeah, people love those. It's so weird.
Auto truck dealership coming back.
We're
split.
We're humans like that. It's such a human thing to go, oh, I didn't like it at 1,000, but I like it now at 10, even though it's the same value of the company. But it's just how our silly brains work. It's why Buffett never split.
I think 4,000. I think when you get into 4 digits, it just gets difficult. And yeah, but you also restrict let's say a lot of like these smaller accounts to come in. and try to take a piece, right? But there's been fraction trades and things like that to try to
There's
help.
fractional shares forever. Buffett was quoted as saying, right, he never split Berkshire Hathaway's because he didn't really want the smaller trader or investor. He wanted people to hold for a long time, but B, he didn't want people investing that couldn't understand the concept of, right, you're taking the pie. It's like the same pie and you're just cutting it into smaller pieces. It's the same pie anyway. So he was just like, I don't want to have to entertain those people kind of thing. But
Yeah,
IWM's trying to perk
it's a
up
float
here.
thing, right? I don't like the float to get too high either. Like I don't like a too big float, and I don't like a too little float. Right? There's a middle spot that works. Um, you bring
And
the
that's
float
why
too much, and then it can't move.
Well, yeah, and it all depends just how much retail you're looking to attract versus institutions, because the institutions are smart enough to know it doesn't matter if your stock price is $5 or $5,000, right? It's all about what is the market cap of your company,
Exactly.
and retail doesn't. So you keep it low if you're very worried about retail, and that can be kind of deemed as a sign of weakness if you're trying to go out, because retail is going to be a weaker hand than an institutional player. Yeah,
Man,
Marvell, people are talking about trying to perk up there.
pretty much. I mean, tech is holding in. It's looking good. I think at this point, we've talked about it. We started to see the names that you needed to see at the top. So you see semiconductor equipments making new highs. You're seeing technical instruments doing well. COHR highlight on that area, and then of course consumer electronics. Apple now pushing almost 2%. Talked about that trade before the open as they have their event today, and they're doing well. And then now the quantum names are leading the computer system names. We talked about how that would be kind of the area to watch there. IonQ, Rigetti pushing strong there. Velo, another name you can look at, pushing above the 17s. QUBT above 1050s. So a lot of good action there. Now starting to push there. SanDisk up 2%. You're seeing the action that you need to see. Now you can start to look at names like, let's say, RCAD and the drone names. Look to see if those start to get going, right? RCAT, your UMAC, right? To see if those start to move. You can see how they're starting to lift, and that's just the space. That's why I tell you guys it's not stock specific, it's industry specific, and you're seeing it now. The only industries that are down now in tech is health information services, some electronic components. So there's consumer electronics that are doing well, and the electronic components that are down. Internet and content information, another area that's down. So that'd be like your Meta and your Google.
It's been an interesting day, right? XLF I'm seeing down a bit, and XLV is pulling down just a little bit as well. Still up on the day, but a little bit of a topping tail there. And we finally got the breakout in IBIT. Never mind. We did a second ago, and then we just pulled right back down. So it's not a huge momentum going on, but like the gentleman coming in talking about Marvell, I think this is the move now, is you just mark the high of yesterday, right? Because if you look at the SPY and you look at the Qs, we're kind of still right in the middle of Friday's range. And not too good, not too bad, whatever. And then you look at like NVIDIA as a semiconductor, that's still just lining up with the Qs right in the middle of that range. Then you go look at a Marvell, that's breaking out of the high of yesterday's range. So if you want a really quick and dirty relative strength, relative weakness kind of endeavor, I think you do it like that. You just say, okay, let me anchor everything to Friday's high. And if we're above Friday's high, you're relatively strong to the market. And if we're below Friday's high, you're kind of in line with the market. If you're anywhere near Friday's low, then you're really weak, because right, the market is nowhere near Friday's low. And that just lets you objectively look at these different names and say, okay, are things moving better or worse in the market? And you don't need to think too much about it or come up with crazy rules. How'd we do based off of yesterday's or Friday's sell-off? Better or worse?
Looking around out there, I'm seeing like shoes doing well, Crocs continuing to do well. So that's cyclical areas.
I'm gonna go put on my Crocs right when we're done
There you
in
go.
what, 5 minutes. I'm gonna go do the yard. It's probably there's someone who's like a safety guy, like losing his mind because it's probably like the least safe thing to be walking behind a lawnmower with a blade spinning at like 1,000 kilometers an hour. Um, but yeah, that's my bumming around the yard shoes because you get them all dirty. You just take the hose to them. Same reason the wife wears them as a dental hygienist. Gets all filled with spit and blood or whatever. You just hose them
AEO.
off and away you go.
That's a nice trade there. If you're looking for a trade that could be coming into play, rotation, AEO, American Eagle off that bottoming action. That looks pretty bottom to me and looks like it's starting to come back. Strong day. We'll see what happens. AEO.
Wow.
AEO, American Eagle.
Still up double from the
Yeah, it's still
Sweeney.
doing really well. It's still doing really well. I mean, if you look at it and you scroll back, and that doesn't look
It
bad
just shows
overall.
there
holding in.
is edge in, I forget the guy's name, but he was in one of the Market Wizards books and he just called it social arbitrage, but essentially just understanding the change in trends of what people are buying. Like I haven't heard of that
That's
Sweeney whatever girl in
that's
ages.
1000% what you want to be using. Social arbitrage is a great method, right? I mean,
It's great. I think
op-
he's
open your eyes out
Yeah.
there, right?
he's
That's
in
what-
the unknown Market Wizards. Guy turned he's like 10 grand into 3-4 million, and that was his whole thing. Like Celsius was one of his big trades way back. You're talking a long time ago, and he just noticed that the kids on college weren't grabbing as much monsters as they were Celsiuses, and that was kind of way back here at $5. And then he rode that thing into the hundreds, and a couple of those in your life, and that's all you need.
Yeah, I could have told you that in the pandemic. I mean, I knew that the Celsius in 2018 and 2019 they were starting to take over. That was when Bang first came out, and Bang adjusted the energy drinks. Why? Because this was an energy drink with zero sugar. And so that adjusted the whole thinking of energy drinks. So then Celsius came out just shortly after Bang, and what did they push? They said, forget your pushing zero sugar. That's a good push, but we'll one up you. We'll make this the what? We'll make this like the sports, like the fitness. This is for fitness energy drink.
And weight loss and blah
Weight
blah.
loss, right? Like
And
this
they
cuts hunger and things like
they can
that.
say it honestly because
metabolic.
caffeine just does. Caffeine is just an appetite suppressant in and of itself, right? So they don't need like you're not lying. You're just saying that everyone else could. And it's funny. I spoke to
Zero
my nephew,
carbs, right?
my nephew's 15. He just started a job, and he came over on the weekend. And he said, "Hey, I'm interested in getting investing." And I was like, "Listen, bud." And I told him the same thing. I said, "Look at the popular kids in your school, like specifically the like most attractive girls, like that clique of, remember the Mean Girls with Lindsay Lohan? Find that
Yeah,
group."
the group you were in, right, in high school.
Oh, I was definitely in the Mean Girls. Yeah, that was me wearing the pink and everything. And it just like I'm like, watch them, and when they start to shift from oh, Nike sucks, I'm gonna wear these shoes instead. I was like, look it up. If it exists, buy a couple, and you'll do way better. I'm like, look at what video games you're playing. What's what is the thing out there that is coming into and out of favor? And I'm like, you'll probably do better than most the money managers out there because you've kind of got boots on the ground. What stores are people shopping at? That kind of thing. And that's the Peter Lynch style. Now for us, you take those and you try to combine them with technicals. Like, yeah, it was good to be in CELH at 5, right? But for us, you could have just drawn a trend line or done something, and when it did nothing for a long period of time, and then had that wicked gap down, you're out. So you're right, you 10x your money on it, and you're having a great time. But just have that out. I think that's the problem people get when they trade exclusively off news and trends, is they just don't know how to manage it. So just have your game plan on
100%.
when to pull the shoot. And I think that kind of social arbitrage stuff is really cool to look at and maybe combine with some technical analysis.
It makes complete sense. I like it. I definitely think it can definitely work. And I always say that's one of the best ways to find a new product, find something that you believe in, right? And you're not thinking short term in that, right? You're thinking long term. Like let's say like a Planet Labs. I liked Black Sky at first. Why? Because it was the cheapest satellite to put in space. So that was BKSY, and so that just made sense to me. If it's the cheapest one, well then maybe Black Sky gets a lift, right? Planet Labs had the best imagery, right? And so you want to know those types of things, right? What is this company really best at? What's their competitive differentiating factor? Compare that to the competitors. Take a shot, right? That's just simply what it is, right? And if you can do and combine those things, you just might find the next big thing, right? But you just want to find that. What's the competitive advantage? Asking yourself that one, right? Is there really a competitive advantage, right? Are they different than the competitors? If they're the same thing, then that's just like, people will like come in and out with different trends. But there's nothing like when you can like make things become like a verb, or right, like you don't call a ride share, you call an Uber. Even when you're calling your Lyft, you're still calling an Uber, right? That type of thing, right? That type of thing is what you want to be thinking about investing, and that really changes things. All right, guys, we're going to wrap it up here. 11:02. We're going overtime. We got to get out of here. Hope you guys have a great one. Take care. We'll get you guys over to the scanner. Wish you guys the best of luck on the competition account. We'll get you guys an update as soon as possible.
ideas that I'll run by you after this.
We'll be right back. So yeah, why is Mike? Why?
Josh,
What's up?
I just switched us, so at least we have cameras on us now, I do believe.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So I'll continue to try to fix this up a little bit, but I believe that we are now live and audible. We have
Yes.
INHD on the screen. Are you saying INHD is on halted though? Because I'm seeing it frozen
No,
here.
it halted. No, it did halt. It halted again. It was about to halt, but it didn't halt. And when I was adding into it, and then it flew through that into a new halt up, 11:45 halt up time. Are we on my screen or your screen? You're showing your screen, right? I don't know.
We are showing my screen. You're welcome to take the reins whenever you like, but it was just
I'm good. I'm good.
not
I'm in
going through
currently. I'm in currently on this play on INHD at 1069 a share, 1069 a share, 500 shares right now for the move up. We are halted up at 11:45. It's showing right now possibly a gap up to 1266 on INHD here. So looking pretty sexy sauce here. And yeah, go back to all the way earlier in the day. I was in at 350 for a dip buy. That happened right at around about an hour and 5 minutes after the opening bell. As we swoop back on down there, Steve Atronius.
I like that one. It's a new one.
Yeah, Steve Atronius. That's your Greek name. Back in the day, you were like a Greek god. Steve Atronius. You have not
like a gladiator name there. Yeah,
literally right. But yes, right there. Boom, nailed that. Then it worked its way up. Fat fingered like an idiot out of it. I was like, no. So imagine how I would have been still holding this player, right? I would probably still have that 1-2 shares, like always, whatever. Okay, so then I just took the liquidity sweep back down to 550. So then I got in again, waiting for a good proper pullback. Got in at 550 just about 30 minutes ago, right at about 12:30, 12:35, I should say, Eastern time. So that last quick solid dip down to 550, I took it. Before it ever flew back into a halt up, I got out in the sixes going, okay, good. I got a good chunk of this. This may start to form a head and shoulders. No, Jerry. It blows straight up through the downtrend there and just squeezes like a crazy man. I didn't see it. I'm like, no, you got to be kidding me. Well, I got to retrade this. I know this. I'm going to get a little chunk of this of what I've missed. And that's all it is. Let me get a little chunk of what I missed. And that's what I'm doing right here. Again, in currently at the 1069 mark, 500 shares. Showing right now INHD, maybe not much of a gap up. So we'll see what we get here, but still sitting pretty up a buck or so. Just trying to get a little piece of this pie. This has a lot of room to run too, Steve. If you want to pull up that chart, this play can go.
Oh, is it not? It's not showing up here. Let me try to fix that.
What's I know, no, I mean the long term.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, like as in, look, there's not a lot of chart to hold this play down. This play could really continue to climb here. Yes, up almost 1,000% on the day, my friend.
Insane. So where do you see this one going to if it can hold or if it can push through this 12 handle? Do you think it has the room to get up to these bigger wicks up here at the 1588, even the 20 handle that I'm seeing on the weekly chart?
Yeah, I think we definitely have that room. At least I'll go right out of the gate 17. Well, it's 15 and I'll go 1750. Now, Can we attach ourselves all the way up that high? That's going to be a real tough task, but I think 1750 could really come into play. And then in the meantime, I think this really has high potential. Just looking even at the chart for itself for the day, this can hold that original high where we just broke out of, about 950 or so. I think 15 is in sight. This may go straight up to 15, honestly, right out of the gate here. This thing is, I mean, again, on a crazy barn burner play. I love my barn burners. So this play is definitely, and I missed out on it. That's why I definitely want to get into where we can put limit orders in when a play is halted, because I would have loved to try to get a dip buy. And they just happened so quickly. So essentially, right when INHD opened up out of that last halt up it had, so the halt up price is right around $8, $7.95 it was almost essentially. Well, what I would have loved to do is seeing if, like I can see on the LULD, if it's going to provide a gap up, put some orders, say around a dip buy area. So where if it would sweep down into, but those sweeps happen so quickly, as you can see how quick it opens up. Quick lower shadow wick, and then boom, it slingshots up before you can even blink an eye. And then I just try to add in once I see new highs as we're about to go into halt up and just continue to get that climb up there. But hey, I'll take it. And we've been getting a lot of these. I mean, over the last, this has kind of been a theme, not as it's super consistent, but a decent enough theme over the last, few weeks here. Me and you over lunch hours have had some pretty good size moves. It isn't always right at the opening bell. I mean, it's like, hey, if you sit back and wait, then you can look at these huge pieces of the puzzle and the pie that you can take a part of.
Absolutely. And sometimes they just give you the kind of, we're unhalted here. I'll save my commentary for after because we're pushing through the 161 fib here. We got 1275, Josh. We got 1350. We got, oh my goodness gracious. We hit the 2 times measured move at 1364 to the penny, Josh. Seeing a little bit of a sell-off. How you manage that little move there?
Still scaling out right now. My highest scale of the day right now is right at around 1308. About to sell the rest of this. This comes sweeping back on down. Here's back to entry price. Got to hold entry price right here. Only in 145 shares still, so we're sweeping back on up. Love to see that real quickly. I'm going to go ahead and start scaling out of this. Boom, we're back up into the 1150s. I'm going to start scaling out of this now back down to 95 shares. Oh, here we go. We're loving this back up into the 12s. Let me get another sell right there, down to 70 shares here. I'm going to start going. We'll go. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Another nice good push up. Can I get that move to 1350? And we can.
Baby.
And we can. And we can here. I'm down to 20 shares. Let's get my 15 handle. I'm down to 20 shares. Let me get my 15 handle, and I'll be good to go with this one. Come on. It's all good. It's all good. This could get a little weak. It's got to push soon here. So I'm in 20 shares. I'm going to go ahead and sell 5 here right over close to the $13 area because it could get really upper shadowy and wicky tweezer chop in the 1 minute time frame. We still have a chance to get my 15 here. That's why I said I think that one is kind of close to being unlocked. Only in 15 shares, 1069 average entry price. I will cut this only if I see below my average entry price at this point.
Love it. I love it. Very cool to see your thought process intra trade here. Even as those 1 minute candle forms, I was thinking the same thing with the potential tweezer top. We did eat that wick, but now we're still in the no man's land. Yeah. Where are we going to close? Right now, it looks like a tweezer top is forming here, right over that $12 handle. Or kind of pivot there. So let's see if it can eat the wick a second time.
Yeah.
They're not giving up, Josh.
No, they're not. They're sometimes I've seen these sudden shoots like we just saw a second ago. We could see 14s here, maybe new high of day, but it needs to usually typically do it in this candle, this 1 minute candle. Come on, push. Yeah. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, light my fire. Give me that barn burner. Come on, don't form a Wolverine clause. I don't want to form a Wolverine clause. I definitely don't want to form the Wolverine clause because I will start to scale out of that. I won't hold till probably entry price at that point. I'd rather take my shares. Yes, push, mush. Come on, let's go. We gotta go. No Wolverine clause. We're gonna come back into play. We don't want Wolverine clause. Stay above 12. Stay above 12. We do not want Wolverine clause. Come on, go. Yeah. So I love this. Is great. So we're up 2 points right now. Yeah, Wolverine clause looking like he's gonna win here. Wolverine. Oh no, he says you can't beat me.
8 seconds. 8 seconds. Baby.
So what I'll do here is I'll scale out because I want to keep this over 12. Still fine with this. That open price is going to be key for me. So right around 11.85 into 12 is when I want to see us stay above, and I'll keep the 15 shares. It's only 15. Whoa. Still, I want 15. Speaking of 15 shares, I want 15. So that's why these shares aren't making or breaking this trade. This trade has already been made. This is just keeping some little skin in the game to go. Give me 15, baby. Give me 15.
It's kind of crazy. I love the Wolverine claws. I've never heard that, but that's exactly what they look like. So I'm stealing that, Josh. But despite the top wicks, this is not giving up yet. And it's really, it's going to be either an explosive squeeze up to your 15 plus, or this thing's going to get pretty smashed. I think probably back down here to 850 or so, fill in this gap. But so far, the bears are just not able to turn the corner. Josh, I always think of these pivots for these kind of tweezer tops or whatever you might call them. It's almost like an arm wrestling contest when it comes back down to the neckline. You know, you're like right at the apex. You're like, is he going to turn the corner? Once you do, then you got the weight behind you. You can slam him down. But if you can't get over the peak of the mountain, well, maybe you just get judo flipped back on down. So we'll see who's winning here.
This is looking good here. We're getting tight. Come on, come on, come on, come on. 1336 is my best exit so far. Let's get something better than that. Come on here, baby. Let's get it going. Oh, we're so close to that breakout. This is like it is like arm wrestling in those. You know, it's like a movie moment of. Oh, what was the Sylvester Stallone arm wrestling movie? It was a truck driver. Oh, what was that in the 80s called?
I don't know. That's outside of my movie scope, I think.
Oh yeah, that was a classic 80s movie there. Yeah, that where we halted. Yeah, where we halted up at's going to be key. It's that halt strategy of mine. So that 1150 area where we last halted up at's going to have to key. Over the top, I think is what it's called. Correct me if I'm wrong. Somebody Google it. Over the top. It just came to my head. I think it's what it's called. Over the top. But yes, it is. Oh gosh. There we go. Right, Steve. But you know, that's Steve. That's one of those classic cult. Didn't really make a lot of money in the box office. I don't really think, but I remember watching it as a kid. So it's Sylvester Stallone. He takes his kid around. He's a truck driver, and he takes his kid around with him. Right, I forgot how it all goes, but he starts entering these arm wrestling contests, and he ends up being a badass, and making it to like the big tournament at the end, and all that good stuff. So yeah, it's one of those classic. There you go. That's what it's called? Is it called Over the Top?
Josh, I was so sure you were making this up. I was like, come on, Sylvester Stallone made an arm wrestling movie like after Rocky. Like he's like, all right, what can we do next? I thought you were messing with people, but no, this is real. This looks like something you would have sent me photoshopped to keep the bit going. And I would have been like, all right, Josh, very good, very good. But no, that's real. So there you have it, folks.
That's a classic VHS tape cover. Back in the day of the VHS, you had the styrofoam in there, like whatever, and you'd go back. Because that was kind of the thing. Like, me and my dad would do that every Halloween. We'd go look, try to get new Halloween movies we hadn't seen, and then we'd always get one based on what was the scariest / cheesiest looking.
Oh yeah, the covers. That's great. Yeah. Josh, what was the one blockbuster cover that always scared you walking through as a little kid? I know there was one that made you shiver when you saw it on the aisle.
Really, for me at first, I have no idea why, but not Friday the 13th, but Nightmare on Elm Street. I have no idea why, but Nightmare on Elm Street and those covers, and then when you'd see those real random ones that I'm talking about that had like all the ghouly ghosts they truly try to make it look as scary as possible up there,
So this one might be a deep cut. I don't know if this is like a movie that other people know. INHD is finally cracking here through our level, the little gap level. Yep. We'll get into more charts in just a second, but do you remember fear.com?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I don't even think it was that scary, but the cover freaked me the heck out, and I just wanted to see if I was crazy or not. And I just looked it up again. It's still spooky as heck. So you know what? I won't spook anybody on chat with it. But that was what got me walking through the through the blockbuster aisles. But guys in chat, I know you've got one that's just burned into your memory when I said that.
What was it? Let's know. Yeah, talk about it. It's the midday recap. All right, I'm gonna start getting out of these shares. So I don't want to lose too much on these final 10 shares. I'm holding them, just letting you know though. But I'm going to give it, so I'll give it to like, if I don't see 1030s, I'll give it to 1030s. It's only 10 shares. I did take 5 more once we started cracking through that 1160 handle. Again, 1069 is my average cost basis, only in 10 shares here. Banged them on the way up. 1336. That's not bad. 1336 best exit so far on that.
No, that's awesome, man. That's a nice little trade. I love how you're managing in real time, because this is a great example of one that like, Don't get me wrong, it worked. You're in under 11, you're out over 13, at least on a good chunk of it. But you know what? It's not like your TCGLs, for example, where they
Right.
just keep going and going and going. So those are a lot easier in some ways because, hey, I mean, it just works so well.
Yep.
And yeah, if you are still in, I forgot if you said you got out the last
I'm in.
remainder.
Yep, still in 10
nice.
shares. Still in 10 shares. Oh,
Well,
look at this, baby. Come on, baby.
That's the beauty. I would have never been able to hold through this if I wasn't scaling out like you did there, you know? So this is your little dessert. Sometimes you get a little sweet treat
Yeah.
after the meal.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah. What I'll do here just to get a little piece of that dessert is
Oh my
hitting
goodness.
Whoa, I'm going to sell a
Ooh,
couple of
baby.
shares there, making a little profit off these shares. So I'll go ahead and sell some shares there. I just sold 3 shares. 3 shares. I feel like I'm talking like I have multiple shares. As in, I don't know why it just finally hit me. As in, like, do you believe in love after love? As in, I have 3 shares. I have 3 shares left. That's right. I have 3 left. Come and get them while you can. Anyway.
Why did that just kill me, Josh? I don't. That's such a me joke. That's a joke that I would make, and my girlfriend would just roll her eyes at me so hard. It's like 3 shares, really? That's what we're doing here. We're full grown adults.
Yeah.
And that's what. Yes, that's what we're doing, and it's hilarious.
Yes.
You don't appreciate it.
Exactly.
You're missing out.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and sell a few more right here in the 12s, just so I'm down to 5 and take that little bit of the last 12 profit. 1268 I just hit on that last one, which was beautiful. That was really good. And then 1244 I got right there. And then I'm going to save these final 5 shares if we make new high today. I'll save the final 5 for, again, if I see sub 1030s, whatever it is, I'll get out. Or once we see anything close to 15, we'll scale out there and say, hey, we got our move in. Again, what a great way to start off the lunch recap, for the day. It's been it's been all INHD for me today. I mean, it's been nothing but INHD for the day. 3 trades for myself, the 350 bounce, then the 550 bounce, both times getting out early. So it's cool to come back here and, like you're saying, get a little dessert because you felt like you left some on the table. That, man, I should have had that. Man, I could have maybe taken a little doggy box, had it later on. Why did I leave that? Why did I leave it sitting there? So nice to come get back into this. And the small caps have been relatively, I wouldn't say lackluster, but this has stolen the mob today. This has been obviously, and that's what you want. You get some other decent moves earlier on, but then all of a sudden INHD, which is funny, put the news out. Good for them. About 15, 20 minutes after the opening bell. And well, what happens when now everything else has kind of made its move in pre-market and now everything goes over to INHD? Now, not that INHD was going to make the move it's going to make. No, we don't think it's going to go 1,000%. But it really opened up the door for this to get somewhere up to 200, 300, 400%. I never would have said 1,000, but here we are. And this is a beautiful, beautiful move on a Monday. Again, small caps continuing from last week. MNTS, ASTC, we've got a lot of that love. What's up, Tack? Nigel, by the way, chat. Sorry, I've just been so glued to this trade. I can finally look over for half a second and say, how are you guys doing in chat today? Hopefully everyone's doing good. Thank you for joining us. Smash that like button. Hopefully everyone's having a good Monday. And of course, now you see what I'm trading. Nothing but INHD today. And I've traded this many times in the past. It's been reverse split. If you look at that chart, like there's different charts that show the reverse splits. This thing has been reverse split to kingdom come. Like when I go back to the 3-year chart or just the yearly chart, let's go to the 3-year. The 3-year chart has it at 92K off the reverse split. So I've traded this so many times throughout the years, but now it's been reverse split so much that it's just like so many trades with small caps we see. I mean, that's just what they do over and over and over. Obviously, if you know the small cap game. It's just a way to lower that price, lower the shares, or I should say the float, because then you get a lower float. INHT can go banana Joe's, and so this is my baby for the day. I love it. I wish we'd get one of these every day, Steve, and then you get more fun of these because you get to trade them more often, and then you'd be right there with me trading them.
Hey, I'll get there slowly. I'm still, Josh. I'm barely having time to trade the large caps, let alone the indices, let alone these guys, because I am.
There's so much
busy.
to trade. So much to trade anymore. It's beautiful.
There's so much to trade, and I'm using my time for is to build systemic tools to kind of keep me in the best trades and keep me out of the ones that are just not gonna do me any favors there. So that's been a big project that I'm making a lot of progress in. But I haven't been doing a ton of active trading in the past week or so. What I have been doing though is watching SPY and paper trading, doing a whole bunch of paper trading to see if my systems are working. And today's been a really fun example for that. So, Josh, I'd love to walk through what SPY's done so far today.
Do it.
Give you a little.
I'll just start yelling if we get anywhere close to 15. I'll just start yelling. You know exactly why I'm yelling if I start yelling.
Awesome, I love it. So essentially, we were looking for the mean reversion play, for the bounce off of these kind of the flush outs on the Friday. Often it doesn't mean the low is in so much as we are getting a mechanical bid off of that kind of flush out on Friday. Nothing happened that was. So let me first say that there were definitely conflicts and escalations militarily over the weekend, and thoughts and prayers to everybody affected by that. I know that there have been missiles flying all over the place, and that's scary to hear about. When I say nothing has happened enough to shake the structure of SPY over the weekend, I just mean there was nothing that was able to kind of shock the market enough to break these lows, to break the lows that we kind of put in just in the very beginning of pre-market Sunday. And definitely once we reclaimed the cash session lows, we've been grinding up. So what I think that we were doing is reaching back into internal liquidity. And if I get my handy dandy fibs here.
Handy dandies. Are you sure you're not born like in like the Midwest, at least maybe somewhere close to the South?
I do say ope a lot. Let me squeeze by you right there, and that kind of thing. So I think there might be a little Midwestern in there. I do have a lot of family in Montana. A whole lot of people calling soda pop up there.
Yeah, soda pop.
Well, all I know.
Oh, here we go! Come on, old gut, $13.99. There's a little bit of a squeeze, baby. Come on. Oh,
I forgot the ticker. INHD.
Exit. There it is. Let's go! Senya, bada bing, bada bong. Let's go! Oh yeah, baby. 15.
You got the.
God, I knew it. It just felt squeezy, cheesy. I just sold 2 shares at high of day. 14.22. Didn't get a good exit there. I'll see if I can't get. I know we got to get closer to 15 here, and I'll sell 2 more when we get closer to 15 and hold one.
I think we. Looks like we're gonna get it, Josh. It looks like we're ready to smash here. This is strong. I mean, if we pull up like a 5-minute chart. This thing, that's too much. 15, we ain't got all day. There's a 5-minute. It's a nice 5-minute flag here. 1, 2, 3 bars, holding the sideways there, holding your 1050 that you were looking for, 1050, 1030, something like that. And so far, looking like a back test of high days. And then, come on, it's got to get it at this point.
Give me that quick surgery. That was, I said, it was reeking that coming. That's why I said, well, before Steve gets going, I'm gonna let him know I may have to interrupt him because it just felt really squeezy coming up.
Oh yeah, no, you got to do it.
Beautiful, beautiful. So now about 3 points overall. Right, almost 3 points. Here we go. Give me a little bit better exit. There we go. Boom!
There it is.
My man Steve just
there it is.
We just throwing darts. Just listen. What do you want? What do you want from us at this point anymore in life? Boom.
Wait, no halt
up, may soak up and go for more here. 1382 or 1582 is that halt up price.
Wait, I thought it halted and it stopped for a second and then kept on going. 16.20. That was crazy. It looked like it halted for a quarter of a second or something.
Yep, it gets those fake halts where it runs into the LULD, starts to push up. And usually a lot of time when we do that, when we get this strong, it'll push through, and that's what happened to me earlier, where it pushed through your entry and it'll go higher, and there's your new high of day. So, man, beautiful. Beautiful. Nigel, am I seeing right? Yes, you are, Nigel. Listen, man, come on. You've been here long enough with Mr. AK-47. This is what I love. This is my bread and butter. If I had one of these every single day, I'd be buying everybody a taco every day, or at least maybe a car, possibly. I'd be that. But, yeah, this is my favorite setup. These are bangers right here. Just these are easy for me to trade. These aren't easy for most traders. Just cannot. Like when whoever comes over here, Market Lounge comes over. I think there's a couple other just like I'm sure Tacky. And they're like, how do you trade these? They're hard. You have to be quick.
Got to go fast.
You have to be quick and know what you're trading and trade them enough. You have to get in them enough to trade them. It's like you won't be able to go in there and those guys and you're seeing them going 140 and 60 and like what I'm actually in when I'm doing it myself like. At home, the Gran Turismo or whatever, the racing simulator that I have, it's different when you're actually out there and then you go out there and then you're in a car going 150, 180, 190 or whatever it is that you do over, on these badass tracks. But the more you do it, the next thing you know, it's just secondhand nature. You don't even think much about it. You're just hitting those turns and it's such an exhilarating, I'm so exhilarated. That's why I love this. This is why, give me a Porsche, give me a track. This is what I want. I breathe through this every day.
I love it. Josh, this is like explosive still. I think this is just coiling in a really tight pattern here for more, honestly. But I just love how this zone we had drawn out. That's another thing. On these ones, they move so fast, you got to have your levels drawn out ahead of time. Otherwise, you're like, heck, where the heck am I even on this chart? We were at what? $3, $10, $5? What was this? It was a $3 stock this morning. Even smaller. We're up at 15 and not stopping in my book. So, let's see if we can get the new high. But so
I'll
far,
take it.
2
I'll
tight
take it.
candles.
15.20, and I don't care about the 16s anymore, but 15.29, I got my 15 exit that I wanted.
Nice.
Now I got one share left in the game here for that move up and see if we can't go to liquidation. Beautiful move. What's up, Mr. D Ryder in the house? How we doing?
Ooh.
School's
SPY
out.
just woke up too, by the way.
School's out for summer. How we doing there? Let's admit you're, of course, getting some love there from Snowman. Snowman says,
Man.
it's always a good day when my man Steve the Achieve is live for me.
Well, I'm thinking about Snowman so much, I just typed Snowman in the chart. That's not what I need. That's not SPY. But Snowman, we got Power Hour for you in what? I got Power Hour for you in an hour and a half, and I'll be joined by our new friend Alejandra. So stick around. You got what you wanted. We're bringing me back for the Power Hours. Josh, they just wouldn't stop pinging me about these Power Hours. So
Oh, I know. Yeah, I mean, Snowman loves them to death, and I know a lot of people do. And so, hey, as long as you're down to do them,
oh yeah,
please do them.
I love it.
And then we're doing earnings again this week. We had Wednesday and Thursday for sure on the table because of Oracle and Adobe, but we're going to throw, of course, like we talked about on Friday with the week recap that we had on Friday. We'll have Tuesday. So tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you guys have earnings the next 3 days today. Steve, you ready for some Power Hour commentary?
Yes, sir, absolutely. And while I got the earnings here, do we want to just go over those really quick for the week?
Let's do it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, just because I had them all right up here. So tomorrow we're going to be starting out the gate. We got a few smaller names, but they're meaty. They're potential big movers here. We got Bark. Everybody knows Chewy because everybody knows GameStop. Well, this is the sympathy play to the sympathy play for GameStop. So we want to see what's going on in the meme world with Bark. There's another big memer, big mover, Domo, D-O-M-O. I've seen this one fly like crazy. I know I've played this one. Josh, this probably is a name that you're familiar with. You remember the Domo? D-O-M-O?
Yeah, well, because we have a dog named Domino, so it's just, so
There you go.
Continue on that. And so not that we say her call her that, but just every time I see that, I just feel like I'm about to spell her name.
I love it. So on Tuesday, we have those two meme plays. We have Casey's General Store, an absolute up and to the right behemoth of a stock, a unicorn of a stock. We'll see if they can keep that momentum. And on the other side, we have an inflection story. We have a name that was in the dumpster, trying to turn it around, carve it out, and we will see if we get the confirmation of that narrative for Cracker Barrel. Cracker Barrel coming in tomorrow. So that's one that you don't hear very often. But you know what?
Hey, we ate there. Well, if you're in I'm telling you right now, if you're in the South or Southeast, you know about some Crackle Barrel and Casey's.
Yeah,
big gas stations
absolutely.
here. I mean, literally, if you're in Arkansas, a lot of Casey gas stations and and if Jesse was around, I bet it's same for Missouri. A lot of Casey's I know in Missouri and a lot of Crackle Barrels in Arkansas, Missouri, Tennessee. a lot. Those are big names for sure. Not Oracles of the world.
Oh,
But for your granny and pappies, they love them some Crackle Barrel and some Casey's.
there you go. Well, you stole my segue because I was going to say, if we're talking big boys, there's nobody bigger than Oracle here. Oracle is the #1 play of the week. We're all going to be watching here. It's going to be very important. We have a lot of buzz in the AI space, especially in the CapEx narrative. Is what I wrote about in my newsletter, Josh, was 144%. It just wasn't enough, and that was the percent that Broadcom beat year over year and still couldn't pull out a win here. Let's see, do I have it? I'll pull that up later for y'all. The gist being, guys, this is going to be a big, important print for the narrative as a whole. Can we keep this momentum going? Was it just a blip, a little flash in the pan that Broadcom really brought the market down? Was it just Hawk 10 crashing the market, reading his last quarter's earnings comments out of the gate at his call? That was a tough look. So it really was just showing in my book that semis were priced to perfection. We did not get perfection, and now we're starting to kind of digest the realistic situation, which is still, I think, quite bullish. But you know what? We might be seeing a choppy, unfun market this week. Oracle going to be the make or break for that. That's the big watch on Wednesday. But don't forget Thursday now, guys, because Adobe, this one's a big one here too. We have Restoration Hardware and Lennar. Restoration Hardware is really interesting as a barometer for home sales and for that kind of corner of, let's see, those like Whirlpool, those tariff sensitive names, Josh. And I just want to see how the market is feeling in terms of risk on, risk off when it comes to some of these stocks that have been looking like, if I can pull the daily up, come on now.
Come on now.
I was on a roll and it wants to mess with my timing here.
Yeah, it was.
We'll do it manually. Like this, where they're trying to base and they're trying to carve out a potential higher low. I think these names potentially could make very explosive moves. And I'm seeing this interplay over this middle area where it was last April. So if we can get a good print on these have some room to go up. Let's see, Lennar, it's going to be home builders. That's home builders, right? Am I crazy?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, they're doing the same kind of thing in the double base here, trying to push on out. And one last for you that I just mentioned, Whirlpool, very sensitive to home sales and tariffs, especially the home sales in this regard. Yeah, trying to hold this double bottom. We will see. Did I just get booted out of EVMux? Okay, no, I was just in the wrong
No,
tab.
you're good.
There we
Yeah,
go.
not here.
What's happening? What's it? Where am I? All right. So yeah, these are the names for earnings, guys. We're going to be keeping an eye on them.
You might.
Was that?
I was saying,
Yeah.
bye, Mike. If D Rider was still around, he was heading out. You know, he's always in and out of nowhere. I just want to make sure we always say goodbye. Love you, love you, love you.
Got to do it. Got to do it to all our regulars here. Yeah, thank you, everybody, by the way. We know you're here, Mike. We know you're here. Well, I don't know if he's here right now. Snowman, we have Talk. We have Nigel in the house, all the regulars.
Thanks for the love there, Snowman, too. Yeah, we go. Hey, we're working them. Hey, we're working these. This has got the most, to me, I mean, this is maybe one of the most exciting shows. I mean, how many trades we're getting here, just can't help it when these plays are popping. But me and Steve have had a lot of good trades and exciting trades over the lunch recaps over the past few weeks. And that's just a Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so it's not like it's every day. So this is one of the shows to me that's got one of the and the show that's got the most spice in the rice. We all know that's when me and Steve get together and do an after-hour stream. It is crazy, the numbers. I mean, literally, I don't know what this just somehow gets in the algorithms those days, but and just overall too, those have been great numbers. You know, when Jesse joins, like the last one, oh my god, I mean, when Alejandra's now starting to join, so those are where we're starting to hit the ticket. And even I know Snow asked about maybe doing longer for Power Hour. I know I always do Power Hour, but Steve, you're always welcome to stick around if you ever want to stick around for 15 or 30 extra minutes for whatever reason into the closing bell, just in case there's maybe some sort of earnings we aren't covering that day that you just want to stick around for to see if they do anything. I know Snowman and anyone else that sticks around, like Nigel's D Rider will be back of the world. They'll appreciate that. So you get the okay from me, my friend.
I love it. I might take you up on that because you know what? Often I feel like the view count's kind of climbing towards the end. And then we got people who just finish their trading day. They just kind of want to find somewhere to kind of have it's almost like a happy hour, you know, Josh?
Well, it's like a TV
work.
show. I mean, there's like instead of putting on CNBC and there's nothing on one of those stations they don't like or whatever at the time, boom, they can throw you on, and this is like that's it. I mean, they're throwing on Trade the Pool TV, essentially is what I think of it as, and that's what I want this to be on YouTube, because we are live, and I know it's streaming or whatever, but I want this to be like a TV station, or it's like where you put it on a show, like if you were flipping through the channels and you don't want to leave, and this is when you want to put on, it's one of your most frequently watched TV stations or shows, Trade the Pool TV, coming to you live from every day. We got you covered.
Every day. Josh, do you think you can cover me for 2 minutes while I go put some eye drops in? My allergies just, it's like I'm watching the Titanic or something over here, Josh. I'm about to break down in tears. So just give me 1 second to pop those eye drops in. Let's see, what do you want on your screen here?
Yeah, just do SPY for right now. Yeah, go ahead, throw SPY up huge for me if you want to. I've got INHD on cover, but I'll talk about SPY on my side and kind of know you're going to get into that when you get back. So you go ahead and get your eye drops, brother.
All right. I'll put it on the right screen because there's one thing. I'm going to give you a little bit of a lesson, not a lesson, a test, a quiz. Which of these lines on my screen do you think is the most important to my thesis? Which do you think was like the ding? Okay, wait. Target acquired. Now we need to wait and see. That's what I want you to decipher here.
Okay. Let's break it down. What do we think? Well, that is, first off, I love what we're coming back to overall, too, just overall in the chart from yesterday. I say yesterday. Friday's crazy move down. I had a feeling today would be a little choppier, just out of the gate, my thought process. That's a huge move on Friday. That was huge. Gangbusters across the board, too, from some of those tickers from Tesla, ARMs of the world. ARM, I think it was like 12, 13, 15, whatever percent down. I love this green line, though. This middle line where we tapped it. Earlier in pre-market, tap it again. We break through it. We're kind of coming down and resting on it right about now. It's got to be somewhere right around 740 is where that double green line is. That or that bottom blue line. Now, I don't know if he's talking long or short, but I'm going to say bottom blue line or the green line. Those are my two favorite ones. Now, again, just back on fib retracement levels, right? I like that mid-ground, and I'm always about bottoms. People are like, oh, yeah, and I'm like, just go low. You don't know if it's going to get hit. If it does, I love it. But the retracement back up is the red line, so which one? Is it the blue? Is it the green? Is it the red? Blue, green, red. And so now I'm feeling if it's like a MacGyver episode, and they're like, oh, MacGyver, which wire do we cut? The red one, or the green one, or the blue one? I'm going green one because I'm wearing green today, and it's Green Monday. So I'll go green. That's a double line. So it's either green or red. I'll go green or red. Those will be my two colors I'm going with here. And watch, it'll be neither one of those lines. But those are the two. And I think overall two SPY. Oh, here he is. All right, so I've deciphered it down.
You got it down?
I feel like I was like on a MacGyver episode, and it was like, which wire do I cut? So I've deciphered it down to the red line.
Yes.
Kind of up, yeah. Okay. I said red or green or blue down low, that very bottom retracement level, but I was like, that can't be it. So it's got to be green, which I love the mid area. I was like, it's got to be green or red. Well, I'm wearing green today, so I'll go green.
Okay.
But it could be red though as well. So red or green were my two picks.
You really were cutting wires over here. I love it. Well, those were the two areas. There's a trick question. There's two. But the one that I wanted to touch on just really quick is this dead cat level, this 50%. You like the red. And that's just because, hey, it's from the fall off.
That's what I thought that was 50 was that, yeah.
Yeah. And
but
I just love these.
Because then it's almost a 50 where the green line is at from low to highs there. That's almost a 50.
Well, you are cracking the code. I think that it is almost exactly to the penny that, Josh, and that's not a coincidence either, because we're just doing the same kind of fractalization.
Tack. There you go, tack. There you go. If he's sticking around, I always talk about me on there. He knows, but yeah, there you go. See, I just laser those guys in.
I love it.
Back to the boys. Back real quickly.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen that show?
Oh, I love the boys. I haven't seen the most recent season.
New high today, INHD 17s, INHD 17s, by the way. This is so much to talk about. So yeah, so me and Avery, she put that on like last Thursday or Friday, and we have binge watched all the way through season 3 or 4. I think we're on now.
Nice.
Just flying through it. It is good. It actually is pretty good. But that's what I feel like. We have superpowers. It's kind of like what our super. And that's mine. I just laser them in like Tax. I was like, oh wow. So I don't know what. That's my. I never want to be Homelander. I'm like, and all those goofy names they give. I'm like, no. Listen. I'm Goku. If there's one I'm picking, I'm Goku. You can send all of them at me, and I'm gonna keep upping my power, and then I'm gonna keep whacking you guys around. Forget Superman and Homelander, bro. He ain't got nothing on Goku. Anyway, but
this wasn't even Josh's final form, guys. Come on, he'll get over 9,000. No problem. Look at this, Josh. By the way, we are surging. We're gonna do the thing. There's the high of the sweep, the sweep of the day, the week, the month, the year. Oh my goodness gracious!
Should I sell it? Should I sell it and just say take it, or should I let it ride?
I don't know. Are you feeling lucky, Josh? That's the real question.
I am feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky, punk.
Spin that wheel, baby. There it is. We're stopping into. Oh no, it was another fake stop there. It is so close to sweeping this all-time high.
Give me 20s. If I see the 20s, I'll sell my one share. If I see the 20s, I'll sell the one share. I got to see 20s on the bids. 20s on the bids, it's gone. I'll take it. If I get 20s on the bids, I'll take it.
The big 2-0. It's so close.
6 points, team. 6. My done. 1097. We're 9 points in. Josh, can you do math? 9 points. Just give me 10. Give me 10 and I'm out. Give me 20 plus here. Come on. Give it to me. Come on. We're almost there. Oh, hold on a little bit further. Give me a little bit more here. I can't get too greedy. Oh, and sell. 2003. I'll take it. Woo! And there it is, even higher.
How about that?
And it's about to halt up. Baby, guys, team, what a move right there. Oh, man, what a barn burner.
That's one for Jesse's scrapbook there. That's a burnt barn. That's all I got to say. That thing, what an explosive move. Josh, you were talking about this thing $3 to $5 if I was correct. $3.50 was your entry?
I was in.
You got out at $5 for a little bit there. Hopped right on back in. And Josh, I remember we hopped on. I remember like it was last week. These things move so fast. I remember back in my day at the beginning of the stream, I was saying, could it reach up here to the 20? Josh, you said, I think so. And you were right. What a move. Boom.
Yeah, 15 and then 20. Yeah, there we go. Oh, my 1750 was my other key. My gosh, this is nutsos. Let's see what we have for an open price here on the way up here on INHD showing, let's see here. 21. Okay, 21. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see much of a gap up, and this could see a really crazy move all over the place. Up, down, up to 2250, back down to 2019, back up to 2350, back down to 20, or 1819. I could just see it go, 2, 3, 4 points all over the place, up and down. Taking it in the 20s there, essentially getting 10 points out of it.
Here's another one for you, Josh. BYAH, put on our radar by our very own Joe B1 Kenobi.
Love it.
Yes, sir. Ramping here. Look at the volume coming in there. Let's see what this is looking like on a daily. Oh, bam. All right. Big explosive move. And Josh, this is a prime candidate for my fibs. Give it the draw out here, and you can just see how, hey, we broke through the 127 of this range that we had formed. Big gap up base, big squeeze through the 127. I think this one's on tap for 450. 440 is the 1.68 fib. You yank it up 10 more cents to the round number, 450. If we get through that, look for 540 to 550 as well for that next measured move. But this one, quite explosive.
$4 open price, possibly $4 open price there, possibly for BYAH. And yes, INHD now showing 2098. So nothing much there. INHD is going to be all over the place. BYAH is what? That's that sympathy, baby. People are just coming over here trading this. I bet the float on BYAH is low. Man, if I could find this on the scanner here, what is the float on that? There it is, 4 mil. So 4 mil. INHD's float's right around 2.3 mil.
Okay, a little bit bigger, still pretty small. I like this ticker. It's like, yeah. It's like a yeah. It's like a. Remember watching, what was that? CSI Miami back in the day. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah.
That opening. He'd always say like, guess it wasn't very cool after all. When he found him in a freezer or something, and he put his glasses on and be like, yeah. And then the music would say, yeah. All right, okay. I thought it was just me.
The rock song that they used or whatever by the Who, I think it is.
Yeah,
I think it is.
Yeah, Won't Get Fooled Again, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. They use a different one for each of the seasons. That's my dad was so ashamed. I heard a song by the Who on the radio one time back in I don't know, middle school or whatever. And I was like, "Oh, it's that band from CSI." And he almost just threw me out of the car. It's like, one of my heroes. I could just hear him in my head like, "Bob O'Reilly? That's a TV song to you?" I was like, "I'm sorry, okay."
That's awesome. Oh, no. Hey, that's how you just associate stuff, though. That's how music is. You just were like, oh, that was like something, sometime or something in life. Just you, whether it's a place or there's just so much that music you associate and tie it to. Still have the same resumption time, or I should say time price for both of these. At $4 and INHD 2098. Nice, good move there. Nice, good moves. INHD now, 1900%, not too bad.
Shabby, not too shabby. We'll cash that check if you insist. We'll take that. We'll take that one. I just want to point a few things out in the large cap world that I think are pretty notable, pretty important. So SMH, first off, very strong. Shocking, right? High level analysis here. Semiconductors are strong right now. Well, they are. They are bouncing back even stronger than the rest of the market, and I'm going to show you that with one of my handy dandy. You know what was happening, fibs. So let's just see. I think I did it from that high previously where the sell-off kind of really started accelerating. SPY trading around the 50 and then came back down to its kind of base down here. SMH, it's flagging near the top of its push up here. It's flagging well over the equilibrium, and it's up 5% on the day after giving back 6 or 7, I want to say. So pretty decisive recovery there. We have some important daily trigger levels, daily time frame levels here. If we zoom on in, Josh, I just got to give us the rundown for these fibs, or I'm sorry, yeah, exactly, there it is. These daily moving averages. The 9 is what we're trying to reclaim here. As long as we do, hey, last time we got a nice continuation move. I think that this move is not done. I think this was just shaking the tree. And how I look at it is, hey, if you still believe in the AI narrative, the CapEx narrative at the very least has not been shaken. Maybe we got a little over our skis if 144% year over year increase in AI revenue isn't enough for Broadcom, to pump the market. But I think it still is a good bet that this whole complex is going higher. I think the best names in the space, they were just given a 15 to 20%, 10 to 15% discount. And honestly, usually that's when you just buy a little bit and it works out in the end. So guys, SMH reclaiming this 9-day moving average. I got to show you the moving averages on SPY as well. Very important here. We are fighting for our 21. So you can see that relative strength on the semis. They do not look done. SPY might be a little bit of a different story. Might need to see more chopping and bopping instead of just a reclaim and up and to the right, like I would like to see on semis. So I'm looking to get involved on SPY if it can reclaim this 21 day. That was the first target when we pushed up this 743-ish kind of area. We wanted the 745. I wanted 750. I thought we could maybe potentially overshoot, retag the 9-day moving average, and then renegotiate either a sell, perhaps a right shoulder. You see this left shoulder here ahead. Maybe we come up and do something like that. then come down. I still am kind of open to that, but we need to reclaim this 9 before we can even test, or sorry, the 21, the yellow, before we can even test the 9. And that's where I start to get interested either in selling from up here or, buying under here and at least taking that little scalp. So Josh, intraday, if we look at this dump on SPY, we talked about it briefly, but I just wanted to hit on this again. What we did see, we saw essentially a 50% pullback. I'll pull it up on the right chart. There it is. And what this tells us is, hey, we got the mean reversion move. We hit it. We found a seller into the bell. We did show that we wanted to push higher. So I think, not 100% sure, but I think we do try to carve up and push off. You can see this green line that you mentioned being kind of the base of, you can call it an ascending triangle base. Maybe something like that, looking pretty good. And you can see if we drag that out, still respecting its support. So I would say as long as this swing low on SPY holds, we can make another attempt at pushing on up and getting to 750 or so by tomorrow. That's what I'd like to see before I really look for a sell, 748 to 750. Josh, do you think the market is ready to start chopping again, or do you think it's just still in screaming mode, buy the dip and just shake all those bears out? I'm really not sure here, so.
Yeah, no, yeah. Well, you just heard that from me. Yeah, whatever that was. Yeah, right. Yucking it up there. That could be a good tug, from that 630 or 730 handle back on down, and now really back into I think really more of a chop consolidation zone. We talked about this with Alejandro, if you remember on Friday. We talked about the 730s, right? 730, 735. But we hit that. And then we hit exactly what we called for by the end of day. I could see us chopping around in that area where we hit that bottom. Now we kind of come back to that old consolidation zone that we made a few weeks ago at that area. We've last entered that portion, which wasn't for too long, no, but we did find some support, say early May all the way through late May at that area. So I could see us kind of consolidating and just relaxing possibly for a little bit. Now, if we do crack that 730 handle area, that's where I think we have now found the top for the definite time being, and we'll see some more pullback into the 720s and probably the 17s potentially.
Yeah, and it's so tricky here, Josh, too, because I agree with that. I think the 730 is going to be very key. You can see here on the hourly, it's the neckline of this potential head and shoulders. If we do come back down and lose this, then it starts looking like a head and shoulders. But if I look at the daily here, we've got some funny business occurring. And that is with these gaps right here. So there's a chance that, hey, SPY still a very strong asset. Head and shoulders still not a super reliable pattern, about 60% hit rate, 55 to 60% hit rate. So it's not by no means a slam dunk. What I just wonder is, what if we get the loss of the level, the back test, and it pushes down a little more to fill one of these gaps and then reclaims the neckline and it resets the whole pattern. And that's kind of what, I don't want to assume anything, but I've seen it happen so many times where a pattern looks bearish on SPY and then they say, well, that's what you thought. Now we're ready to really go. Like this big washout, if we go to a weekly, the recent big sell-off here, this looked so dire to go back at the very least to these previous highs. And once that auction fails down, they're done with selling. There's just no more sellers. Well, then you get the explosive move to the upside. I'll give you one more example of one of those. NVDA. So, back here in the day, it had a wild, kind of curvy sweep of these previous lows, and it looked like it was going to die. But then it failed the auction down on that week right there, and then bada bing, bada boom, another explosive move. Here again, it looks like it's going to die, losing that moving average. Nope, big explosive move. So just really cool price action in that regard. And we can see if we just noticing SPY intraday here, it's trying to form a bottom, guys. This is a higher low here. If we go to a 1 minute, and this was the area where we're looking for that hold if we're going to push up into the 748, 750 territory. So this is a higher low here.
Hold on one second real quickly. We'll see if INHD does resume here. It'd be nice if it does. It shows INHD resumption price in the 50s now.
What? Say it ain't so. All right, we'll keep this one on the screen for sure. In the 50s is crazy, but hey, we did know if it broke over the 20, where could it go? Blue skies.
Yeah, that now it's showing like 60. There's no way.
What in tarnation? We got the flag break on SMH as well. We were watching this little flag. Looks like it's pushing up. SPY's trying its best to curl over. And man,
I will say I'll be a little sad that I sold that one share going like if I would have held just a tad longer, then you get a get. It's showing 80s now. There,
What?
Yeah, it's all over the place though. Now I have no idea what in tarnation. Now it shows 98. What this? It must be broke. It must be halt. Yeah, the it's like when you like someone uses way too much power and they've got to have that like that emergency backup generator.
Yeah.
They flip the switch on like like that's going off right now. Like circuit breakers hit. We have no idea what's going on. And it's back down in the 70s now. So we'll be watching this. If it isn't now, it's in the 50s again. If it's a true resumption time, yeah. If it's now it shows like this. Now it's up to 108.
What? Okay, that's insane. We got to keep tabs on that one.
If it is a true resumption time, it would be at 58 after in 22 seconds. So for me and myself, watch for this maybe to continue in the rest of the week coming off on Monday. We have BYAH, Baya, halted up. We have MTEN, M10 halted up. We have HAO halted up. We have a plethora, and I mean a plethora of plays that are halted up right now. Sympathy all coming from this. It's going to be like this for the next 2 hours. So Steve, when he comes back for Power Hour, I would imagine he's going to keep obviously as much as INHD is at almost 2,000% now. It'll be on his list. I mean, the buy is up 240%. M10's up 170%. So there's going to be some fun movement and action into Power Hour. So this is obviously, hey, Josh had his fun. He got his 10. He got his 10 points. I will say, because I love gaps, depending on how big this gap up is from INHD, I will be looking to trade whichever direction we go in. If we go for a halt up, I am getting in on the halt up. If we go for a halt down, if it depends on how big it is. If it's in the 50s, yeah, it's consistently showing the 50s now, which would be that puts this on TCGL path, which is just. Because you just said that earlier, like, well, this isn't completely TC. You called it out. You said this. Remember, you said something along those lines.
I did, yeah.
And then why then? Which I've said that before.
I summoned it.
Yes, you did. You said, you did your amazing rain dance over there. Next thing you know, you sprinkled some of your magical, Jack in the Force. What was it? Jack in the. What was that? Jack in the.
My magic beat.
Jack and the
Beanstalk. Okay. All right. Sure.
You gave it a little juice. You gave it some Jack and the Beanstalk juice here. This might do it. You never know. Open price now keeps going up for Baya too as well. BYAH now showing the 450s. Yeah. INHD showing 40s now back in the high 40s, but still that'd be crazy. MTEN M10 is showing 325. So we are getting some gap ups here, and I would imagine here over the next hour or two, you're going to continue to see this, especially as long as INHD. Oh, and here we go. Buy is live. BYAH, she is live. And boy, oh, here we are up now 300%.
There's the second target. If you were in this, that was what you're looking for. The 440. Next target going to be, I said 5, and I said 543. Halting up there?
Oh, not yet. Almost there. Almost here. We're getting close. I'll even go in small for fun if I can get in here at the very end just for another massive gap up. I don't know if I got in time
about it
or whatever. I'm in.
Yeah, I'm not. I hesitated, Josh. I'm like, do I really? Okay, that means that's going to 100. You heard?
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Just the way she goes.
All right, let's see if INHD goes live here. HAO is now live and rolling. I'm telling you, sympathy from all these plays. If they keep going, they'll continue to go together here. So let's see if we get the resumption time for INHD, which would be at longer halt up. So INHD. Margot, you just scared her. I have a dog just scared herself. My dog just she just woke up. Whoa, what? Dad, this is going crazy. Hold on, what's going on? She literally just.
I think that was actually really funny. My cat hopped up and meowed into the mic. I wonder if that woke your dog up. And then my cat looked at the screen like, was that a dog? She's all messed up now.
Love it. All right. So here we are having fun into, of course, the end of this lunch recap. Steve, any last comments? Of course, you got what we're seeing here, team. We're seeing gap and goes and crazy fun in the small cap sector. We're going to be seeing this over the next hour or two. Steve, what do you got for the traders as you move into your power hour segment, which you have about an hour from now.
Well, you know what? I think the move for indices has probably been mostly squeezed today. We got the dead cat bounce. I'd like to see this higher low hold. I'll mostly just be watching for the rest of SPY today, to be honest. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on these small cap plays for sure going into power hour. I'm going to be hanging out with Alejandra today on the power hour. So we're gonna see how her trades went today. Maybe talk about some of that. Use that for some content on the indices, because we've got all the content we need on small caps for today. That's where the real juice is. You know?
I just filled you up for a week. Honestly, that's like a week's worth, you know.
So what I will say, SPY is going to be trying here, SMH trying to flag on top of a flag. I do think that we want to try to push up. I just think that in general, when you get a big move that needs to be digested like we did on Friday, well, we kind of did the digestion mostly overnight. And now we're digesting the overnight move, which is a digestion of the previous cash session move. So it could take some time. We could need to flush out again and still form a higher low in this kind of structure. In general, I think that we could probably try, like Josh said, we did make the 50% pullback after making a 50% pullback. Oh no, not quite. So I would like to see a little bit more of a pullback under 740 and a buy over that to get involved for a potential move up to the 748, 750 in this week. That's the area I'd like to see tested, and then we'll see if we can get the roll. That's where I'm at, Josh. I think that for the rest of the day, I'm not going to be doing a whole lot, but we'll be keeping an eye. We'll be seeing what's moving.
Love it.
Anything else for you?
Nope. All over it. I'll come back if we have a TCGL and in power hour this plays at 100. I'll have, you know me, I'm gonna surprise you and come wake you up and make get everybody crazy. But yeah, I'll definitely tune back in. Otherwise, as always, see how you guys are doing. But everyone will see you back here in about an hour from now. Steve will with Alejandra for that power hour. Amazing recap that Steve is always doing. So Steve, thank you again for joining here at lunch, and thank you guys for coming on over. Back to the scanners. Whoo, take a breather. I mean, that was you're like lunch recap. Guy was supposed to chill and eat my lunch, Josh. I couldn't even catch a breath the whole damn time here. But,
I love it.
All right, see you back in a bit, team.
Sounds good.
Wow. Oh, and now let me remove myself from the scene. Yes, there we go. There we go.
What is up, traders? It's Steve Talman here with Trade the Pool. It is power hour, but it might be sour hour. We're going to take a look at SPY here. It got the 50% pullback from the Friday dip, and now ever since that in the morning here at just about 7:45, we've seen some weakness. It was trying to base and push, but as I mentioned about an hour ago, I just don't know if it has the juice. I think all of today is basically digesting the big move from yesterday. Let's show that. Go to a 15-minute chart here. And how we doing, guys? Happy power hour, Snowman. Good to see you, brother. Let's talk about what we got here on SPY. Gonna pull a fib from that sell-off to the bottom. You can see we transacted the 50%. If I get a little more particular, go to the very top there. Looks a little better. And it almost reaches this whole pullback from the morning spike there, or the end of the day spike, I should say, on Thursday. But I like to just use the kind of the rough area where we kind of really started amplifying the sell, because this represents an impulse move, an impulse leg. So you take the impulse leg, you throw a 50% fib on there, and that's where the dead cat bounce is usually going to take place. So often if it's oversold, you get a little kind of break. It's kind of like in between rounds in a boxing match, you know? You go to your corner for the weekend, and there's a little bit less of that, you know, just impending doom panic that we got Friday here. You know, it kind of slowed down and bulls caught their breath. We went for the 50% retrace. That's pretty mechanical. Now it's going to be where it's really, really important in deciding where the trend actually goes. Hey, Nigel, good to see you, man. Josh talking bia in the chat, I see. We'll talk about that later. There's a lot of big small cap movers. We have 2,000% mover that we're going to talk about. No problem, TL Bryant. Good to see you in the chat. Happy to give some input. Let me know what you guys are trading as well. I want to help you out and yeah, talk about what you guys are interested in, because I know there's a lot of areas that we could go in terms of direction. We got a lot of semiconductors to talk about. That's obviously a big pillar of this market. So we'll talk about that for sure. Talk about the small caps for sure. I know I've got a few things up my sleeve that I'm looking to talk about as well that we can get into in terms of individual names. But I always want to know what you guys are trading. So real quick, let's finish up with SPY here. Got the 50% retrace. Let's just see what it does now. I think probably we're waiting for a move tomorrow. As we talked about in my newsletter, we are essentially kind of looking for the dead cat, and then just to kind of catch our breath and see which direction the kind of market wants to pull. There was a big node of gamma. Let's go to an hourly chart underneath us at 725 to 727-ish. That is roughly filling a daily gap. Apologies while I navigate there. So the daily gaps are a little bit lower down here. Redraw with these zones. So there's one from 724 to 727, and I'd really like to see that one get transacted and kind of retested. There is another one even lower, not a true gap, but an imbalance down here, and this is at 720 proper. So this is kind of the lower bounds of where I think we could kind of break down to and not kind of completely fall off the rails. And that would look like kind of a head and shoulders pattern making a measured move. Head and shoulders pattern is going to be right here. I think we might come up just a little bit more in the next day or two. Test this blue moving average. But if we get the head and shoulders pattern, we would expect the measured move to come on down. We take the neckline low to the head top. We project it down. And see, it could fill this gap and still kind of only really test the breakdown, the full breakdown of the pattern. And I kind of think that's what might happen. Something like that. Then we could see a failed breakdown and just rebase, do a lot of choppy, messed up stuff that kind of traps people. And that's kind of what I think we might end up seeing, actually. Not a really direct move after we kind of get these kind of healing of the chart into the gaps. So I'm going to be watching for that. But I do have to respect that if we do get the full measured move down, that would look like a 700 retest. And that would seem pretty cataclysmic when we're up here. But in reality, it's just, what would that be? 5% pullback from here, pretty manageable. So I think we don't cut that deep. I'm thinking another 3% at the very worst. Thinking most likely though, call it another 2% and we're done. And hey, maybe we caught. You never know. So let's get into the intraday stuff. We got Talk in the House, Play in SoxL, Tesla, OIH, and DRAM. Lots of good stuff to talk about there. TL Bryant is short Apple, looks like. And SPY in my book looks like it's trying to be a short right now. Looking like it's losing moving averages, losing structure. Take a look at this. Like this on a 1 minute chart. And where is our liquidity draw? I'm going to pull up my other indicators real quick. Let's see. Is anyone else in INHD position during the halt? Wondering what Trade the Pool does if it's still halted during liquidation time at 3:50 p.m. EST. That's a great question. You know, I'm actually not sure. I have not been stuck in a halt in the closing time. If anybody has, or if Joe, if you're listening, Joe, I'm sure you probably know. Definitely let us know. And if not, I'm going to ask a coworker after the stream here. We can get back to you there. But I'm not 100% sure. You're also welcome to ask in our Discord. And that's just the Trade the Pool Discord. Go on in there and they can set you straight too. So INHD, we should talk about it. That's been a crazy, crazy mover. We were talking about this one on stream as it really went wild. Josh was in about 10:50. Previously in at 3:50, out at 5. Nice little trade there. But he was in at 10:50 and caught a nice amount of this move while we were on our lunchtime review stream. So I believe he got in right about here at the halt, came back down for him here, and then just started powering. Got really tight, and then we were also talking about it here. If it could get this hold, it could push and get the nice surge to our high time frame levels. So we were wondering if it could eat these wicks. Seemed pretty crazy when it was trading down here at 10, but hey, you know what? When they can move this fast, they can just kind of continue the momentum. And that's why it's like even all the way up here, 2,000% up on the day. Would I want to short this? No, sir, I would not. Not unless I saw a big seller step in and then the same kind of structure that we look for when we're trying to buy a bottom, the same kind of like high or low. I look for the inverse of that if I'm trying to short too. So we can look at what that might look like. Why don't we look at a name that's down a lot today? That'll be a good example to show this concept. We have our biggest mover to the downside today, RMSG, down 57%. That's yikes. Oof. All right, okay, so this one kind of just fell off a cliff. But in general, going to be looking for some kind of area that's support. You're going to want to see an attempt to kind of push up through a previous swing high. And that's not the best example, but a little bit of a swing high here. Failed to push above, and then it started kind of violating this lower level. Well, in this kind of area, after you've kind of seen the break of structure, you just look for the kind of confirmation of that. So in this case, maybe you're looking, there's this high here, then it can't break above that, it just gets stuck. So then you can play the momentum out of that new low and catch that kind of break. Something like that. I was hoping for a better example, but you know what we make do with what we have. We got Tyler in the house saying, "Go Knicks." I love it. I love it. Knicks in 4. Is that what we're doing? Was the first game last night? I'm so out of it. Talking about PDYN. More good news today. Let's look at PDYN. This Paladine, what is this company? Yeah, Paladine AI. I remember these guys. So what are we seeing? Are we seeing a back test of this kind of base? This is a 4-hour. Let's go to a daily chart. This is a wild Wild chart. This one does look like it wants to long-term, higher time frame, move much higher. And I say that just because it's been basing for such a long time. And it's got a few like false starts, you could say. Like kind of got ahead of itself a few times here, perhaps here as well. But man, does it look like it wants to move higher in my book. And I'll show you why. Big base usually wants to resolve to the upside. It's just been sitting here, trying to go up, and looking like shorts are just kind of in control of this thing. So if this thing does get a real catalyst, those shorts will get squeezed fast. And this whole big base, this whole big volume, this will all act as a base. Hopefully. If we do get that move, then we're looking for this kind of swing low to swing high. We project this out and we look for the 127 at the very least. So that's a really, really good move from 7 to 1150 if we do get it. So keep an eye on this guy here because we are moving into these moving averages. How I like to play these is I would expect, the breakout. I would expect the breakout to retest into the moving averages and hold here if we're going to get a move up. In all honesty, I would have preferred to see this swing high, make a new high. Give me a little bit more high likelihood of the real breakout to play out. But still, we have a nice way to manage risk here into this 21-day moving average. If it reclaims, and this is the 724 level, then we can look to play and then put a stop under this day's low. Let's go to a 15-minute chart. So we can watch and see if it reclaims. That's one way you can play this. In general, though, be careful buying these back tests into the 21-day moving average because basically we're just saying, hey, it's coming back into equilibrium. And we have no idea if we're going to catch or not. And there's a lot of charts out there right now that are trading into this 21-day. And some are going to do really well off the 21-day. Like MU here, just big, just basically opened all the way back up here at the 9 after almost coming down here to the 21. I think another good example, probably Coherent. Yeah, this one again, right off that 9, came right back up. So these leaders, even if they look like they might break down, and when they're trading into this kind of equilibrium, very often it's a great time to buy. Here, 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 here. But, it doesn't always happen. It doesn't always work out. And when it doesn't, it feels really bad to just blind buy it. So you do kind of got to wait for them to reclaim here. And we can look at maybe a 5-minute chart and see how we could have played that this morning. Yeah, you'll see it just like that. So on a daily, the level is 380 on this 5-minute. There's the 380 level. So we can see that it just basically came back and you can say, hey, it's going to retest here. And then when it reclaims, you can just buy it with the momentum when it comes back out that way. It's a little scary, but you can say, hey, my stop is going to be under the pre-market low. And then it's a pretty good risk to reward. We can frame that as well. Getting in on the reclaim of 380. Stop under the low here. Because for a day trade, you kind of need that stop to keep you safe. But what can you do? You can say, I'm going to take some of the position off at 400. That's pre-market high. It comes back down. Logical to assume that it would come back up and at least test it. So that's a nice little, what is this? 1.5 risk reward. That's pretty solid right there. So if you take some off there, anything else is just icing on the cake. And what you can do playing off of these daily 21 moving averages is turn that scalp into a little runner swing trade. And if this thing does what it did the past 5 times, then you can catch a really nice move off of these 21s. Swing this for 30%. Swing this, let's see, when it undercuts and then reclaims. So you got in like there for a swing. That move 50%. Even just this little one here, undercut and reclaim. Even very worst case, we're seeing an easy 10% mean reversion move up, right? So if you're looking at the strongest names in the market, you can often just kind of get these free money trades, so to speak. So I should have been playing more of these. Let's see other examples. Just probably SMH did it. Yeah, there you go. SMH transacted the 21, and just historically, been a good time to buy. And we also mentioned just on, or SPY in general, this was the first time you're getting a chance to buy at the 21 since the rally. So the question is SPY as strong as all of those leaders that I just showed you? Or is SPY going to be one of the ones that tests the 21 day and you buy it, you feel smart, and it ends up failing? That's going to be the name of the game. We'll have to see. All right, let me check in on these comments. Talk mentioning like CIEN for a bounce in a few days. Oh, okay, let's take a look at that. Sienna, okay, this one's a deeper sell too. This is a deeper discount. And for this is where you got to look at the weekly chart, I believe. Probably this is what Talk's looking at when he's looking to buy here. There we go. So maybe this 21 week, that's where you really start testing whether the breakout's going to hold or not. And when you have a daily that tries to hold the 50-day for the first time in a long time and fails, well, it's probably got to dig deeper. It's probably got to really test whether the breakout's going to hold, give you a good discount. So I think this 21 is a great place to watch for that. For the real strong momentum plays, for the continuation moves, see how you like the 9? That's where you want it to hold each time, the 9 week. And if we go to a daily, we can see that that is probably going to align roughly with the 21 day on the way up. Come on, load for me. Give me a chance to hydrate. Give you guys a chance to hydrate. Go on, drink some water. Let's try this again. Yeah, this is an interesting area for sure. Okay, yeah, so on the whole way up, when it was catching on the 9 week, it was also catching and reclaiming that 21 day. Beautiful. So now we need to check in with a deeper level of support. The 9, not cutting it anymore. Needs to push in deeper and test at the 21. Most very strong stocks, look, this is the first time you'll get a chance to buy off this 21 week. So most very strong stocks, when they come back down to this for the first time, they're going to hold. They're going to push nicely. So we can watch for that. Some more off the top of my head. A-Lab, I believe, off the 21 day. No, not even. Very strong. Say OSG. Maybe not. Anyways, these are just some levels you can watch for. QQQ reclaiming its 21 day here. That's a strong look. And let's look at it intraday, see how it's doing. Not great, not great. So it's basically back testing that 21 and maybe losing it here. So like we said, the main move was the dead cat bounce to the 50%. Now we are a little bit less sure. Back testing this moving average, it's test time. Talk mentioning some great names here. Yeah, absolutely. GLW, AAOI, LITE, CIEN. All had a common sell. Let's see. So AAOI is one of those names that I'm just in a small position, and every time it dips a lot, I just buy a few more shares. I just really think that they are going to be one of those companies that in a few years, it doesn't really matter if you get in at 150 or 200, you know. Long term, when I look at a chart like... Okay, well, it seems a little crazy there. It does seem a little crazy there. But a lot of these charts and their parabolic moves, pretty early, they have this kind of monthly candle that makes you think, no freaking way, it keeps going. And then it eats that wick and absolutely keeps going. Thinking like Rocket Lab, the amount of like monthly top wicks. And then just, nope, big candle, just starting, you know? I think that's what we could be seeing with these AAOI type plays. Because these ones still have this one in particular has so much room to catch up if it wants to become and will which it does seem like it's turning the corner, that inflection point, and becoming like institution in the space, in this infrastructure AI build out space for the next 10 plus years, 5 plus years at the very least. So they're going to be competing all of a sudden with the likes of, LITE, Lumentum here, or if they get repriced like these big boys, they still have a lot of room. So I'm looking for these types of names, as the first legs of all these ones have gone kind of crazy. All right, I'll quit yapping, guys. Josh, what are you in? Oh, he's still short from 4.9 on BYAA. Let's check that out. All right, it's still halted. I don't know how you guys do it. It's like it's like watching paint dry, and then all of a sudden the paint does something insane for like 2 minutes, then it's back to watching paint dry. But I respect the hustle. So this one we were watching, let me find the chart with the levels. There it is, maybe. I'm going to find it, guys. So we had some fibs on this guy that I think were really interesting, and I think they played out pretty perfectly. So we took this high, we went down to this low, pulled it on out, and I believe when we drew this, it had just halted right over the 127. So let's go intraday and take a look at that. Yeah, it had just halted on this candle at 362. So what we were looking for is extension. When a play closes over the 127 fib, we want to see it hit the 162, and we want to see it hit the 200%. So that was what we were looking for. Extension to 441, extension to 544, and anything on top of that, it's just icing on the cake. Getting back into the 1 minute. You get the halt over here, you can expect, and you can set your sell order just for right here. When you get the unhalt, this gets filled very quickly, or you can just mark it out too as soon as it unhalts, because you know that if you hit mark it out, you're going to get a pretty darn decent fill, definitely going to be way over here, and you just want to lock some in case it comes back down. As you can see, one of these halt ups will end very poorly. So you got to be fast if you're in this and just take some off on the unhalt. So for us, just bam right there would have been the play. And then the big one here, the big halt above here, this is why you just take some off right at this when it unhalts, is what I'm learning the more and more I see these go. Just take it off right here and then boom, smashing back down. So I think this was probably what gave Josh the confidence to short. Yeah, he was short at 4.9. So somewhere, I guess, either he got in right here and it spiked up and he held, or he got in right before the halt here and it's like 4.98 or so, or something like that. Either way, great entry there. And what do you think, Josh, if you're still in the house? Where are we going, to zero? I think this one back to just the base here is about all you could really look for, but maybe you look for the actual open price of 120. That's still a lot of room. Still, what, 90 cents? Yeah, that's a lot of room still. So, hey, why not if it's got no buyers? All right, so let me catch up on the comments here. Goldman Sachs is a space play. What is happening? Are they doing some financing stuff? Let me try to get to the bottom of this, guys. Or are you guys just memeing and I can't catch up? I'm like, what are you talking about? %2 move. I am unimpressed, underwhelmed. Goldman and some of the finance charts are pretty crazy, though. Have we talked about them? Probably not in a while. Look at some of these extensions. Big surge through and a back test of the 127. If this does hold, I think these just kind of keep going. You can look at XLF overall. And that's the question. Are these back testing and ready to go? Or are they failing? That's going to be the name of the game. I want to say they're ready to go because this is a nice higher low. You can also put this in like a little bit of a flag here. That's pretty Pretty clean, pretty clean. I like it. In general, this looks really constructive and looks like it wants to be a W breakout. One last bit of confluence. There you go. We can see the back test of this 50% fib. So the idea is, hey, if this is the range that we're in and it's acting like it wants to basically climb on upwards, and every time it's on sale under here, it's getting bought back up very ferociously, well then, hey, the pop in the back test, we might finally be ready. The last couple times it was still selling, so we were kind of pinning at this equilibrium, but it seems to me like most things are in place here for a push up. So I'd like to see that happen. And that would definitely be led by Goldman, by, well, probably everybody but JPM, because they've been having some trouble recently, I've noticed. I guess it's basically the same chart. I think Goldman's just really been pulling ahead. Trying to break over this level. We'll see. We'll see. I want to believe. Hey, Cool Winder, asking about Oracle. Well, we're going to be talking about it in depth for the earnings play, and that's going to be Wednesday after hours. We can frame it now, though. It's going to be really important, guys. This is going to set the stage for the AI trade and see if we can kind of stabilize things after that that Broadcom kind of a crash landing there. I mean, the earnings weren't that bad. They really weren't. They were, for any company that didn't have insanely high expectations, they would be really good. But you know what? They are in a league of their own in terms of, or semiconductors are in a league of their own in terms of just how price to perfection they are. So let me talk about that first, and then we'll do Oracle first, but we should go talk about Broadcom later too. Essentially, these guys are going to confirm or deny how the market's feeling on the CapEx narrative for AI. Can we justify how much we're spending on them, essentially? And these guys are essentially a good proxy for the hyperscaler trade as a whole. So these guys are going to move all of the NBISs, all of the core weaves, all those plays are going to move with these guys as well. It's hard right now because we have a big range and we've traded into equilibrium. We're just kind of in standby mode. It's going to be tough. Gonna have to hone in a little bit here. Hey, Larry, good to see you. Oracle. So again, I'm just never smarter than my moving averages. I'm seeing basically a surge into the equilibrium, but saying it's not ready to break up into the top half of the range. It's not ready to be a $300 stock again. I'm sure it will someday. Whoops, but not quite ready yet. Take that out of the way and just look at the moving averages here. I really need to see what it does at this 21, and it's just going to be a matter of how good the numbers are here. We're going to talk about all the specific metrics that we're looking for on Wednesday at, hey, literally just this time in 2 days. So 3:30 p.m. we're going to be starting our actually, heck, we're going to do it just at 3. We're going to start our earnings call because we want to have enough time to really talk about this this setup that's going to have a lot of impact on the market. So 3 o'clock on Wednesday will be Oracle. And don't forget, we're doing earnings Tuesday and Thursday too. They're not as exciting as Oracle just because that's the most important print of the week, but they're still important, guys. So Adobe is going to be happening on Thursday. So 3 o'clock Thursday, tune in. We're going to be talking about that as well as whatever else is happening in Power Hour and setting up for the after hours call. We're going to be, the print. We're going to be trading it live, hopefully catching a nice move. We've been having some good luck with some of these recently. So we're going to try to continue the streak. Adobe is going to be the most important on the Thursday bracket. And then on Tuesday, we've got some fun ones. We've got some small cappers that are going to move big. You can see Bark here absolutely blasting off on the daily chart and has been flagging tightly since then. That big move about 2 months ago. So we're going to see if they can kind of continue this insane potential high and tight flag setup with the print, get a big beat there, and we could see a very outsized move on this guy. This is my top watch with a potential big explosive 50% move, I think up to this $15 mark. We also have a few others on the radar that I am blanking on now because I'm so excited about Oracle. So let's keep the focus on there for now. is this gap in the 21 day. So 205, 207, that's the zone. But you got to assume 200, not too far away there. So in this general area is where I'll be looking for a catch this week. We'll keep an eye there with the general bias of I want to say up. I want to say we retest that 50% and start to surge through. But hey, it's just going to depend on if big money's biting after the crazy moves in some of these sectors. So with Oracle, we should talk about IGV and just software as a service in general. We saw the big surge up, and now we're coming back and back testing this move as well, retesting this breakout. Same deal. Just I'm a broken record today, guys, because everything is right around this 21-day moving average. And that's going to be the name of the game. This week will be very important to see which survive and close above and which fail and close below. That's how I'm going to be sorting a lot of what I'm looking for in the next kind of month or so with the swing trades. All right. Let me see if I missed any comments. Anyone have big money levels for silver for the week? Let's talk about it. Man, it has been getting beat lately. Absolutely beat. And it makes me think it just needs to go lower. Let's talk about it. See, that recent failure is just pretty ominous. It was really trying to hold above the 50% and just could not find traction. We took a couple trades in here thinking that silver was bottoming. I am a silver bull, guys. I am a silver bull. I'm in a silver miner right now in HL, Hecla Mining. But I thought this move might stick. So we got in here one of the first times, took some off at, what was it? Yeah, 78. I just play these fibs usually in general, just in case this was a failure. And hey, it looked good till it didn't, right? So got stopped out of the runner on there, small win. Same thing that happened right here. It looked like a higher low under this 50%. So I think I got in on this gap up day, took some off here. Right when it opened here, 77. Another nice trade, but then got stopped out of the rest. So this has been a really frustrating trade, guys, and I wouldn't blame you if you weren't interested in it. But we are coming back into a level of interest for at least silver here. Let me double check on gold as well. But on the daily, we have these wicks. I'm going to draw this out. See, we are kind of respecting them here. See the two bottom wicks today? I'm also going to check my other chart because I want to see a few other indicators for you there, since we're talking big money levels. Give me 1 sec while I pull it up. Oh, is it a giant pennant? It's so hard to tell. It looks like it's failing that kind of look, though. Give me my drawings back. Okay, nothing wants to load. We're going to do it live, guys. Who needs indicators? We got enough here anyway. The thing is, you see this big mountain that we're building on the volume profile on the right side of our screen, the white blob. This is going to make or break us. We did kind of just slide down from the peak here, and you really don't want to see it. But how I look at it is we're rolling downhill right now. We have to stop the slide by this kind of 5750 level. See, there's the kind of valley there. The bottom of the valley is 5850, and then it spikes up again a little bit at 5750. So think about a ball kind of rolling down the hill here. Then it might either get caught here, and then it has, you can, I don't know. Imagine some metaphor where the ball can climb the hill for some reason. Otherwise, if it loses this, it just can fall a lot faster. Because we got to remember that long-term silver, it's still up here, guys. It had a crazy move. So if we look at the gold chart, it's going to be a little more reasonable, a little less extended and blown out in both directions. We might be able to get a little bit of a better read on what's really going on with the precious metal complex overall. So when we have these big moves like this, I try to kind of, like, where should I draw the fib? I could draw it from here, for example. I could draw it from way earlier. I think that I just need to kind of pick a breakout and go with it here. So this is the breakout that I'm using for now, at least to the highs. And coming back, we can see this 50% has been trying to hold, and it just seems a little bit weak. More importantly than the fibs, though, let's look at the actual horizontal support and resistance. Let's look at those moving averages. On the weekly, it's just lost everything that you want to see hold. If this big parabolic move was going to catch here, you'd really like to see it catch right on this big green candle where it reclaims everything it needs to. It's got the higher low structure, but instead it just fails to push above these moving averages and gets stomped. The back test holds and it goes and makes a new low. So for me, I can't be a buyer on any of these. In terms of where I'd be interested, fib levels for silver of interest, we've got the 62 plus this rising 50 week moving average, and that's going to be sitting at 58.65. Call it 58.50. So 58 to 59 is where I would be looking for some kind of mean reversion catch. You could see it catch there and try to make a reclaim. I don't think it will, honestly. I would be looking for probably just a retest of... You just got to see what it does at 60, basically. If you get the reclaim of 60, you can look for a dead cat bounce, 50% of that move to where we sold off from, and that'd be about 63.50 there. So keep an eye on those levels. That's the zone I would kind of be looking to play, with the potential to try to catch a low somewhere in that 58 zone, 58, 59 zone for a potential bigger move up. But man, it's just going to be hard to time. It's not going to be the easiest trade here. What else we got? Nigel, you like the 15? The 15 is a really comfortable time frame, guys, because it gives you... Did I just open a position? I heard something. Nope. Spooky. All right, never mind. I'm just going crazy. So the 15-minute, it's very comfortable because it gives you just a nice way to look at an hour in a little bit more in-depth. So I love my hour charts and I love my 5-minute charts, but this one's kind of right in the middle of both of those. So for me, I do love a 1-minute, but I need my 5-minute, and then I usually go 15 an hour, and I usually have 4 time frames next to each other. And then I'll just bounce back and forth between that hourly and the daily, the weekly as needed for those high time frame levels. But I always want to keep a 15-minute on my screen if I'm, just scalping SPY, for example, or SPX, whatever, ES, whatever it may be for the day. Let's go to SPY for an example. So usually when a 15-minute trend fails, you can kind of just follow this into this after the morning pump, and just, for example, the fade, you can just keep on holding this short until it loses this 15-minute 9 moving average, for example, or at least the 21. In general, it's just kind of a nice medium time frame where if you're not scalping every 1-minute candle, you can just stay in a trade for maybe an hour up to a couple days. On this 15-minute, usually if at the end of the day it still looks bearish on like an hourly, I'll go up to the next time frame up, then I'll keep holding it there. So we shall see. What's SPY doing intraday here? Finally trying to flush out and get a bounce. Let's talk about it. What we said earlier is we wanted to see under 740 and a reclaim. So we got the under 740. We haven't gotten the reclaim yet, but we are checking at the right time. Take a look and see if we can get this, and maybe we get a swing into tomorrow, targeting that 745-ish type target or type area, 745 up to 750 possible. Yeah, the 15 is a nice one, but definitely keep an eye on those hours. And this is one that I see a lot of people not using, which I think is really important. It's the 4-hour, guys. So the 4 hour is really nice because it divides a day's worth of price action really neatly into 2 candles there. You get the you get kind of like the first half and the second half. And I think that's really important. In general, you just want to be looking for these pivots to take place at these kind of 4 hour marks. You can see, for example, up here at the top, it tried for so many hours here. I mean, I know this is overnight, but still, it really showed that, hey, we need to show a strong close over here to get going. Since it could not, finally it got the sell with the cash session volume coming in. But just in general, these are where these pivots can kind of take place. I'll zoom in and show you a few more on the way up here. For example, you might look and see these two. You open your chart before pre-market, or in the pre-market, and you see this nice pivot forming, these double pivots at the same place on the 4 hour. So you could mark this zone out, this area right here at, oh, come on, don't mess with me. Where is it? 739.40. Ironically, just about exactly where we are now. So price memory, it's sticky. But you can see these 2 4-hour pivots right here. So then in the cash session, when it opens up, price comes down. No worries, no worries. You have a context of you think we're going up and you want to see us break above this pivot. So then on the reclaim, you can just tag in right there and just see where we're at in 4 hours. You put your stop under the low and see where we're at in 4 hours. Oh, nice. We got the expansion. Great. I can hold the trade. You can keep on holding as long as it's holding the moving averages on the time frame that you're trading. So in this case, as long as it's holding over this 9 and definitely over, well, as long as it's holding over the 21 and definitely as long as it's holding over this 9, you're totally fine. So it comes back in, tests, finds a big buyer, nice. Comes back into the 21, tests, finds a big buyer, nice. You wouldn't get shaken out of this trade until right here. So that's pretty darn decent, even if you wait for that candle to close. That's a 2% trade in a couple days, just for a real easy swing on an index. You do that with options, you do that with leveraged shares. That's some good money. You do that on any other stock. I don't know why I showed you SPY, the most boring thing. But yeah, these 4-hour candles can give you really nice swing entries. I'll give you one more example. Just go to a random place here, look at our 4-hour. I'm already seeing a big old pivot. So you can see those 3 forming a pivot there. You drag it across, you just see more and more and more. Those bottom wicks forming right there. So yeah, essentially, just at any point in this process, you can see, hey, this is a big level. And I'm going to start looking for it to kind of 1, 2, 3, 4 knock, go through. And then on the back test, you want to see if this level holds. So you have the price memory in mind. You have this level drawn out on this kind of day here, where you can see where, hey, any of these reclaims, you can be looking for a scalp, and then back test, you can look for that to hold. Maybe you're getting it on this reclaim, you almost get shaken out. But just that you can see that it's a level that you know is going to be very reactive. And once it finally does kind of stick, all of these reloads, all these bottom wicks, finally get that traction for a big move. All right. Crow hitting us with some good advice. Don't be confident, friends. They take it all back tomorrow. They're just like we're like a big old turkey dinners. You know, they just want to let us run around the farm and get nice and fat, just waiting for us to walk into the trap and harvest ourselves. They know we'll give it all back if we don't practice discipline. So that's the name of the game, guys. Just got to keep fighting, keep staying alive, and don't let them take your money. Don't let them take what you fought so hard to get. Discipline over everything, capital preservation over everything, and just keep a steady head about shit. You know what I'm saying? Keep looking at different time frames like we're doing here. These higher time frames. This might be a little scary if you're in the 1-minute weeds, but right here looks like a bear flag. Looks like we're probably going lower to me, but at the same time, looks like, what does it look like? A little bit of a bottom wick. Let's check in with our handy dandy 15-minute chart here. So remember, under the 9, under the 21, still in the downtrend. Broke the pre-market lows, broke the cash session lows earlier in the day. Came back, failed the back test there. Pushing down, extension. Cannot be bullish until it reclaims this 740. That's the only thing that would kind of make a decent looking hourly candle possible here. Over 740, fine. That's a nice hammer. And then we can say high or low, and still in the cards if it can reclaim moving averages. But till then, let's watch. Oh, that's pretty cool, isn't it? So you can go to a tick chart. That's control 1. And it's going to look best on SPY or something with high liquidity here. But this is actually every transaction we're seeing play out here on the chart. Kind of hypnotizing, right? All right, enough of that. So it's flagging, consolidating. I think this might try to push here, but still a little bit early for me. So you see the VWAP there. Let's see if we can get flag break, back test off a moving average. It does look like it wants to try to push here. It's a nice strong candle. Let's see where this one closes. Maybe it can finally close over this 50 and get the ball rolling. So if we do get a close over the 50, the white level, then we can look for a comeback into this rising 9 plus 21, and that would be the area to buy. That would look like a close above here, and coming back right there is where we buy, and then we expect it to stair step on up. Whoops. And by doing this, we can get into the trade without chasing. And if it doesn't close over, because hey, it could always fail here, even though I think it's going to go up, well, then we don't get kind of caught in that riptide. So let's see if it plays out here or not. It's Tyler's money and he needs it now. I'm with you, dude. That's how I feel when I'm in a swing trade and it's just not happening yet. And it's like, I know I need to be patient. It hasn't stopped me out. Like, come on, man. Everything else is running. Everybody else is outside having a fun time, and I'm stuck indoors watching paint dry. Yeah, so this is getting the nice curl up here. Looks like we are going to go for the candle close over here. 10 seconds for bears to step in and mess this up, but I don't think they will. Another thing we can look at is these downtrend lines here. There you go. Just another representation of, hey, trend flip, right? Whether you're looking at these moving averages, whether you're looking at these diagonal lines, whether you're looking at these horizontal lines like that. It's all about trend breaks, changes of character. So see, we got the candle close over. Now we're coming back into the moving averages. Anywhere on these wick backs is viable to buy. I would like a little bit more progression. Give it another minute or two for these moving averages to come up. Make sure that we're not just going to reject. But in general, this is acting right. You know, get the close over it. Now it's coming on back down, but finding buyers. See it wicking back up. If it doesn't give us a perfect entry off this moving average, that's fine. But that's generally what I look for, especially if I'm going to be trading. And, you know, I mean, it's 3 minutes till the mock candles. This would be a swing anyway. That's a lot of conviction, you know, that I don't have. So we're just talking price action here, not financial advice. But let's take a look and see if we can get that push up. And the idea being, if these small things kind of tick all the boxes, it gets a chance to, or the percentage likelihood that it comes up over this previous swing high just raises and raises. That was a nice voice crack there, huh? Anyways, if we get the break over this previous swing high at 740.19, well, you broke the 740, you reclaimed that. You also got that W pattern where you come down, come up, form the middle of the W, come down high or low and break that. Often that will lead to the explosive move. For me, I'd be looking for these higher volume nodes and essentially where it fell off from this middle kind of consolidation point. So that's what you could look at. Maybe it happens after hours. This would probably be a futures trade, if anything. Or just, you know, swinging some shares and assuming that we gravitate up higher. I'm not taking the trade, but let's see if it does the thing right here. This is the back test of the moving average. If you did take the trade, you'd probably want to put your stop under the candle that pushed it through the moving average, at the very least under this swing low, if you want to give it a little room to wiggle. But yeah, end of the day here, might not get the follow through that we would if it was, hey, happening sometime earlier in the session, like this. There you see the higher low, breaks through the W, starts to expand, seeks higher liquidity there, comes back down, but holds the base. And then you can keep on kind of playing that trend as long as the moving averages hold. You can see the failure there. Not a lot of great trading action today, to be honest. And like we said, that's just because we're digesting. We're just digesting a real big move from Friday. Big, powerful move down. But you know what? Hey, we still made a pretty decent bounce back here to the 50% sell level. Gave people an off-ramp there, and now we're seeing the fading happening from there. So we will see if we can form the higher low, carve it out. But until we break over 745, we really can't be bullish. And bringing it back out to the daily here. All right, 742.50. We can get excited if it reclaims that 9 or 21 moving average. Let's see. INHD. Oh my goodness, is it finally open? Been waiting all day. Boom, insane. All right, let's get in on a 1 minute here. Wow. Absolutely wild move here. What the heck did these guys do? Did these guys solve cancer, guys? What an amazing move. Halted up again. This thing was open for, 1 minute, moving from 29 at the open, at the unhaul, all the way to 43. Good night. Absolutely. Insane. I mean, what do you even say to this? This is crazy. So we were on this one earlier. I did not touch it. I'm not I'm not trading today, guys. I'm coding. I can't do it. It's like I can't talk while I trade very well, at least. I can't code while I talk. I can't code while I trade. You know, I'm in building mode. So I have not been trading much this week, at least yet. I'll have to get back in the swing of things, but I missed this one, guys, and now it's going to haunt me. So we can talk about multiple chances that it gave us to get in too. And it's just so funny when your chart looks like this, it's really hard to have the confidence to buy right here. But that's just the beginning of the move. So we just always got to keep those higher time frames in mind. And see, on the weekly, we got in this one here at like about $10. Josh did, I should say. 10.50. We were looking for these target wicks, saying that it'd be crazy if it got all the way up here, right? That would be a 50% move. That'd be a 100% move if it gets to the second one. Well, if you can break above there, it's just a short squeeze. This whole base of price action acts as well, like I said, a base, just pushing up and out of there. And then you can start looking at it like this, with these fibs from this whole base extracted or projected outwards. Then the 40 doesn't look so crazy, that 200% move. After that, though, we have to start adding some percentages. So let's add one here. The 260. Do I have the 260? There it is, way up here. So this is our next spot, and it's got that round 50 number. Psychological resistance right there too. I bet when we resume, we're going to resume up there at that 50 level and tag that. That's your next spot if you're in that, guys. Yeah, I need to figure out, Josh needs to teach me his magic mojo jojo skills where he knows the exactly where it's unhalting. Maybe we can find it together in one of these tools. So the scalper tool is still showing 43.38. That's the closing price, the halting price, not that one. We got all these cool tools here. Maybe Superdome. Let's try that out. Eno Holdings. What the heck do they do? Who knows? This one's still just showing the same here too. All right, so we'll have to wait for Josh to give us the secret sauce. Nigel, you're seeing 4,000%. You sure are, brother. You sure are. Let me zoom on out and show you that. You could say INHD investors had a good day. So 3,569. Very nice percent there so far. I think it goes for the 4,000% move. How about 4,269, of course. 4,269%, which would put us at, call it $51. Yeah, Josh saying to 50 plus and after hours. And I like that plus. I like that plus because he's not putting a cap on it. This is just the next fib. We got more, guys. We could go higher. Can always go higher. Let's see if we find any other price history on a 1 month chart here. No, that's all we got. Maybe I can rustle some up here. Same chart. Apparently it is. So, we've got some room, boys and girls. Let's see what we see. With this information, I have a lot more to work with here. And remember, by the way, guys, 5 minutes to the bell. 5 minutes to the bell. Be sure to be aware of where that is. This doesn't help us at all. This is such a wide range. So that's where logarithmic charts can get you a little bit discombobulated because the halfway point between this high and this low is all the way up here on the chart at 3,000 because believe it or not, this spike high was 7,000 pre-splits, pre-many splits, I would assume. So let's find a more reasonable high. Even this is kind of crazy. That's more reasonable, this high right here of the month. We're just looking for anywhere we can kind of bifurcate our range. Because we already broke above this, so we can talk about a few things. But just this is one way we can look at this 53 handle. We can look for the moving average there as well. It's going to be 64, but I think what's more important is an extension through this kind of bottom that we reclaimed. So I like 53. I like 69. I like 69, the 2.61 extension. Those are two areas to look for. And I just want to see if I'm missing any bigger moving average or something that might be floating down, drifting down. There it is. The 21 week at 76.57. Give me the 21 week. I think that's where we're going. 76.57. And man, if things get really crazy, hey, we went from 344 pre-split to 1,600 pre-split for a, what is that, 300% move, 350% move. I don't see why we can't make a, okay, it's a little bit higher, but I could see a squeeze to the 200 day. I could see it to 400. It likes to do it. Does like to do it. So that's the super crazy insano target. If it wants to fully TCGL on us there. See, it closed at 105 yesterday, so 4,000%. Super insane. 3 minutes left. 3 minutes left in the market. Let's go over SPY. Go over our indices. And see, did we get this hour after all? Well, a little bit. We talked about it right at, yeah, right when we got on saying, hey, looking a little bit weak. And hey, if you took that trade, good for you. You know me. Not really in my scalper era lately. I'm going after these bigger trades. So I'm just looking to buy dips here. Yeah, we got some short opportunities for sure. If you got the fast fingers right there, that was a little 1/3% move in about 10 minutes. Talk looking for imbalances. Yeah, let's keep an eye on where everything closes. Looking at that price action in the last 10 minutes. Talk says nothing big, nothing paired off. On my side monitor here, yeah, nothing's screaming to me. It's a low-key day. We had the big move on Friday. We're digesting. We're just hanging out, guys. We're having a good time. And really what's going to get us going here, what's going to really kickstart the week, I think, are going to be these earnings, especially on Wednesday with Oracle. So Oracle, the big one on the block this week, it's going to set the tone for, I think, a whole bunch of things in the AI space. So that's what we're really going to be looking for. Be sure to tune in Wednesday at 3 o'clock, guys. We're going to be going over an in-depth presentation on Oracle, on all of the matters, or all of the fundamentals that matter in this print, what we should be looking for on the earnings results, on the call, and whether or not we can feel good about buying any dips that might arise. Because Oracle, we are right over the 200-day moving average. Maybe we just dip back into there, back test it, cut a little deeper into the 200, and maybe that's the last chance you get to get Oracle cheap here for quite a while. I'm not sure. Maybe it's just peeking its head over the 200-day and it's going back in the casket into the depths, back in that 150 or even below range. What you're looking for, we're gonna be letting you know, and that's gonna be on. Yeah, it's coming up on Wednesday. Tomorrow we got some a little less exciting earnings, but they're still gonna be fun. And I'm just gonna get INHD because I think it needs to wait for the bell to really go crazy. We're going to hang out for a few minutes after just to take a look at this one. See if it unhalts. Man, you love to see it though. Whole lot of green on the watch list. So the market recovering real nicely here. Yeah, nice push, and even on the risk on stuff that was kind of really lagging. I'm seeing a big day for IREN, and there's the bell. Pencils down. INHD. All right, we're getting the movement after hours here. Inside candle so far. Let's see if we get the push. What I'd like to see is it hold. Oh, man, it could come down so much. I want to see it hold where it gapped up from. So this 29.30. All right. Sellers running out of ammo, perhaps. Got a hammer candle forming. We still have 30 seconds left. 30 seconds left in this first minute candle. Pencils down. Oh, sorry about my scripts firing off there. There we go. Come on. We have 20 seconds left for this candle to print positive. Bears look like they're on the back foot, 1 foot out the door. I sure wouldn't want to get caught in the riptide of this thing when there's no halts after hours to protect me. That being said, they're stepping back in. All right, see if they can hold this $29 pivot here, $29 gap up level. If not, there's empty space down to $21. Could be a rough sell, but I want to see the big move up. Josh says 50 plus. I'm inclined to agree. Let's see if we get it. 30.01, 30.27, 30.40. So there's a buyer here trying to absorb, but is he going to get cracked? Oh my goodness gracious. He got cracked. We're down to 25 in a heartbeat. Guys, we said if it loses it, it's going to happen. Wow. So now moving average trying to hold it, but this really doesn't have much support until the 21 proper, I figure. Whew. There it goes. Man, crazy big moves. This is why I wanted to watch, guys. In 2 minutes, that was a 39% move. Sheesh. No gap up. That'll be it for now. That's all, folks. That's all she wrote. So, sometimes you get the fireworks. Sometimes 3,500% in the day, that was enough. You know what? I guess we'll have to pack it up after that crazy move, and we'll keep an eye on this one after hours and into tomorrow as well, because all of this volatility, all this juice, maybe it can't keep going higher. Maybe it can. Still got some juice there. Maybe it can't keep going higher, but that could just be an excellent short setup if it's done. It could have been a short if you were so fast, but I don't know. I don't know if the odds were there. For me, I'm just watching like this is an amusement park ride or something. Or I don't even know. This is an exhibit at the I don't even know what kind of show. Some show with some insane things going on. Ripley's Believe It or Not. How about that? I don't know, guys. I need a little bit of a nap because I have been building some cool stuff for you. I'll show you real quick. This is what's around the corner here. With me, at least. We're going to have some very cool gamma exposure tools built into our charts to scalp all of these moves. Because I know everybody wants to catch these quick moves. And I want you to catch them even if I'm not there to watch, because sometimes I want to do other stuff. So I'm building a robot me. Which one of these is correct? This is good enough. Essentially, we are going to have all of our levels every morning built into our charts here. We'll be able to see where the price is going to gravitate to, where the price is reaching for that isn't on the volume charts, isn't on the delta charts, isn't on your book maps, but is governed by options movement, by the hedging obligations of the market makers as speculators like you and me buy puts and calls. Well, we're going to track that and be able to kind of play off of these high probability flows. So really looking forward to launching this for y'all in a few weeks, still in the testing mode, but we're going to have really cool profiles for you just loaded right on your charts here. And as you can see, this is, I believe, the weekly volume that's loaded, but there is a magnet lower here in this gap. And that's why I think that maybe we get this head and shoulders play out after I wanted to pop to 7,450 zero gamma. We got that in the morning and still did reject the weekly zero gamma. So I do think the possible draw is lower there. And oh my goodness, is INHD moving again? Let's check back in there and then we'll wrap it up for the day. Say it ain't so. Did it do the thing? It did the thing. The second we look away, Josh. All right, I always say I'm never smarter than my moving averages. And boom, there are those extension fibs starting to hit. The 1.6 hit there at 5,296. Did find a small seller there, but that looks very constructive for continuation here because, man, we got the push up into the after hours. We got the washout into that gap where it came down. We said, hey, no, we're not offering cheaper. That was on sale. We caught it the moving average back up through the top, and you can see they are not letting go. Even that seller candle ended up closing green. So until there's a seller that's able to show himself and put some muscle on this tape, we can keep on grinding higher. Let's eat the wick and keep on pushing. Keep on pushing. And this is where you can start to say, hey, this is a lot of buyers. I mean, it's kind of low volume. It's after hours. It doesn't need to be a lot of buyers. But we can start to say, hey, for this after hours session, where's our extensions here? We did just hit the 2x measured move just for this little range break. And sometimes I just look at those as areas like, man, if I just got in here for some reason or other, I'm already up a lot. Where should I take some off? Well, that's a good spot. Anywhere here is a good spot if you got in anywhere down here because you just almost doubled your money there. Insane moves. Look at that, 100% move, 112% move in 2 minutes, guys. Holy moly. Let's see. So, Eric, if you are stuck in a position, you can try. So let's go to the other chart and I'll show you. You can try using your on the chart here to get out of it. So you go mouse trading, top right corner, and you can put your order right on here. I'm going to put it up here so I don't get caught. But one share here. And essentially these ones, as long as the 24 hours here is triggered, then your order will go through after hours. I'm going to cancel this to make sure. Okay, so top right corner, hit the mouse. Then make sure you hit the 24 hours there and hit GTC here. And then any order you place, right click to buy, left click to sell. You can change your quantity in the top middle here. This should go through. This should go through after hours. Let me know if that works for you or if you're still having trouble. Very worst case, you can reach out to support and they will, they're very understanding and they'll help you sort that out. They can cancel things from the back end and all that. $60, Crow's dead. So yeah, definitely try that mouse trading tool. That one should always work for you there. INHD, apologies. Crazy power here after hours. And still riding that 5 moving average on up. On up. So man, where does it stop? I don't know, but you just got to keep respecting. That was a really strong respect of the 9-minute algo. So I would say if you're looking to get in this thing, first off, size very small. This thing's already insane. But the first area of interest, we have that previous cash session high, and we have that 9-day moving average where we just saw the algo firing. You can get in off that with the stop on a close, either under it if you're very fast, or at least under this 21 moving average. You want to see the ribbon hold for this momentum because otherwise, if it doesn't, well, it can die so fast because even from the 9 to the 21, that's a 30% move. So you got a size so small. Now we have a 1-minute chart trying to break out, and this is a good chance to check out Trade Evolution, our platform that we use at Trade the Pool, their tick chart. We can see the individual ticks. This gives us a better idea of what's happening when the 1 minute just ain't fast enough. So we want to see this previous low holding. This is a flag. Now we're surging up, and you see our moving averages moving very fast on this one. So grain of salt, of course, but it can be very entertaining to watch. This blue line is us. That's the actual price. Oh, goodness. What's going on? It scared the heck out of me, Josh.
We talked about it. I had to come back here. Got out of my one-on-one here. Here's that 50 handle. I said, we'll see 50 in after hours, and now here's 67 for you. So we got the barn burner. I mean, a 4,000, 5,000% mover here at this point. I've got to start to just. I want one more piece of pie from it. It's such good pie. It's so amazing. I want another slice. I'm going to give it maybe a few more minutes here to see if we get that one last potential squeeze and barn burner move here. I kind of missed it as it went live here. I got in here, but then I got liquidated. So as soon as it went live, I got in. Of course, boom, liquidated me. I'm like, oh, well, of course. That 10 minute rule before the closing bell, you get liquidated, which is all good. And so now see if I can get one more piece of this pie. Give it about 10, 15 more minutes. Otherwise, I'm done. It's fun. I'm exhausted, honestly, for the day. Steve, how fun was this, though?
It was wild. I wasn't even in this thing, and I'm tired just play calling it because it moves so fast that you have to calculate so many things in real time. Like usually I have like a week to do this kind of stuff before a chart goes 6,000%, even at the wildest setups. Here's our first test on the back test of this 9 moving average. I was letting people know if you're looking to get back in this thing, that was the first area of interest. You can manage risk into it. You can see that big bottom wick up off it. We'll see if it holds. I like to wait for it to undercut and reclaim, so that was real quick. I'd like one more, and we can see if it gives that the cash session close high as an entry there as well, maybe at 43. But Josh, it's so hard to manage risk on something that's moving this big. I mean, that's a $5 candle right there.
Especially in after hours, 100%.
Yeah.
That's why you got to know what you're doing and get in with momentum at the right time.
Man, look at that.
If you're at the wrong time,
whoa, boy.
Look.
There it goes.
Ooh.
So yeah, that's the 21. If it can't reclaim this, and this is 26 seconds left for this to still go crazy here.
I mean, that's pretty dire. That's probably got to be the end of the move, right? It just halved itself in 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's one where I go, all right, folks, I'm out of here now.
Yep, that's all, folks. That's where it's at. That's the thing where it's like you just don't know if it's going to be saying, all right, 4,000%, that's enough, and then it drops. What is this? 50% in 2 minutes. You're like, well, that's clearly got to be it, right?
We're getting some jet fuel over to CCTG. CCTG getting some jet fuel. No news on this one. We are barn burning. I'll talk about barn burners, right, Nigel?
Wow. All right, absolutely explosive. All right, Josh, let's see. I'm going to pull up to an hourly just so we can get some frameworks here, because where are we reaching to? Into the galaxy, apparently. All right, we got to go daily. There we go.
Dun 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 dun. No, that's Indiana Jones. I was meant to do Star Trek. That was Indiana Jones.
That was Indy.
Yeah.
Whip it good. All right, so we breached above the 162. Next target, the 200% move, 240 coming in hot. 240 coming in hot. That is the next level. I would be taking some off here into the 240, 250 level. You can see the sellers. They're respecting the measured move. They did not respect the measured move, Josh.
Yes. No, well. So, and some people got in there at 227 right now, and they're still in it going, oh, no, oh, no.
Well.
They may get another chance to come out here. They may get us. We always know. They usually get that second chance on these hot plays to get out. Now they're going, okay, we're out. Woo.
Oh, okay. And now you're hoping, look at that. Are we doing tweezer tops? Are we doing the tweezies? It's hard to say. So that's why it's always good to take some out on that first pop. I know you'd be getting out if you were in this one, right, Josh?
100. Yeah, that would be saving maybe some final, like small share size, 10, 20 or less of that. Maybe I see 285, 290 is the next handle up if we do make that next good move. Already, though, out of the gate here in after hours. Beautiful moves here. I think we continue to see some into tomorrow. So imagine tomorrow in pre-market. We just had CCTG from high to lows here in after hours go 400%. 400%. Move for CCTG 400%. That is absolutely barn burner right there, baby. That is plowing and mowing. So we watch for more moves here in after hours, not only from CCTG and INHD, but I think we'll get new runners tonight into tomorrow morning for sure, brother.
Yeah, I think you're right. And let me see, there were a few others on my watch list here too. As CCTG tries to eat these wicks and say, oh, you think these are tweezers? I'll show you a tweezer. What is that? That's a Crocodile Dundee. I'll show you a knife. They can put this a lot higher up here if they want to keep it running, but that's the question. It seems like the seller is still sticking up here at this measured move. So that might be all she wrote, which makes me think maybe we get a runner to some of these other ones. Because like you said, it's like wildfire from one to the other. I know SUNE, that was a barn burner today.
Yeah.
Okay, looking pretty quiet here. Looking pretty quiet.
And don't forget tomorrow, these plays could come back to life. Any of these that have made such good moves like SUNE, I know it's, it's back down at 5. I mean, it came up this morning, from yesterday at 1. You got to go back to pre-market. We're at $1 this morning. So we're still up an astronomical amount you got to think about for some of these tickers. So they'll probably see another round tomorrow. Even like your BYAHs, your HAOs, I guarantee you before the week's over, if not even by tomorrow, these plays will see more halts, and maybe not as big as today, but you will see them start to halt again.
Absolutely. So you mentioned a few good ones there. INHD, of course, the absolute barn burner. SUNE, NPT, another one we haven't really talked about much, but this one's been happening. Whoa, yeah, look at that. Just wild moves there. Boom into the close. So you can see where money's rotating around in these. At this point in the day, I mean, I'm assuming something else, the bid fell off and it gets picked up here. And then it fell off here and probably something else caught into the end of the day. That was INHD. Oh, so was this just literally the one that they were playing while INHD was halted? Is that what happened?
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's what you get with these plays. Yeah, you'll get to where, we're over to this one. And then, now we're over to this one. And that just makes it to where it's like the Wild West. It truly is. It's
look at that.
Crazy.
Insane. TDIC, another one for you.
Because then what happens like the Wild West, you got HAOs of the world or TDICs of the world. I think that was another one that gave everything back. So they get shot down. So it is the Wild West, and then they just get shot down out of the sky, essentially.
I own this one. Wait, hold on. AMPG? Yeah, I think I own this one. I was thinking of AMPX. Sick. Did it finally break out? Yeah, I own this one. Nice. All right, so these guys, they do something that's cool that I'm sure I'll hear about more in the news cycle, as the week goes on, because these guys, they're breaking their 52-week range, and I think they're going to rip and roar. I'm in from $5. So happy to see this one playing out. Josh, have you seen this one popping up on any scanners or anything?
Yeah. Oh yeah, AMG baby. Yeah, we're amping up. We gotta hey, if AMP is in the stock, the ticker, you know I'm amped up about it.
This is like the only small cap I think I'm in right now. Yeah, just a tiny position.
Well, here let's change that. Let's go ahead and go about 1,000 shares on INHD right now.
Right now, just send it to the moon.
Just send it. 1K shares, go long or short, whichever way you pick it. Heads or tails, whichever one you feel more comfortable with.
You just to feel alive. Is that what we're doing here?
Yeah. No, let's not. Let's not. Maybe 10 shares.
Devil on my shoulder. Devil on my shoulder.
Hey, I will say INHD. I bet this tomorrow. That would be a good after hours question. I just was wanting to pop in real quickly. Here's one that we can come back. I will probably see you tomorrow. I don't know if anyone signed up tomorrow for after hours on the earnings stream, but if no one is there, I will definitely be there for the cover in. Where tomorrow, INHD. This would be a double question. We need to start doing these and saying, hey, I'm sure they would be okay with this. Okay, anytime I come up with these random giveaway questions, is it okay if we do a quick giveaway? 5K eval. What's the high of day tomorrow? What's the low of day tomorrow for INHD?
I think I got to go with the new range that we're just forming in after hours here and say I think 100 isn't that crazy. In fact, I'm going to say 110.
Woo. I want it. If I get that tomorrow, that means I've traded INHD, I guarantee you, and probably another one or two tickers that went sympathy with it.
There we go. I'm risking one share at $36. $37, apologies. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. That's as much as I'm willing to risk on something this crazy. And I'm sure as heck not going to short it. Even with one share, Josh, I'm not going to wake up to 0 in my account. That's for sure. Because who the heck knows what this thing's going to do. Oh, is Josh frozen? Or is he just really excited? I can't tell. Either way. Either way, I'm in INHD. We'll see how this one goes, guys. I'm looking around the scanner, seeing if anything else is popping like it's hot. Man, that SUNE is calling to me. That one's one I'm going to be watching tomorrow as well too. Maybe it's just because it's up 420% on the day. It knows how to meme me. But what I'm seeing is the big push up and then a 50% pullback here. Yep, 50% pullback, holding the golden pocket here, the 62. So in general, the idea is you want to see it enter this golden little pocket here, and if it does, then you want to see the buyer. If so, then this flag probably tries to hold. Reclaim of this gives you more confidence, and then you can look for basically the extensions of these fibs. So I'll redrag this the opposite direction. We could be seeing 11.35. We could be seeing $14 to $17 on this bad boy as soon as tomorrow, if it can flip the switch here at $6. So $6 to $5, that's the area I want to see hold. And if so, then off to the races. All right, guys, we are a little bit on time here. So I'll let you guys go. Have a beautiful, beautiful rest of your day. We're going to be right back here in the charts tomorrow. We're going to be getting into it morning till night-ish, morning till afternoon. We got great programming in the morning for you, live trading. And then, of course, in the afternoon, I'm going to be doing Power Hour and I'm going to be doing earnings. We're going to be talking about some fun ones. We're going to be doing Casey's.
Sorry, Bub.
Oh, there it is.
Okay. Internet issues today just dropped me off out of nowhere. So, yes, earnings tomorrow. I was about to head out anyway, but my gosh. It just was like, oh, hello.
Steve, can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me now? Exactly. So, I figured you were just, I don't know, it paused, it freeze framed you, and you just looked so juiced, just so psyched that I was like, I just thought you were really excited for earnings. So I didn't even.
That and INHD. So that for tomorrow and any other mover, I would imagine INHD is fun. Get ready for that. I'm going to jump off, let Steve finish here. But yeah, tomorrow, Steve, earnings, let's get after it, brother.
Yes, sir. And just before you go, INHD, I did get filled on the one share. That's at $37. $36. So I'm currently up almost $6 in profit. How's that for a little, what is that, a 20% trade just while we're yapping?
Hey,
that's a 35% trade. There you go, free money, guys.
Devil on the shoulder right here, getting you in. And I told you, that's a good one. It was a good one.
All right, so lunch on Josh there. Tomorrow we'll see if lunch is on Casey's, if it's a gas station lunch, or if it's a dog food lunch, because the other option is Bark. Oh, I'm sorry. We also have Cracker Barrel. Sorry, Cracker Barrel. That sounds better than both. So we'll eat at Cracker Barrel with the profits we make from the dog food and the gas stations. We also have Domo, D-O-M-O. That's a big mover, often a big mover. I've played that as a meme squeeze multiple times. So we'll see if it has any juice in the tank for the earnings. Flip that to the daily chart. We'll see what's cooking. So that's what's happening tomorrow after hours, Josh. I hope that you join me, because this feels like your dojo, the Domo dojo, these small caps, you know?
100%. Yeah, had to once it had that huge move. Of course, right there at the end of the day, come back on, give you a little love and spice. Get ready for tomorrow. Yeah, this is the AK Dojo. Come on in tomorrow. We got more of it from INHD. We got Domo. We got it all coming for you tomorrow, from opening bell onward to closing bell with Steve in the after hours earnings. Steve, you done for the day? Are you done? You closing up shop?
Well, I mean, I'm in this one share of INHD. I'm willing to give it. How about I'm going to go 9 more minutes. Hit the round half hour. That sound good, Josh? Give the people what they want. You know, just hang out with you guys.
Listen. Gotta give the man, the myth, the legend over there some love. I'm going to step out, Steve. Coast here to the top of the half of the hour. I'm going to get out because this guy says, "Hey, Dad, I want to go for a walk. I'm ready to go for a walk."
Oh, look at that face. You can't let him down. Yeah, go on, kid. Get on out of here.
Y'all have a good night. See y'all tomorrow.
Sounds good, brother. Have a good one. All right, guys. When the Josh is away, the Steves will play. We're going to have a few minutes of unsupervised TA here, and then we're going to hit out. So INHD, this one's been really explosive. I feel like I said, a kid playing with matches in this thing without my mentor, my small cap mentor, Josh, but I feel like we're pretty good here. Just one share, just having some fun with it. Basically, the idea is getting in under this 9 moving average. And where'd my 21 go? Let's bring that 21 back. Change this. You got to have the 20 or the 21, guys. I'm telling you, it'll change your life. It'll change your whole world. It's purple today. So we're fighting for it here. We're fighting for it here. In general, this represents the general trend. As long as on this 1 minute time frame, for example, I'm above the 21, or at least fighting for it, I think that I'm in the ballpark, in the ball game, and ready to keep riding this momentum up, holding these algorithms as they keep firing, buying under these moving averages, trying to pump it up. So we'll see if we get the continuation after hours. It might be a tomorrow thing. Either way, I'm fine waking up in this thing's 20. I'm fine waking up in this thing's 300. Thinking probably a little closer to the 100 than the 300, but definitely on the positive side. I'm hoping. I'm thinking. Areas to look for dip buys. That 20 handle, if it does come back and fill the gap, that's one area you could consider. In general, though, you really wouldn't want to see that. I'm going to flip over to my other chart here, get you some more levels from my other indicators. In general, I like how it's tightening up here. Just getting nice and consolidated, as it looks like it doesn't want to give up. So yeah, here's my moving average that I was looking for on here. 40 to 38.50 ribbon. So they're a little off on this one. I'm not sure why. I'll have to investigate. Either way, I like the trade. I like the setup into tomorrow. And I'm just trying to learn more about the anatomy of these multi-day movers. Because here's the whole thing, guys. This is insane. But why does it have to stop here? You know what I'm saying? Like, what makes it stop here? Or if it is stopping here, how can I identify that? Because if this is a range, there's a whole lot of room back to the middle part. Remember we were talking about the dip buys at 20? Well, that's 50% down. I should probably be looking to look for exactly where I would want to fade it. So either way, these are really good case studies to watch for somebody like me who, this is like a year and a half, not even a year. This is like a decade of SPY price action in 5 minutes after hours. It went up 100%, it went down 80%, now it went back 30%. That's insane. So it's really cool to see it happening very fast. And we will keep tabs on this one going into tomorrow. Checking on my live scanners here. We talked about the big winners. What about the big losers, though? Who's the biggest loser? This one's up here, RMSG. So does it count? Yeah, it's a big loser, but it was up insanely yesterday. So this is actually this is a good example of one where we could say, hey, what was the sign? what was the sign to short this thing? Right it open, it looks like it tried to push up and failed. Let's find some ways to frame it. I think it's pretty simple. We had the crazy move up yesterday, and it swept liquidity, went over this wick, and when it was over this wick, clearly sold. Closed much lower, basically back into what you could say was support, this top of this volume here, or volume shelf here. If it loses this, it's in a world of hurt, basically down until it fills the gap. Because why, if it loses this big shelf, shouldn't it roll down the mountain at least to this $1 mark? So that's how I would frame this on a daily. Of course, with hindsight, always a little bit easier. Let's look on a 1 minute here. So I think the idea is that it gapped down and we should just be looking to short it into any kind of risk-defined level. So crazy move overnight, or yesterday, into the low of the day on the close. Overnight comes down even more, and it pops back up to 160, which I don't even have as a big level here, so I don't think that's very meaningful so much as I think you just wait until it loses either the cash session lows. So that would be right there. And you can say, oh, okay, nice. It's the pre-market highs as well, or at least the swing high. So that's one level you could play, and you could say, hey, all right, if it loses this, I'll play a back test and it overshoots you a little bit, but in general, that's a nice area to play short off of. The little bit safer one is waiting for it to crack this pre-market low. And, you know, if you're waiting for this, you know, this looks very, very heavy. So you could maybe cheat a little bit here. I usually cheat and play these ones here. I don't really wait for this, because if I'm waiting for this, why not wait for the real big pre-market low? That's, you know, then the short's already happened. So the idea being, hey, if it does this, it's probably going to reach for this. If it does this, it's probably going to reach for this. And it kind of just cascades from the 1 minute breakdown here all the way until, hey, what do you know? You're up 50% on a position. So that's where I would probably get in. This just the break of the low of the day. And the idea being, the only reason I'm looking to short this thing in general is because it's under all of these key levels that we talked about. It's under this big volume profile where it closed into. So hey, if you close into support, then you wake up and it ain't support no more, you try to push up and you fail, what else do you need, right? That's how I would look at this. So this is the kind of thing I want to imprint in my brain for after maybe I miss the next INHD and I hear Josh going crazy about it because he caught it. Well, I can still make my money because when INHD tries to make its extension move, let's see, go to a daily chart. When it finally does break a wick and then fail it, so INHD, maybe when it fails at that 20 level, jeez, where the heck are those wicks? Am I crazy, guys? Weren't there some wicks at like 20 bucks? Man, this thing's moving like crazy. I just want to watch the 1 minute. There it goes. It's trying its best. So this to me looks like there's just like no real ability by the shorts to push this thing down still. Looking very squeezy. Man, this thing's strong. So yeah, we're locked and loaded. Wish I had a few more shares, but hey, we're riding with one, up 750 already. That is a pretty nice 50% move, I think. Oh, only 30%. Oh, 32. 38. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there, guys. If I was not, you know, I would be trimming here if I was in a big position, by the way, guys. This is a big move, big move. Got, yeah. Over a $10 move in less than 10 minutes into a $50 handle. Good place to take some off. Good place to take some off. But we're going to do it live. We're going to ride this position into the sunset here. Got 1 minute left. 1 minute left. Let's see where INHD closes. This is the one that I'm really interested in. When it does sweep that 20 level, maybe come all the way back down, maybe we can look for a loss of, I don't know. We'll figure out our levels tomorrow morning. some level of support. Basically, when I think it's going to be this 26 26 to 23, where it came up and then came back down into this gap. If the gap fails, then I think it fails with it. But until then, we're probably going to have to look for the same kind of pattern to fail much higher, because this thing looks like it wants to break range and move on up towards that 100 mark. I have no idea where this is going to close, guys. But what I do know is this is too much of a win to, even with one share, to let it go to zero. So we'll risk what? We're up $10. We'll risk $10. I don't think it's coming back down there, just to be responsible. So there's the turn of the half hour. That's not as catchy as turn of the hour. Well, there's my cue, is what I should say. I'm gonna head off, get some food. It's been great trading with y'all, great hanging with y'all. I hope you're all having a nice afternoon, and we will be back shortly. We will be back tomorrow. Sorry, got a camera freeze there. So guys, yeah, just want to give a quick shout out, quick round the horn to everybody who's here. Nigel the student, appreciate you as always. Groundhog mentioning 0 insider buys for the past year for INHD is scary. Yeah, well, it's a pump and dump. It's not going to go up forever, brother. But it's good to have you in here. Good to have you in here. World Free Speech. Good to see you, Bennett, as always. Joe, as always. Who else we got in the house? Talk, as always. Good to have you in here, guys. All right, I'll let you go. I'm going to go get some rest. And see you tomorrow, guys. Don't forget, earnings tomorrow, Wednesday and Thursday, and the Trading World Cup. The time is upon us, so make sure you're in and make sure you're riding with us. Lots of great giveaways all the way around the corner. See you later, guys. Have a good one.